who's crying now.
Look who's crying now.
Trying to pretend that you don't really see.
You don't really see
all the things you do and what it does to me. And now you've gone away. But you'll be back someday. But it's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. And you'll be begging on your knees. Ashamed of all the lies, the way you made me cry. And begging, baby, baby, please. But it's a long time coming. Talking to myself and wondering what went wrong. Knowing what we had was good, the feeling strong. Voices in my head, repeating what you said.
what you said.
Baby, what we had was still worth fighting for. The way I'm feeling now, I never felt before. But now you've gone away. But you'll be back someday. But it's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. And you'll be begging on your knees. The way you let me down and treat me like a clown. You'll be back, I just believe. It's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. You'll be back. And you'll be begging on your knees. Ashamed of all the lies, the way you made me cry. Begging, baby, baby, please. It's a long time. You'll be begging back, begging. Begging on your knees. I'm begging, begging, baby, please. But it's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. I'm begging, begging on your knees. The way you let me down and treat me like a clown. You'll be back, I just believe. It's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. And you'll be begging on your knees. Ashamed of all the lies, the way you made me cry.
surprise me. You never know. I can be forgiven. I can give you loving. Baby, make the gamble and I'll let you know. You talk, honey. I'll make you sing, baby. You keep your secrets, but I'll break it down, break it down. 'Cause I've been there, baby, betrayed by every lover. I know the game, you're all the same. You think you're winning, baby. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me, playing it cool. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me. Let me tell you where it starts and ends. Creeping your way in, but you don't know who I am. I'll get you believing I learned from the best. I came here to tell you you can save your breath. You talk, honey. I'll make you sing, baby. You keep your secrets, but I'll break it down, break it down. 'Cause I've been there, baby, betrayed by every lover. I know the game, you're all the same. You think you're winning, baby. Don't be a fool, don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me, playing it cool, playing it cool. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me. You ain't never fooled me. You won't never win me. You will never fool me. You ain't never fooled me. You won't never win me. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing. Don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool.
I was a young boy in New York City. I worked the night shift until it hit me that you are what I'm living for. My father taught me for years to be a strong man, hold back my tears. My mother taught me love, and she told me I will fight for you. 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 Everything I do. watch you grow. Yeah, we're in this together. I've got your back forever. Just wanna let you know, I love to watch you grow. Yeah, we're in this together. I've got your back forever. I will fight for you. 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 Everything I do, I do it all for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you.
Really got it going now, yeah. Picking up the day. We take it up to overdrive now, moving all the way. Shake it up, we come together. Shake it up, we're doing it like we do, like we do. Working out what goes together. Shake it up, no song, just grabbing hugs, hugs, and we're giving it what we want. Just me and my sisters, make it all worthwhile, all worthwhile. Gonna come together, gonna rock them out. Just me and my sisters, make it all worthwhile. Gonna come together, gonna rock them out. Break it down to everybody. See the girls on top. Living life just like a party. Having fun non-stop. Shake it up, we come together. Shake it up, we're doing it like we do, like we do. Hey, working out what goes together. Shake it up, no song, just grab it. Hugs, hugs, and we're giving it what we want. Just me and my sisters, make it all worthwhile. Gonna come together, gonna rock them out. Just me and my sisters, make it all worthwhile. Gonna come together, gonna rock them out. No. Just me and my sisters, make it all worthwhile, all worthwhile. Gonna come together, gonna rock them out. Just me and my sisters, make it all worthwhile. Gonna come together, gonna rock them out. Just me and my sisters, make it all worthwhile. Gonna come together, gonna rock them out. Just me and my sisters, make it all worthwhile. Gonna come together, gonna rock them out. Just me and my sisters, make it all worthwhile. Gonna come together, gonna rock them out.
When I wanted you, I never wanted to be the third person you'd be searching for. I had 5 reasons in 1996, 7 minutes in this heavenly sin. I'm picking you up, I made you a mixtape, I played you. I'm calling you up, meet me at Twin Pines Mall. The future's in. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm just 90s kids, and there's 10 reasons that you hated this. I could count the ways that I love you so. Every petal from a bouquet of roses. I'm picking you up, I made you a mixtape, I played it. I'm calling you up, meet me at Twin Pines Mall. The future's in. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door, door. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. In a memory so sensory, I still smell your Camry. Whoa, I'm at your door, door. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. 10, 9, 8, 7, 18, heaven 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door, door. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. In a memory so sensory, I still smell your Camry. Whoa, I'm at your door, door. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door.
Yesterday, we didn't know who we might love, where we might go. Paths may cross if given time. Don't walk too fast, don't fall behind. So give me strength to get it right. A change of pace, a change inside.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
ESL 1 Birmingham is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everyone, to ESL 1 Birmingham group stages. It is, of course, MLP Dota and Jonix joining you once again for our third day of some group stage games. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. How the hell are you doing?
Doing great. We had a lot of exciting games yesterday. Of course, this is the closer for the groups. Every single match does count for a lot now. And there are certain combinations of results which could lead to some tiebreakers for the upper bracket start here in our group, but you never know. You know, we could just end up with no ties depending on certain results. We could just end up with 2 straight up eliminated teams. No one's cleared for elimination just yet. There are still options here to climb out for some of our teams. So 2 O's have to come out for some of those teams here, Mike, and it's do or die now for this time around.
Well, speaking of those teams, of course, you get to see all the teams here participating in the group stages thus far. And like you said, not one of these teams has been eliminated yet. So every single one is still available in the running to get to the playoffs. Though perhaps we should have a look at the individual groups and see exactly what's going on there. Of course, Group A standings, Jonathan. Bet Boom, currently at the top, tied with Team Liquid. Then you've got a bit of a tie situation between G2IG, Team Falcons, and Talon Esports. And sadly for Shopify Rebellion, they are currently sitting all the way at the bottom of Group A. Though again, they are not out of it yet. They can secure a 2-0 victory here today to try and keep their hopes alive for the playoffs. And of course, we have Group B as well. Let's have a look at those standings, see what the hell's going on there. You've got Heroic and OG Esports at the top of that group, followed by Tundra. Actually, they are tied in three different places, and of course, Team Spirit right after that. Extreme Gaming and Gaming Gladiators, though not having the greatest of times in Group number B, but they are still, again, in the running if they can pull off some 2-0 victories here today. Though, John, I must say, I mean, it's going to be some action-packed Dota, I think, today. Again, just so much on the line. Obviously, we had a lot of action-packed Dota yesterday as well. We'll get to see a few highlights here. But my goodness, I mean, this is the day, right? Like, if you wanted to win, if you wanted a spot in the playoffs, you've got to make it happen now.
Yeah, it's got to come out here right now, especially for our first series coming up later on. You can see here again, Shopify not having the best of times. Team Liquid go a little bit more back and forth as well, but they were in control for a lot of games that we were seeing there in this series. And it's a little bit interesting with Shopify because it feels like in this series we saw yesterday, it felt like the first 15 minutes were really good. Right? Like they had this great understanding of what they had to do, what they had to achieve with their lineups, and then it just fell flat going into 20 to 25 and onwards. Right? That's where Liquid started coming back in. They managed to use the space to farm up this investment onto Mika, almost always paying off in both of those games. And Shopify, they're going to need to clean up today, very hard.
But they will. Shopify Rebellion, again, I mean, they've been very hit or miss, but they do have an opportunity still with the game we're casting today to see if they can remain in the playoffs or in the running for the playoffs. Again, plenty of action-packed Dota here today, plenty of action-packed Dota that was here yesterday, as you're seeing. This was a wild one as well. Of course, JT and I, G2IG, you and I were casting this one, John. The never-ending games, of course. WS absolutely popping off. Was this the one where it was 1v3? I think it was. Yeah,
it was. WS just doing God's work yesterday in both of their games in that series for Talon. Of course, this is game 1. Game 2 was, I don't know if you can even get highlights for game 2 that are reasonably short. Yeah, we only had game 1 highlights. No, game 2 did not exist. There was no game that went for 17 minutes there with Techie Sniper for whatever reason.
What do you do? Hopefully we don't see any Techie Sniper today.
Well,
you know,
yeah. G2IG is playing, so, you know. What are the chances of it not going long?
My goodness. So you see XXS there in the replay. 2 HP he survived on, I believe. They replayed it 3 times, so I hope I got that figure right, John. Of course, a few more highlights to go before we can continue with the day. A lot of long games, Jonathan, from what I've been understanding. A lot of long games have been happening. In fact, apparently we're not the unlucky ones. Apparently Ricky was copying it yesterday, right after us.
Yeah, it's maybe a consequence of the patch being so understood, right? Like you end up to the point where you just kind of play for the long game now. You kind of know the ins and outs of these early game timings. You just coalesce into a longer duration game and try to hit these spikes later on. Could be. I feel like we've seen gameplay cycles like this a lot. We'd start off with relatively nice, moderate pace games in the early days of patch, and then it would just slowly get longer and longer. Again, maybe just a bit of a consequence of still needing a bit of a fresh gameplay patch outside of not being able to combine or hold more than 3 Lotuses in one slot.
Yeah. It's well, a bit of shade from John X5. You know, John, I know you're upset there was no gameplay patch. So am I, John. You know, maybe it's coming. You know, maybe after this group stage, maybe Valve's got a surprise up their sleeve for us. You know, you never know. You never know, Jonathan. Don't just go assuming things like that, you know? Anyway, our series on today, G2IG, of course, going to be up against Shopify Rebellion. That should be an exciting one, Jonathan. Anything you'd like to say about that? Do we need to look at the prize pool and the EPT standings and everything like that again? We do. All right.
Yeah.
Well, $1 million is the prize pool, ladies and gentlemen. $1 million. A figure John and I will probably never see.
No, absolutely not. But these teams will see a fragment of it. Of course, first place getting the line share at 300,000, going down all the way. But the big one is those EPT points that everyone's really fighting for that road to Riyadh for the Esports World Cup. And we've got 26,640 points lined up here for ESL 1 Birmingham. The teams that do bomb out, I believe, do get 240 points on their way out, which is not insignificant. At the same time, it's not going to be enough to drag you up to the top 8 for most of these teams. So you really need to go far in this tournament, and it just leads to that do or die scenario for the last days of groups here.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, the standings for the EPT, let's have a quick gander, perhaps see exactly what's happening there. And of course, it is still the same. Betboom all the way at the top. G2IG currently in the 8th place, and everyone in between is currently looking pretty damn good. Extreme Gaming probably very happy considering their standings right now in the groups, John. I mean, obviously happy that they'll probably be making it to the Esports World Cup, regardless of what happens here. But, you know, I can't say that for sure. You never know. You've got to be a little bit cautious.
Yeah, there's always some wild swing chances, especially if some of those lower teams maybe start to climb up and maybe take it all if they have this long journey into first place somehow. That's where you...
All those SEA teams.
I don't know about Southeast Asia. Yeah, all those C teams, like the one. I think Aurora was at least on that list, but they're not here to gain any of those points either, Mike. So.
Oh, well, what do you do? You know, it's not easy being an SCA fan. It really isn't. It is what it is. Anyway, moving on. Our series for today, Jonathan, G2IG against Shopify Rebellion, our first series of the day. There's the handsome lads from G2IG. Yeah, these guys have been looking fantastic, John. Obviously, you know, a bit hit or miss here and there, but currently they are tied in 3rd place for Group A. And obviously looking to try and secure themselves at the very least a 2-0 victory if they can. They did end up losing to Talon 2-0 yesterday, which was shocking for me. Had they won that 2-0, they probably would have been in the first place tied with the rest of them right now. In fact, they may have been just by themselves in first place. However, they did end up getting 0-2'd by Talon, and now against Shopify Rebellion, you'd hate to see G2IG lose again like that. But it surely could happen.
Yeah, I think it's more important for Shopify Rebellion to find a 2-0. I think if G2IG takes at least one game, that could spell doom already for Shopify. I don't think there's any climbing out from a 2-7 scoreline. So it's more on Shopify. The pressure's more on them to get a clean 2-0. And for G2IG, they can afford to still test things out. They can afford to get a 70-minute game. They can afford to go sniper techies if they want to in G2IG. It is a possibility. Of course, the G2IG boys love playing Dota, and we're going to be able to take a look at these lovely Dota enjoying faces right here. This is the face of 5 guys who enjoy playing 2R pubs. That's it, plain and simple. You know, JT's definitely the one man who looks like he enjoys those kinds of games the most. But of course, for G2IG up against Shopify, I think it's going to be really interesting to see what Nothing to Say decides to play, right? Because we've seen him play a fair bit of sniper now, and it feels like Nothing to Say, he has a lot of heroes he can pull out. I mean, it has to stop at the same time. Nothing to Say playing sniper up against Japoy later on does sound pretty funny for some reason. No. I feel like it's funny.
No, John, the NTS and Yopaj, both very high-skilled players that you'd love to see on flashy heroes, have been playing the most boring heroes so far. Obviously on Birmingham group stage. Like, they're getting Dragon Knights and Snipers. That's what they're getting. Like, these guys can click buttons better than anyone else in the world, and you're giving them heroes that don't click buttons. I don't understand.
Don't click buttons. What are you talking about? There's Take Aim has an active element now. Okay.
Oh,
you've got Shrapnel. You've got Assassinate. Okay. We saw Nothing to Say build a Blink in his last game. All right. There's some activity there, Mike. How dare you? How dare you disparage sniper players like that?
Let's move on, Jonathan. Shopify Rebellion. These boys obviously are fan favorites here for a lot of people, and fan favorites for us as well, Jonathan. We love these guys, of course. The handsome lads here from NA, and it's been a bit of a struggle for these guys. We looked at the standings. They're currently sitting in bottom place by themselves in Group A, but again, they're not out of it yet. And in their defense, Falcons is right above them. So there you go, John. I mean, if Team Falcons is having a rough time, so is Shopify Rebellion. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. They need a 2-0 here. It's going to be interesting to see what they do decide to kind of draft around, what kind of playstyle they bring out. Again, as you mentioned, they've been drafting relatively calm heroes for Yopaj on mid. And it's going to be a great contrast up against Nothing to Say. Are we going to get something like a Sniper versus DK matchup for both players today? Who knows? I think we might get it. If not the Pango, then it's going to be DK Sniper. That's what we've gone down to now.
How do you even practice as a mid player when you're playing these crappy heroes? You know what I mean? Like, what's the hand warmer for there, Yopaj? Put that crap away. You don't need it if you're playing Sniper. Why are you warming your hands?
No, he's playing the DK. What do you mean? He's not playing the Sniper. He needs it warm to get into the zone, to be like Davion, feeling the heat from his dragon body or whatever, from his dragon's blood, okay? That's exactly it. That's all the reason Yopaj needs to have some hand warmers on. In all seriousness, though, I do want to see much more coming out from Yopaj. We'll see again if they adjust their draft and playstyle here accordingly.
Well, I believe we have a video here with Shopify Rebellion that we can have a quick look at before we do continue. So let's head over to that and see exactly what happened.
Shopify Rebellion, the most dominant team in the world with TI winner Arteezy. They are looking better than ever, is what I wish I could say. The reality is a bit different, however. These guys are struggling, achieving not much last year. However, they made a big roster change late last year, picking up Yopaj, Theolikor and Kitrak to join Arteezy and Saberlight. The roster change did seem to rejuvenate the team, helping them get 7th place in Dream League Season 22.
Arteezy Lifestealer, the stuff of legends.
Yep, that's the state of things. 7th place is the highlight here. The good part of all this is that it can only go up from here. When their new roster gets some more games together under their belt and they master their playstyle, they really do have potential. Hopefully, we will get to see a new side of Shopify Rebellion here in Birmingham. They are, after all, one of the last standing bastions of NA Dota, boasting an incredible amount of 2 NA players in one team. Let's see if ESL 1 Birmingham will be the return of NA Dota.
This has to be the most toxic narrator I've ever heard. This guy just has, whoever the hell they've hired has no chill, man. This guy is just, I don't know. Is this even a real person? I don't know anymore. It's just, the crap that this man's saying is, so what happened? Well, what happened to this guy? Why is he so mad?
He's definitely someone who's been watching Arteezy for many years, Mike, and I can commiserate with that. I have a lot of people around me who are very big R-Tour enjoyers. It's not been an easy road for them, but let's see if Shopify managed to nail something like 7th place in this tournament, maybe more. Hopefully not bombing out of the groups from this series. It's all down to this, Mike.
Well, there you go, John. I mean, next time they need a narrator, we'll give you a call. We'll see what you have in store for the guys at ESL. I mean, Jesus Christ, it's poor Shopify Rebellion. They just can't catch a break, can they? My goodness. In fact, not catching a break. We apparently can't get into a draft either. So there's that. We're having drafting issues at the moment, Jonathan. That's not great.
Yep,
it happens.
That's not great. It should be exciting. Again, think about the possibilities. It's either, okay, I feel like there's two very clear choices. I feel like the Konka is going to be coming out for G2IG. It's either JT or Nothing to Say who plays it. If it's on Nothing to Say, we're in for a fun game at very least. No Sniper.
No, we're not.
If it's JT that's going to play it, we're going to get Sniper. And then we're going to get DK for Yopaj. For whatever reason, it might happen. And I'm dreading that. And then we get the techies for G2IG. And then it's all over, Mike. We're not ending. We just need a Tinker maybe for Yopaj instead. And then no one can end. Isn't that a dream? Just perpetual Dota?
Let's throw it to the draft, please, and see what the hell's going on here. I think John X5 is getting a little bit too happy with his theorizing.
The possibilities, Mike. They excite me. Do you have that draft commencing? G2IG take care of the Shadow Demon, and the Phoenix Shopify taking care of the Chen and Razor. RTZ looks to be in high spirits. I'm wondering what else will be banned out if they don't ban Sniper or Techies. I worry. Shopify is our saving grace from not getting a G2 IG game. All right, they take care of Kunkka and Ayu instead, but they take care of the Kunkka. So yeah, maybe they're allowing this. Maybe it's all. Maybe. Oh no, I hope not. Please, just if they open with Techies, Mike. If G2 IG picks the Techies first for whatever reason, and then Sniper gets left, I'm worried. I'm not ready. I'm not ready for that, Mike.
No, well, at the very least, I think that the Techies is probably a good pick to go for G2 IG if they did want to go down that route. We've been speaking a lot about Techies as of late, Jonathan. Obviously, it is still a pretty potent support to have on your side of things.
Mm-hmm. Still does a lot. Breaking up the smokes is really big. Just the laning presence is really hard to go up against. I think just the utility G2 IG's been able to bring out.
Oh,
it's been
thank
massive.
God.
I do love seeing this though. Magnus
Thank
out.
God.
That should be JT's hero. A little bit of flex for nothing to say. We have seen him pull it away from JT a couple of times, but should just be JT straight up here. There's a lot of good openers for Shopify to counteract this. I think the Rubik's the one that stands out the most in order to kind of make it a little bit more uncomfy for JT to play his game. Just the lift back to break off that instant initiation. You've got the spell steals. All of Magnus's spells do feel pretty good as long as you've got some heroes that can play with it. So I wouldn't mind Rubik being picked up. I think the next easy solution is something like Lion. Just instant hex, just instant control when you see that Magnus show up. Precast when he's still out of range does make things easier. Instead, they'll prioritize the Pangolier, and that should just be Yopaj's hero. A rather early mid to secure. I'm wondering if they're assuming that can say Magnus matchup. In a Magnus versus Pango matchup, the Pango does feel really good. Magnus is going to be forced to... I mean, he still has some good poke, but you're not going to be under full threat of the skewer back, so you're not going to get too much value there. Probably just focus on Shockwave and Empower to clear out the creeps. But this is just relatively stable for Yopaj. You know, it's some good tempo, some good team fight can come out here from Shopify if they've got stuff to kind of build around it. They can ban to protect. And that Pangolier now, maybe take care of stuff like Bloodseeker, perhaps a cheeky Bane pick could be a concern as well. Wondering if one of those is the priority. G2 IG for their part, cover their bases still for the Magnus, take care of the Morphling, and then that Rubik's taken out of the picture as well. So no big worries, not that many big worries for JT left at the very least.
Here's the final banner before we get to see some more draft picks. I was very happy. I'm very, very happy to see the JT mag come out. You know, it's just... I was thinking to myself today, why have they not given this man the mag yet? You know? It just hasn't been very fun to watch him play the Kunkka over and over again, as we're going to see the Ench now coming out for Shopify Rebellion. Speaking of playing heroes over and over again, Japoy on the Pangolier as well, John. I don't know if I like it. I just don't know if I like it.
Yeah, it's... I feel like the Pango still does a lot, but it has felt maybe a little bit less impactful than you'd expect. The win rate certainly does reflect that as well. At very least, the Enchantress does have a lot of laning presence, so you can have a nice healthy rotation onto mid. It's easier to secure the runes. There's that Bane we were talking about to counteract the Pangolier as well. So G2 IG are ensuring that the game's not going to be the comfiest now for Yopaj. I'm wondering why that Pango comes out so early. Again, it's not a very protected pick. Bane and Bloodseeker were left in the pool. They prioritized the Techies ban there for Shopify. So it's like you still have another carry option actually for G2 IG as well. You still have this flex. It doesn't have to be JT Mag. It can just be Mag versus Pango, which is maybe what Shopify expects, but I think even that matchup is kind of like meh. Like the Magnus can just farm at the very least and focus on Empower and Shockwave. Well, without the Techies at the very least, you take away the ability for G2 IG to break up some smokes, and you take away a little bit of that laning prowess. We'll go with a Tiny pickup as well, so that should just be our Baboka Tiny coming out. I love the sound of a Tiny Magnus lane. There's a lot of repositioning there. Just one Avalanche toss into a Skewer back. You're in a world of hurt there for Artur if he's caught out of position. A lot of early aggressive play for G2 IG once you're at level 2, level 3. So the lanes are looking really sharp. There is some flex. You could run Tiny mid as well. I think we've seen Nothing to Say do that in a couple of the qualifier games, but not as often. I think it should just be Baboka. And it leaves all of their options open. Like they're not revealing much more than the Magnus core or Shopify. Straight into the Luna. This is one of the higher win rate cores, 10-5 right now. Has been high priority. It does a lot of work, helps you push. Luna Ench is a very stable lane that's hard to knock out, at the very least. So you can kind of just sustain true, trade blows. As long as you don't overstep into the tossback skewer, you should be relatively happy here on our tour, at the very least.
Should be. Fourth pickup now as well. We just don't have the support to come here from Shopify Rebellion's end of things. The Luna, I mean, we keep saying this as well. Like, the one hero that just really does look good against the Luna every single time does seem to be the Faceless Void Pos 1. If G2IG did want to go for the Void pickup for Monet, which I believe Monet doesn't mind playing. I think we've seen Monet play that quite a few times to great success. We shall see if that is going to be the option they'd want to go for. I don't think it's too bad at all. It does pretty alright against the Penguin as well. Yeah.
My one concern for Faceless Void in this game is just early damage in Chrono doesn't look particularly amazing, but it might not even be necessary with just maxed out Empower if your Magnus can go for it. So it's not all too bad. I would say, at least in Southeast Asian qualifiers, it tended to be almost always Luna versus Morphling, and it always felt a little bit better for the Morphling, just because he's a much better Conda carrier, and you essentially go for the same item buildups on Morphling as you normally do on Luna, maybe save for the Mask of Madness. But Morphling was banned out by G2IG. Faceless Void has been something that we've seen Monet pick up. Batrider comes out for Shopify Rebellion as well, so that should be our support here for Teal the Core, assumedly. Perhaps some flex with Saberlight if he wants that, but it's been much more common to see the Bat 4. It has had high impact. My one concern is whenever we've seen that Batrider support work, it does require a lot of space. Right? It will have to eat up jungle space. It needs to build up into Blink. And until that Blink timing, it can feel like it's just not going to join you for some of these early fights. Like, you don't have that straightforward initiation from Shopify to follow through from the Rolling Thunder in the same speed until that Blink is up on the Batrider. I love this pickup from G2IG. We got the Nothing to Say Zeus on hand. And so you've got a pretty good lane up against the Pango now. Very stable matchup for Nothing to Say. Some good creep clear. You've got Heavenly Jump to back off. You've got this really good global presence pick off. Like, with how active your Tiny is going to be, Zeus can always just kind of chip in some damage as well, secure a couple of kills if need be, and just build off really fast into that normal Phylactery Manta Shard timing that we tend to see here.
We do see the Void get banned out here, John. I mean, Beastmaster and Void being removed by either side respectively. The G2IG just concerned about any kind of tempo setting off lanes that Shopify Rebellion might pick up here for Saberlight. We know Saberlight does love those micro-intensive off lanes. Might see the Visage ban out as well, because we have been seeing that quite a bit up against Shopify Rebellion. I mean, it is a fairly aggressive style of draft if you ignore the Luna.
It is to an extent. I think this wait time for Batrider can kind of hold him back if the lane doesn't go well for the Bat 4. It can feel a little bit more farmy. I like the Lifestealer ban out as well. It's been pretty high priority. It's also been a hero that has felt really good in this patch. I'm wondering what the priority is for G2IG. It's either the Brewmaster or the Visage, like you mentioned. Feels like the Brewmaster hasn't felt like such a big issue. You don't have as much AoE damage here from G2IG, but you have enough with Tiny Zeus, I suppose, even the Mag with Empower. So it might not be a concern to let the Brewmaster through. We've seen that be an issue for Saberlight. Like, it feels like every game we've seen on the Brewmaster up against a lot of AoE, he's had to just try to soak up into level 20, and sometimes the game doesn't even last long enough for him to hit that level 20 spike with 1,200 additional HP for each Broodling. So the durability just doesn't feel great when there's enough AoE. And again, when you go Zeus, Manta with Shard, it can still, it makes pretty short work with the Brewlings with the Chain Lightning as well. And again, Shockwave, Avalanche, all of those options. Not the smoothest Brewmaster, so the Visage ban could be higher priority for G2IG, I suppose.
Right. I'm wondering as well what kind of carry pickups we see from G2IG here. Like, I'm thinking if we're not going to, well, obviously the Lifestealer Void already removed, perhaps we're just going back to the Chaos Knight, which we've been seeing a lot of. I know that we've seen a bit of Phantom Lancer coming out as well. I believe Talon played Medusa against Luna, and that worked out yesterday.
Yeah,
But get rid of the
there's
axe here
also
for G2IG. Oh! Hello. That's new.
I like this. I don't mind it too much for G2IG. I think you've got really good backup in the Magnus to kind of speed up that farm, and the Troll removes the need for a Battle Fury on the Troll, which just feels really slow. So you can go for the Maelstrom build. You can kind of go maybe Maelstrom SNY if you're looking to play fast, or just Maelstrom Manta if you're concerned about the control of Shopify. I like this. I think the lane is pretty stable as well. Troll plus Bane isn't really easy to shove out. We do get the Mars coming out for Saberlight, so nothing like the Brewmaster, just looking to probably control the lane as best as you can, slow down Monet, provide some much needed teamfight to follow through from Yopaj. And that is, again, another blink timing that they'd probably want to wait for, but it's not as pertinent. You do have some good setup from Teal Liqueur and even from Kitrak, but is slow if you can kind of get in position. A rather interesting draft, and I'm glad to say, Mike, no techie sniper for G2IG. Something a little bit more active coming out today for the side of G2IG. I would say overall, I would lean into G2IG's draft just a little bit more. I like the repositioning tools they have on hand. They're not going to make the game simple for Yopaj. He's going to need a Lincoln's just because there's this Bane for X-Nova to kind of play around, get the grip off. And every time you pick that Batrider 4, I know we've seen some really active Batrider games, especially from like FY in China when was on Azure, but in this tournament at least, when you and I watch it, it just feels like it's sitting back, building into a blink. Mind you, Saberlight can take that early activity for the team if he does rush his own blink a little bit faster as a core, and he can just connect with Yopaj and Kitrak. But again, it's all down to the laning phase. I just feel like G2IG, their lanes are a massive threat, especially that off lane of JT Baboka. Level 1 to 2, maybe not the biggest threat, but by the time you hit 3 to 4, if you manage to go for the skewer on JT, you get a good toss back on Baboka. There's a lot of threat on Taratizi. It's not going to be the simplest of times for Kitrak to try to zone them out, considering how durable Baboka can be as well. Like, he's not going to care too much about being poked as long as he gets the toss back in the right spot. That should just always be a kill for G2IG.
See how it goes, Jonathan. Game number 1 here of this 2-game series. Of course, Shopify Rebellion quite desperate for a 2-0 victory to keep their hopes alive. G2IG, I mean, they're obviously also looking for a 2-0 victory if they can get it, as they are not safe either, per se, but we shall wait and see exactly what does pan out. At the very least, I think Shopify Rebellion are going to be the hungrier team going into this match. Here we go. Yeah. It should be a fun one.
As mentioned, it is much more important for Shopify to get that 2-0. It's still important for G2IG to potentially have a shot in like an upper bracket start if certain combinations come in. But Shopify are straight out if they take even a single loss, I believe. Okay. Like I don't think there's any circumstance where there's a tiebreaker if they go like 2-6, 2-7. So they need to find 2 wins, and it's do or die. We'll see if they manage to get that done. G2IG, again, I just appreciate the fact that they've gone for a draft that just feels a lot more active, can take so much early activity. We get the treat of JT Magnus, and just JT Magnus plus Baboka Tiny. It's such a fun combination that we've seen G2IG run before, and I expect JT to be feeling very pleased with himself this time around.
Yeah, I think JT's been a bit off, I want to say, Jonathan. He hasn't looked quite as happy, and his performances have been pretty hit or miss, but when you've got the mag going on here, John, this might be the hero pick that really turns everything around for him.
Yeah, one would hope so. Last time around in Kuala Lumpur, he went for those cliffs. He was just clapping like a maniac. Then he dies to the Ancients. JT.
That was brilliant. It really was. He was a star that tournament. He was my hero, my idol. The Lacourt, say hello to Baboka for a second. We'll end up backing off. Gonna be a 3-for-1 trade in the favor of G2IG on the bounty rune, so a nice start already for G2IG. Bottom lane, a bit of cheeky shenanigans perhaps going on as X-Nova, JT and Baboka all gonna show up, but it seems like they just wanted to block the creep wave. They weren't too interested in going for a fight, and they won't get away with it either.
Yeah, I like this early read from the side of Shopify as well, understanding that there's a little bit of a clump up bot. So Tio will just take the gate across now. Baboka just being annoying. This is actually pretty painful with the gate mana cost. So Tio's not going to even bother, just go for the TP, get in position, but should be pretty fun again in this lane for the side of G2IG once levels are up. But JT's going to need a little bit more into Magnus to threaten back with the skewer. Kitrak's doing a great job of just cutting off, being aggressive. This is a double melee lane up against double range, so Baboka's just forced to pull back the wave, try to stabilize, took some EXP into that level 2 and 3 mark. And before then, Arteezy and Kitrak should have fun here. JT, not the healthiest spot.
It certainly is not. JT's actually gone. Arteezy already able to secure first blood here on the Luna, and well, that is really just the perfect start here for Shopify Rebellion. Like, giving your fastest farming core first blood, you've got to feel good.
Yeah, earlier timing into the power treads, into the Mats of Madness, just helps accelerate that farm into the jungle. You also just slowly stall out a little bit on the level timings for JT, but not too much. Baboka still manages to get the pull. He gets the creep wave in a good spot for the Magnus to soak up on. It's just this window of opportunity that Shopify is looking for. They need to constantly force this out onto JT before that level 2, level 3 comes out onto both of these heroes. They need to be able to stop these pulls. Like, it's just giving some free EXP that's very necessary for G2IG to play that lane. Still, can take a look elsewhere as that lane develops. Mid lane, we're taking a gander for a few moments there. Nothing to say on the Zeus up against Yopaj on the Pango. So far, again, it's a little bit better for Nothing to Say. He's got the reach to just play back. He's got the safety net of Heavenly Jump, constantly shoving in the wave. Rune control's massive for both sides, maybe a little bit more so for Nothing to Say, but so far it doesn't feel like Yopaj should be able to threaten him at all. And in a stable lane, Zeus with an early 6 can be a threat, although down bot.
He has a toss back into the skewer, into the tier 1 tower there from Baboka and JT. So they do manage to make that little combination work. Of course, Kitrak will be the first victim to the toss skewer back. Thankfully, it was not Arteezy. Though Arteezy does not look like he's feeling very safe to farm. In fact, he put his hand up, but it may cost him his own life now because the skewer's out underneath the tier 1 tower. Well, at least he gets a high five from the tower. You know? Happy days. TP away. Oh, he's not gonna make it.
JT.
Wait, what's JT?
Arteezy he just
he
typed the
put the
dots.
dots. Oh my goodness.
Arteezy has to walk.
The worst part was Kitrak TP to the tower, so that the TP was longer for Arteezy. I believe that's what actually happened. He would have made it had Kitrak not TP to that tier 1, I'm pretty sure.
It's just the timing. Just doesn't pan out.
Let's see. Hold on a minute. Yeah, Kitrak just came in. Where does he TP to? Was it the bottom tier 1? It was. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He would have actually made it out. He would have survived if Kitrak did not TP before that. So obviously...
That's just bad timing. Oh, man.
To every position 1 player, that's Kitrak's fault, Jonathan. Carries are never wrong, as we've learned.
Yeah, and they would say that, but can you really fault Kitrak? He just wants to come in and help us carry. Maybe if he TP'd to the outpost, it would have helped a little bit more, but...
He could have walked.
I guess he could have walked.
How dare he?
Could have walked, I suppose. Rather unfortunate for Artur. Misses out on a little bit of farm. You've got the level advantage for JT and Baboka, and it's that scary point. We were talking about it a lot in draft, but... And Magnus Tiny is certainly something to have to watch out for. All the lanes for G2IG right now feeling pretty good. Even the top lane has been going relatively well for Mine. And it's not really a direct threat lane. And the Bat Rider doesn't do as much early on. You can try to pressure along with your Morris quite nicely, but Xnova, he has a decent save. He has a decent way of cutting off the chase down. He is a little bit susceptible, but again, you just don't have that straight follow.
Oh.
And while Monet through...
That was cheeky from Kitrak. The Hurricane to ensure the skewer never came out from JT. Very quick thinking.
Yeah, that's one way to do it. And can't really do too much about trying to cancel off these creeps either. They don't have anything like Doom on hand, of course, or even something like the Mirana. So when Kitrak's getting full utility out, the camps aren't blocked off, is allowed to just kind of play around at. He will have to keep playing very cerebrally, though. You know, you have to prevent all of these plays. And it's not like it's a massive commitment either from the side of G2IG here.
Oh, they're trying for the toss back, but Baboka, he was within range with the Lucent Beam. No, they do get the toss, but the stun Doesn't even land anyway, but Arteezy does survive for now as Baboka is the one in danger and he is gone. Once again, Kitrak was making that a very hard skewer back because the Centaur was prepped with the stun whenever. Meanwhile, mid lane Yopaj, on the chase for nothing to say, does find a very important kill. Gets a solo kill onto the mid. Zeus is now top lane. Even more action as X-Nova is going to find himself in trouble. Theolacore dropping low himself as well. So is Saberlight. X-Nova finally goes down. Monet still chasing Saberlight, but eventually will back off. He does not have the damage nor the control to finish off the Mars kill. It's just so much action across the map. And all kills, I'm pretty sure, went to Shopify Rebellion. Woo! That was close.
Not enough.
Theolacore and Saberlight. Clenching the butt cheeks.
But you're missing out on a lot now for the side of G2IG. Shopify, they're getting online. They've got a great revival here from Yopaj after a little bit more back and forth coming out from Nothing to Say. Does manage to get rune control as well with the amp damage rune on hand. And they're still able to control bot, although Kitrak.
Skewer. Kitrak sadly going to have to go down. No creep to try and mess around with that time around. Baboka, I mean, they have practiced his toss back into the skewer combination quite a few times, I think, because they're just landing it pretty much every time they can.
And that they have for sure. I love these shenanigans coming out from G2IG. Does help to kind of stabilize that lane. You've got level 5 up for JT. Does go for the 1-2-2. Wants a little bit more stable farm. Try to get that build up into the blink. Overall, you're still in a pretty decent position for Shopify. Like Arteezy, again, has the power treads, is working towards the Massive Madness with Morbid Mass being lined up. Can already dig into that jungle as well with the damage he does have from Lunar Blessing. So there's some decent ramping up here. Yopaj as well, just basically lacking the Diffusal recipe now for that item timing. He does skip the upgraded boots, as you tend to see. They should be able to start to get some inhibits off, start to help get some additional control. And you've got the levels lining up for Shopify. Saberlight has the arena ready, being relatively deep on the hunt. They're trying to collapse onto this mid lane here. I can say it would be a relatively easy target if they manage to get their combos off.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They already found him once with Yopaj just alone. Yopaj might be able to just do it again on his own if he really wanted to, though. They do jump in with the arena. That'll be Nothing to Say. Locked down by the tier 2. They missed the spear, but doesn't matter. They got the kill. It's all good.
Just apply that early pressure. You know, with the Zeus normally going for the Phylactery, Manta, slight timing deviations can feel pretty bad for the Zeus. Him sitting back and farming as well. It's just, hey, you've got a Troll and a Magnus already. You can't afford to have your Zeus also just kind of sitting back, not connecting with the support movements out. And they managed to take that mid-tier 1, opening up further invasions, incursions into the top jungle, even a little into the triangle. They've already set up some good forward vision here for Shopify to capitalize on. Heck, even Kitrak is coming in to steal some of these camps. They're online. Like, in fact, the Diffusal should be coming for Yopaj now as well, the tossback.
Yopaj, he kind of just tanked the tossback for his teammate. Kitrak will survive based off Yopaj taking it for him, but now Yopaj needs his own way out. He's quite low on mana. He'll try to heal up with the bottle to get that Rolling Thunder up, and in fact, he doesn't even need it. Meanwhile, Kitrak may have gone a little bit too far, because now the chase is on from Nothing to Say in Baboka. And eventually, he will get tossed up, and he does go down. Though he does get Baboka from the grave, thanks to that Dark Troll Summoner. So not really too bad at all here for Kitrak.
Not too bad. Does manage to get the space out for Yopaj. And, no, all things considered, you're trading a pause 5 for a pause 4. You're stalling out a little bit more on Baboka's blink timing. You're pretty happy about just being able to trade directly like this. It's still not the comfiest for G2IG. Just look at the position. Theolacore just cutting off Nothing to Say, ensuring that him trying to pull into the camp isn't so free for him to just build up here on the Zeus. And
yeah, Yopaj is here. Nothing to Say has been caught, and Yopaj immediately will just get out of the Rolling Thunder to take him down, but now he's in danger. He'll go for the swash out. The chase is on from Monet. A couple more hits will do it. Yopaj still running, though, is going to be okay. And once again, they found the mid-Zeus, the third death for Nothing to Say. And they just do not seem to be able to protect him whatsoever.
No, again, it's down to this really aggressive vision. Watching his camp by mid, just holding that position from Theolacore, playing around this really early Diffusal timing from Yopaj. It was flying out in the last fight. They'll try again here.
He's making all the plays here, Yopaj. Going to set up now onto Baboka, though Saberlight get Nightmare up. Swashbuckle's not going to land onto Baboka, so he does successfully manage to walk away. Already, G2IG backs against the wall, just not feeling good this game one. So many moves here from Shopify. So aggressive. That's what you really like to see as well. You'd hate to see them just sitting back and just trying to play the farm game as 5.
Yeah, I mean, they're using the space really well, even when they're not taking these direct fights together as 5 just yet. Saberlight clears out top. He's got this really good farming pace into the Yules. He's applying some really good shrinkage on the map, just preventing Monet from getting a free lane. Monet's sitting that jungle farming up, but it's not comparable to how fast Luna farms at this point in the game. Your Magnus is not just going to be sitting around with you with Empower as well. We'll find a freebie pickoff up top. And yeah, they're just applying this pressure. Look at the area of the map where you can reasonably farm in G2IG. It's not much at all. They don't have their top jungle. They don't have access to the bot jungle either with the tier 1 still standing. It's not quite a comfy spot for G2IG. They're going to need to at least try to play around one of these item timings coming out. JT with his blink should start to get some action going. And Baboka with his own blink as well, which is still a little bit further out. At least one of these blinks have to come in for them to start keeping that pickoff game that we've seen from the laning phase. At the very least, they have been given room for the spot tier 1, so a little bit more space for G2IG. We've seen them in these positions before, right? Where they're a little bit behind, they need to clear out the bot tier 1, and then they just camp that bot area and farm. See if they'll be successful this time in the recovery. But Shopify, they also can't afford to sit back too long. Again, you're still really strong in Yopaj right now. He finds a good regen rune to play with. You just need to keep hunting. They don't quite have the aggressive vision top. They do have a couple of good wards. Watching again that bot area, one in lane and one right by the triangle check, but maybe now just waiting for their own blink time. I mean, they've given Teal Core space. It's only about 300 gold away. Should line up with the own blink timings that G2IG are looking to smoke around right now.
And they're going to give it a crack. 3-man smoke is out here from G2IG, and they're running right towards that top lane where Saberlight is hanging around. Saberlight, though, clearing out the creep wave, just looking to retreat. The blink is up on JT, he's trying to get within range. Will eventually find him and gets the skewer back. So Saberlight should just be dead and will be. Though I must admit, it did take them a little bit longer than anticipated. So maybe a little bit of a concerning sign at how long it did take to kill Saberlight, but nonetheless, John, they do get him.
And that's an important kill. Just playing with a blink, finding a core kill, retaking control of their bot, or their top jungle as well. Just to get a little bit more of that room again to just keep this build up. Still really big for the side of G2IG in terms of trying to level out this game. 8-5, 4K lead still standing though for Shopify. Neopaj again, only about 2,200 gold away from full ags. This is quite fast timing for him. Even again, Arteezy not contested at all, and they'll go for their own smoke out now. No Yules yet in Saberlight. Again, with this blink on Teal Core. They should be ready. Again, before that fight, he was only 300 gold away. He's been given a lot of room to farm.
Poor old Baboka. He's just 100 gold away from the blink. Baboka just avalanche toss the creep wave. There you go. Oh, he's still 15 gold short. Oh, no. Oh, what can you do? It doesn't matter. He'll still get the blink any moment. It does happen. That's a Michael Phoenix move right there. That's what would happen to me.
Yeah, you know, just a little bit of greed being punished. Still, movement still up top with his remaining smoke.
NTS, sadly, is going to have to probably just die. They will land the spear quite nicely, though they are lacking just a little bit of damage here against NTS. But the God's Rebuke is coming. Saberlight will get the job done. Another nice kill onto the mid lane of G2IG. They have really just ensured that NTS has had no game. You know, like, he's still going to be able to get a lot of damage off in the middle of these fights, but you haven't got that big mid Zeus that you tend to get worried about as you approach the mid game.
We're nowhere near the Shard plus Manta just yet for NTS, and that also cuts into his farm just a little bit, right? Like, you want to use those illusions to kind of shove out waves for free. You want the Shard to help you clear caps a little bit faster as well. None of that's presenting itself for G2IG. They'll try for a smoke play. They still have RP. We haven't seen that yet from JT here.
Smoke's broken, Saberlight. He breaks the smoke perfectly. RP, though, going to catch him from JT, so JT will set up perfectly onto the Mars. Baboka In fact, the Rolling Thunder was caught out with the Fiend's Grip, but they will lasso to cancel off that Fiend's Grip, so X-Nova should go down. But Boca in the meantime, also dropping quite low, but here comes Monet to try and help as they will chase down Japoy. Japoy, though, will swashbuckle down towards the south and does make it out. But Boca, though, Avalanche toss is there. They found the Penguin, they'll take him down. So but Boca really playing on the edge does help secure that Pangolier kill. And that was a fantastic team fight for G2IG. They had about a 2k gold swing out of that.
Now that's a big one to win off of. Again, we've been waiting for this RP from JT. Catch us only one, but it's one that cuts off their big teamfight tool to follow up from Yopaj's role, taking away the arena, which is they can clean up. Monet, though, not in the safest positions here. Oh,
unfortunate though. The arena not quite on the mark here against Monet, so Monet just gonna casually walk out of there as Sableye will put the arena on cooldown. You're seeing in the highlight here just Yopaj. It looked like he was fine, but Boca on 200 HP will jump in and finish the job. And Monet actually secured that kill, which makes matters even better because your troll got all the gold.
Yeah, and Monet is reaching this critical point now on the troll, going for that BKB. And once he has that, it's going to be hard to pin him down. They spot out Saber Light, Nightmare, but no one's there to follow through, unfortunately, for G2IG. Not going to be able to capitalize, but again, they've regained control of some parts of the map. I do like this cheeky forward ward from Shopify, right in front of the tier 3 very early on. Will allow them to hunt and secure this push onto the tier 2. They've got the full Manta up on Arteezy now as well. BKB next pickup just to be secure in the middle of these team fights. For G2IG, it does feel like they need to watch their positioning with X-Nova, right? Like, he was getting the grip off Boca. I don't know if it was accidental, but he did toss Teal Liqueur right on top of the Bane with a lasso ready, which also took off that control. It still works out for them in the last fight, but if that happens in a bigger fight, I don't think that's necessarily the result you want in that kind of engagement.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, the top tier 2 tower now under siege from Shopify Rebellion. It seems as though there's going to be no kind of engagement coming out from G2IG. They do have a smoke available on Baboka if they wish to commit. They have already lost the tier 2 tower, so they would be just going for a gank, pretty much. Smoke from Shopify Rebellion here with Thea Lacour and Kitrak. They will hang around Yopaj, hoping somebody goes for the Pango kill. He's Struin, going to be available. Baboka, he'll jump in, but he's missed out on picking up the rune, and now he's probably just dead. They'll lock him down, and Baboka is certainly just dying. So the rest of G2IG, they will disperse down to the southern eastern side of the map, try to farm in those areas, while Shopify Rebellion, well, they can think about Roshan now. And it seems as though they will head that way.
Got the damage with Arteezy ready to go now. We have, again, seen G2IG in these kinds of games before. They just hug this bottom area of the map while they're on Dire, get this build up, and try to play for the longer game, which, you know, we're starting to reach that point. It does feel like they'll need maybe an additional 5-7 minutes before they can get some big items. Meanwhile, for the side of Shopify, in that pit, they've got the full Ags up on Yopaj. So even more damage, more control coming out from them here with additional swashes that Yopaj has. Baboka, though, looking for a steal.
And he has not been noticed. He'll jump in, avalanche toss, but he's a little bit early. And now, of course, he has been very noticed. Nice little attempt there from Baboka. He had to go in with no vision, and sadly it does cost him. Didn't have any points in tree grab either, so there was no way for him to get the vision he required.
Yeah, valiant effort. Stalls it out for a little bit, but the objective still found by Shopify. Should be able to start considering more sieges onto the tier 2s now. Still two more left for the side of G2IG, even a tier 1 down bot, still securing their position here by the Tormentor as well. It should be relatively easy for G2IG to secure, get themselves a little bit of a nice boon. Got that full BKB running now on Monet as well, so the Trolls a little bit less worried up front about any of the control here. And it's not like Teal Liqueur will necessarily want to lasso up a troll when you've got something like, say, the Bane to worry about with a grip. You've got the RP from the JT that can still fly in. Wonder which shard they will find. Fortunately, X-Nova doesn't die this time around, and it is next X-Nova shard as well. So he's got the AoE Brain Sap, which is pretty nice, I guess. It's a nice boon for free.
That certainly is.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Not game-changing, sadly, though, for the side of G2IG. But it's something. G2IG is still just trapped around their base, not feeling confident at all, but they are going to go for a bit of a smoke now as they have the power spike of Monet here with the BKB up. Problem is, Sableye does now pick up his own Blink Dagger, which is on the Courier, so... And in fact, a BKB on Arteezy at the same time. So it could be a bit of an awkward fight if it does end up being a 5v5.
Dire's top tower.
Because it seems as though Shopify have even bigger spikes to play with. Speaking of Shopify, they'll go after the Tormentor, though. Arteezy. Oh, he's all right. He thought about stopping there for a moment, but he'll go for it and does secure.
It pays off in the end. They get the free shard for Kitrak, so you've got that nuisance in Sproink now available. It's so silly that the Enchantress old Axe becomes the shard. It's not that long for cooldown. It's actually such an annoying spell to kind of juke around, so a little bit more utility for Kitrak over there. Game still holding steady, 13-7. 5k lead still up for Shopify. Again, we've seen Shopify in this situation as well, right? Where the early game, this time around, not as domineering, especially in the laning phase down bot, but they get this really strong early start. This is around the time where we have to see Shopify capitalize on these advantages, though. Let's see. They're setting up for that tier 1 siege bot. Should again start considering some tier 2s while the Aegis is still up on Yopaj. Yopaj, for his part, has his Blink coming out now as well, and is working towards the Linkens. So at the very least, you're not going to need to worry about the Bane as the counteraction to the Pangolier. When that full Linkens comes out, will still take some time. It is concerning just how much space Monet is allowed to play with. Heck, even JT, and nothing to say. Like, nothing to say. Manta, only about 1,000 gold away, has his shard. They can start considering the stall game here if this drags on. Like, once you have the Manta Zeus with shard, just keep shoving out waves. You can clear out waves as well with JT. You can keep trying to just build up into the game that we know G2IG loves. They love dragging it out. Their power spike really starts at around 35-40 minutes for them.
Absolutely does.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
T2 Tower, a little bit of a sieging going on here from Shopify. G2IG still sitting back. Monet does reveal himself in the mid lane there for a second, but there's going to be no jump from Shopify Rebellion quite yet. They are still just focused on that bottom tier 2 tower. G2IG still huddled around the tier 2 mid, but they're going to go for a 5-man smoke. So they understand they need to get something done. We'll ignore the courier of Yopaj, of course. They'll try and head back towards the Dire Triangle. In fact, never mind the triangle. They're wrapping around the long way through the Radiant jungle. Up through the bottom lane they'll go. Monet, he'll frontline for the team, it seems, because he does have his BKB ready. They'll see Arteezy. RP's out. They caught 2 with that. It's a great start for the side of G2IG, as both Arteezy and Sableye are gone. That's the start you would have loved for G2IG, right? Just, you see Arteezy, you jump in for an RP, and you even get another on top.
Such a confidence play out from JT, just getting that position for the team. No counteraction for the side of Shopify. They were on a little bit for retreat after taking that tier 2. This is also maybe a consequence of giving Yopaj the Aegis instead of Arteezy. Makes it a little bit more awkward for them to fully commit with frontline Luna for the push. And now the side of G2IG, they're still raring to go as a team. They're grouping up top. They don't quite have a smoke on hand, but they could get some freebies if Baboka's on point with his Blink still. Just a little bit too far out, but you can see the confidence in G2IG is playing as a team. They know they have this team fight control. They know they've got this really good spread out damage. They've got 2 great frontline cores in the Troll and in the Magnus. Especially the Troll now with full Sanj and Yasha up, as is typical. It's a lot harder to keep Monet down. And for the side of Shopify, this lead is not growing any bigger, despite their advantages. Right? Like it was peak, what, 5k, 6k, down to 3k now. That's them playing with the Aegis. Aegis gone. About 2 minutes until the respawn. And there is, again, room to grow, especially in this Luna going for the full Conda. And with that Linkens for Yopaj, but you need to play this pickoff game right. Their big AoE control is Arena into Rolling Thunder, and it's not the most reliable. It's not the most consistent, I think is the way to put it, in comparison to like the RP from JT and some of the counterplay options G2IG has, especially in breaking off that roll with grip before the Linken's is up. Well, at least still be able to find a tier 2 here. But again, I don't think G2IG is one of those teams that minds losing their tier 2s. They play for the long con anyway. Doesn't really matter to them.
My sprites are with us.
You kind of question the late game kind of scalability though against the draft of Shopify, or at least I do. Bottom lane, NTS. Caught out once again. Yopaj and Theo Lacour just going to ensure that he has no way out of this scenario, and he is just gone. Nice little pickup here for Arteezy, who just runs in to secure the kill. Ensure G2IG is still just waiting for their own opportunities to open this game up for themselves. Arteezy still top of the net worth board, looking for that Kanda now on the Luna. Monet right behind him on the Troll Wallet, going for that Mjolnir into the Basher. Kanda is just such an annoying timing with that level 20 talent on top.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's
It seems like they might start grouping up top as well. Maybe start looking to push out that top wave as Baboka. You'll find the Lacour, TP away, and he will make it out. Sableye could not get there in time for a cancel.
Radiant's top tower has been denied.
Just a little bit sneaky. Is starting to, again, as you mentioned, set up for that next Roshan, looks like. Starting to clump up around this timing. Getting control top. Good position for Shopify. They already have a good forward ward to set up for this Roshan as well. Right outside of the, around the outpost in the general area there. And a good one to spot smokes here from the top jungle area closer to the tier trees as well. G2IG don't quite have that deep vision. They do have vision down across River South, and they still have one ward up top here as well. See if the smoke lines up for them. It's a big one if they manage to line this into Roshan.
Oh, Yopaj, he'll be the first one to get caught, and immediately they just blow him up. Arena is down. Sableye, though, also caught by Baboka. Oh, they're going to find a 2-for-nothing special. Just big initiations here from Baboka and JT, and consistently pays off. Arteezy? Oh, Arteezy!
Oh, what?
They can't believe what they're seeing. He gets his BKB off, he'll go for a run, he'll try for the TP play out. Do they have a cancel? They do not. They are going to find Theo Lacour on top of that Theo. He will definitely be going down. G2IG going to find a third target for their trouble.
And that was an interesting position for Shopify. Not sure what they were doing there after they lose 2 heroes and just across that area in the bottom area of that jungle. And that does open up Roche control back for G2IG. Sure, you still have this forward vision here from Shopify, but they're not going to be occupying that pit first. That makes it dangerous to take these next few fights. That advantage for Shopify down to just 1k. And Roshan only a few seconds away. They've got the damage here on G2IG once they clump up. See how long they hang around here. It's not going to stick up top too long. There's maybe about a minute window exactly where you have that Roche on Dire's side. They don't instantly go for it. So Shopify actually has a chance to just sneak this one away. Again, they've got the wards defending this Roshan position quite nicely. If they want to force it, they know where G2IG would be hanging around.
Oh, surprisingly, Shopify Rebellion are the first ones into the Roshan pit. G2IG almost feels like a bit of a missed opportunity if they let this go for free. They'll start to move in. In goes Theo Lacour looking for a lasso. He has found one, but the toss-up is there. A nice arena, though, from Sableye, locking 3 of them down. X-Nova, he was forced to buy back. Meanwhile, Baboka also goes, but he can buy back as well if he needs. Meanwhile, Arteezy, though, the RP. JT found 2 of them again. He found Japoy and Arteezy. There goes Sableye on top. Kidrak's the last one left, and he is certainly not getting out either. Monet to take him down. But JT's done it once again, Jonathan. Another 2-man RP. But more importantly, 2 cores in that RP.
Yeah. 2 cores in the RP. The opening for Shopify. Just not the opening salvo that you'd want to have. And I mean, they get this good jump in. It's a decent arena coming out there from Saberlight. The lasso from Teolacor having to go out to X-Nova, though, just doesn't feel great. Right, like they get this big arena, they manage to get the Eclipse on as well, the BKBs fly on, they only really managed to entrap one in that arena, and then it just falls flat. Like, even with Chapoy just allowed to roll, great BKB into RP for JT to get that pinned position. And again, the spread damage is there with Monet. This is a troll with Empower. He can melt your faces when they're stuck in the RP like that.
That was a fight that G2IG took without vision, by the way. It was Shopify Rebellion that had the Observer Ward up at the time. G2IG did not have vision around, and they still managed to make that work quite easily, so well, props to them. I mean, G2IG now 7k ahead of Shopify Rebellion. And you mentioned this earlier, they really cannot afford to drop a game here in this series, Shopify, and well, it was their game to lose, and right now they are losing. But Boca, at least gonna be donating a kill away here to Shopify. Feeling bad for him at the moment.
Yeah, it's something, you know. Boboka the Merciful hands one over, at the very least. I don't know, like, for Shopify, that fight should have been the ideal. Right, like, again, they played around that vision, they set up for that Roche. They smoked out of the pit to get that going as well. Maybe just a bit of a disconnect. Felt like Yopaj wasn't able to capitalize fully on that arena coming out from Saberlight. The BKBs flying on as well. It made it so difficult. Teolacor just wanted to get the last one, the closest target, which was only X-Nova, not any of the cores. So it just kind of falls flat from there. For the side of G2IG, they've got full Lincolns up on JT, so he's going to be protected on the jump in. He doesn't need to worry about the lassos now. He's going to be free to get these RPs going. And again, the scaling for G2IG is there. Like, you questioned a little bit of that scaling coming in here, but I would say they scale a tad bit better than the side of Shopify Rebellion, mainly down to the fact that RP is just such a great scaling spell. Like, you don't care about these BKBs. You have a way of cleaving right through any HP as well with Monet on hand. And for the side of Shopify, the results showed itself in the last fight. Just one BKB on one of these cores to jump out of arena, to not care about the roll, and suddenly you're in big trouble there. For the side of Shopify Rebellion, your only answer is really the lasso, but it's not like Teolacor can just always hunt down for these cores. He has to worry about the grip. He has to worry about these supports in the backline as well.
Absolutely. It's scary times here for Shopify Rebellion, as they are stuck now defending their high ground, because G2IG have started to move up onto that high ground. Teolacor, he is in position, ready to lasso whenever. Obviously does not really want to start with Monet, because Monet does have the Aegis up. I suppose they could hope to lasso, and oh, he was going to try, but he misses out just barely. So they were going to give the lasso on the troll a crack. Does not happen though.
No. Even if you did, I don't know if that works out that great in your favor. The lasso doesn't last too long with a Sanch and Yasha and the stat resist. You might not be able to drag back Monet far enough for it to feel comfy in that position, in comparison to like the repositioning tools that G2IG has with a toss and a skewer back. Just again, a little bit more reliable here from G2IG. Again, you've got this gameplay for the side of G2IG where every creep wave is just going to be shoved in. With the Zeus Ag Shard and the Manta, with all of this AoE clear, they're keeping mid forced in. They're constantly pressuring this tier 3.
Monet, Lasso's out. They're going to try. They've got the troll the first time, though Monet not dead yet, but eventually should go down and does. That is one life. Can they get him a second time? They are waiting to try and initiate again. They'll land a stun. They'll get the Eclipse, but Monet, he's still got the BKB off in time. And that's going to allow him to escape the base. And that was actually thanks to X-Nova, I believe, because he did Nightmare up Saberlight, not allowing the Spear initiation. As now Baboka does go down. But I believe Monet would have actually died had X-Nova not controlled the Mars the whole fight.
Yeah, that was almost a perfect follow-through there from the side of Shopify. Just really great roll follow-up from Yopaj, instantly stunning as the respawn comes out, preventing the instant BKB use, but not having the follow-up spear. Does cut them off a little bit. And the side of Shopify gets at least deny off the Aegis. Hold on. It's, again, a little bit curious G2IG don't opt to clean up these tier 2s first, instead looking for that pressure onto the tier 3s. It does cost them this time around, and it does, again, provide a little bit of room for Shopify to try to catch back in. RTZ, going for the full Satanic, will allow him to trade blows with Monet quite nicely as the game goes on here. Monet, for his part, looking for the full Abyssal to get his own control, especially onto Yopaj while he's rolling around. So just wanting some security there. He does have his shard as well. I feel like that shard on troll is one of those things that you don't really think about in the middle of the fight, but a couple of procs here and there just melts your team if he is trying to chase someone. It is a little bit underappreciated, I want to say, when the troll does manage to get that for free. You do have some security, at least for the side of Shopify now. BKB up on Teal Liqueur, so he is free to just get some safe lassos now without too much concern. I think the big thing for me on the side of G2IG is just these multiple Lincolns. You've got Lincolns on Nothing to Say, you've got Lincolns up on JT. They can cover each other, or they can cover whoever Teal Liqueur decides to jump quite nicely with these counter spells. So even with a BKB, even with some of these accessibility options for Teal Liqueur, it's still not going to be the simplest of times if the side of G2IG are close enough to each other to cover each other's backs with the Lincolns. And I don't see any easy solution. You can try to break it with Force Staff, but if you try to lasso without the Force Staff, it also doesn't feel great for the Bat Rider there.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
They go to the high ground. And through the bottom lane, G2IG go. Satanic just picked up by Arteezy. They are going to retreat and go for a 4-man smoke instead here, G2IG.
Radiant's
Rushing
bottom
towards the
tower
twin
is under
gates, trying to
attack.
head towards the other side of the map. That is where Shopify are currently, so they have got the right idea. Quick Scan does actually catch Saberlight as well, so they are going to run right towards the Mars.
Radiant's
Saberlight,
bottom tower
we'll see
is under
if
attack.
he's got the Spidey senses to TP out. In fact, they've decided to go south instead. E2IG. Again, they did scan successfully, but it seems like they don't believe he's still there. In fact, Saberlight will just get away for free. Nobody's caught by the smoke.
It's a
He's
bit of
still
an opportunity.
feeling
Oh yeah. Just he's keeping that top shoved in. There's always someone that has to respond. Makes it a little bit more awkward to try to reach into that next Roshan respawn, but there is enough time here to repair for G2IG. Shopify for their part now, trying for their own smoke play. Let's see if they find this angle out. They didn't spot that, not under any vision. They didn't smoke in the high ground. They should know Roche is about to respawn, or very close to when that respawn timer should show itself. Might be able to get a nice pick off if Nothing to Say is just in the wrong spot here.
It might just be Nothing to Say. Hanging around the mid lane, we'll send them anti-illusions in. Japoy's gonna have his smoke broken. They'll see Nothing to Say now. They'll try to make the jump, but it's too late. The Zeus is fine. Meanwhile, G2IG only interested in Roshan. Is it gonna be a quick Roshan respawn? It's a minute.
It's not bad. It's still relatively
Not bad.
quick. They just need to hold on to this position. I do love this from Nothing to Say. He's got the full moon chart up, so yeah, you're not going to be shoving in for free with these Zeus illusions now. It's a lot of damage to kind of eat through here for the side of Shopify. Peak performance Zeus online. Let's see if Shopify manages to take this fight into the Roshan pit. And it's kind of do or die. If this Aegis goes the way with G2IG, as long as they play it safely with the Lincoln's coverage they have now, Monet should not be able to find himself in that situation where he is lassoed all the way back on the high ground. Should be able to protect him much better. Shopify are taking a little bit of an awkward flank, a different flank here, clearing out the top lane, and again ensuring that there's some room to wiggle here into the Roche. But they're going to spot that spawn on G2IG. They don't have great defensive coverage. They do have one watching right by the Lotus Pool, but nothing behind them. So again, there's still a little bit of an angle for Shopify if they do get a read on that. It does go fast.
Roshan does roar. But yeah, it's way too quick. They've got to make a choice as well. They could have pushed in the mid-tier 3 tower instead of trying to go for the Roshan pit, but Shopify reacting a little bit too slowly that time around. We'll end up paying for it with a free Roshan the way of G2IG now. That had an Ag's Blessing as well that Monet's now picked up. So Monet becomes infinitely harder to kill with all the dispels he has available. And this could be problematic now, I think, for Shopify Rebellion, though. Things are already going pretty well for G2IG as it was. Now it's going to feel kind of impossible to fight.
And it does. 18 to 18, 9k up for G2IG. Again, their scaling's just fully online. Shopify have to be able to try to isolate out these heroes. They really have to play off the back of Teal Liqueur, getting some good lassos off, and it's just not an easy game to do so. I don't think your opener of Arena Spear with Rolling Thunder is enough at this point. Like, it just leads you into this position where RP is going to be an issue if you clump up in that area, even though it's your own arena. The grip's always a threat as well. It doesn't get any easier for Shopify. Again, this almost feels like one of their games yesterday. They have this really good first 20 minutes, first 25, but they don't manage to capitalize. They don't manage to make progress onto the high ground. They don't manage to secure Aegis. And it just gets relatively tough. Like, they secured it first, but it's on Yopaj instead of Arteezy. So, again, just not the position where you can put your Luna up front to push. Last tier 2 tower for Shopify just being melted away by Monet. Shopify, and they've got to play high ground defense now. It's down to this lasso. It's down to Teal Liqueur. And whether or not G2IG can get those Lincolns flying onto Monet or someone before that lasso can come in.
See what they can do. G2IG. Monet jumps there. They've got the spear out. They've already caught the troll. But they are hesitant to go in. In fact, never mind. Don't go. That's one life gone. No Aegis available now. No buyback either on Monet, mind you. He's short on gold right now, so if he dies... Oh, JT! He's got an RP off, but he only found one. In fact, it's going to be a two-man skewer anyway. Theo Liqueur and Kirak both are gone, but they will buy back immediately. So the rush is on now to see if they can find somebody from the side of G2IG. They'll start with nothing to say, but he's going to pop his BKB and try to man up and fight back against Yopaj. Because they will continue to run. X-Nova may be the only one left behind, but they will be pretty happy if it's just him. Meanwhile, JT looking for an RP. He does find a second. He has found another RP out. Can they deal with anyone though? Theo Liqueur, the one to die back. Still trying onto Monet, but Monet's man fighting Arteezy now. Arteezy's gonna run. Monet's on the chase with the battle trance. He's found the Luna, and Arteezy looks like he is set to fall. So he's gonna go for the fight again, but it will not work.
No buyback.
And he's got no buyback. He bought out the Eye of Skadi. Arteezy does not have buyback gold, Jonathan. That is very bad news. It probably wouldn't have mattered anyway, to be fair, but...
Yeah, it's just gonna get ripped apart. This high ground does not last long. With an empowered up troll, like, everything will just melt. They're gonna go for what seems to be the Megas first before fully committing. But you've got a clear condition now for G2IG. 19 to 25, 24k lead off the back of that fight. Beautiful RPs coming out there from JT with a refresh. And they just kite out. Again, once Arena and once Roll is expended, even with these buybacks, it just doesn't do much. They needed that big lasso to work out, and the one lasso they did get didn't even drag Monet far back enough.
Sableye just jumped in. Yopaj, he's going to try and slow this down as well, but the Phoenix Grip is going to lock him through the Rolling Thunder, and nothing to say. He's just doing so much damage, and they'll call it. GG is called. Shopify Rebellion, they will drop game number 1 against G2IG, and that makes it very, very hard for them to try and get to the playoffs now. But for G2IG, obviously going to be sitting there pretty happy. And you know, this really did feel like Shopify's game to lose, John. I mean, it felt like they were in complete control for the first, say, 25-30 minutes. But eventually G2IG just confidence in their late game, and they make it work.
That they do. The side of Shopify, again, they have this really strong start for the first 25 minutes, but G2IG just hug the bottom area. They farm where they've still got control. They get that build up, and the side of Shopify just didn't manage to capitalize. First Aegis going to Yopaj didn't help the cause. Couldn't safely frontline with Luna for the push. They didn't manage to utilize that first secondary life. And G2IG, again, they knew they had the scaling. They had all these options to counterplay. They went for a lot of Lincoln Spheres on hand to protect from the lasso. And it did feel like it boiled down to how well could Teal Liqueur hope to isolate some of these heroes. Like, this is the fight where it felt like they should have been able to maybe get more. And get that first lasso, they managed to lock in that life, but it's only one life, and it doesn't drag back Monet at all. Like, he's still close by his team, he's still able to bail out. And that was a do-or-die moment there for the side of Shopify Rebellion, and it just doesn't pan out the way they'd want. The side of G2IG just outplaying them. JT again on the Magnus, delivering the goods every single time, setting up for his team, and just everyone in G2IG performing spectacularly well as a unit here.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, JT, I think, of course, is the man that we can continuously say kind of just made this game happen. The G2IGs, the RPs, the patience was just perfect here from the mag, and I mean, the amount of times he caught a couple calls in those RPs is just non-stop. It felt like as well. Of course, we are going to have to head off to a break, but right after that break, we'll be back with game number 2 between Shopify Rebellion and G2IG. We'll see you soon.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
when I'm here with you. You know I'm fine, you know I'm crazy about you. Oh baby, you know that my love is true. You know I smile when I look at you. I need your love every day. I need your love, hear me when I say I need your love every day. Come on, give me your love, give me your love.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to ESL 1 Birmingham group stages here for 2024. Of course, it is MLP Dota and John Expired. Jonathan, we are here for G2IG versus Shopify Rebellion, but sadly, Shopify Rebellion has now officially been kicked out of the group stages, as apparently even during the break, my camera does not want to focus. Hello, Mr. Cameron. There we go.
Yeah, there it is.
Happy days.
Yeah, as mentioned, as we were talking about in the pregame a while ago, they needed a 2-0 to kind of move on. So any loss would just mathematically remove them. Unfortunately now, yeah, the Shopify is out. This is more on G2IG now, whether or not they can get a clean 2-0 to drag them up, because there's a couple of possibilities. If Liquid ends up drawing up against BetBoom, then there's still, I don't think there's tiebreakers when they draw, but if it's a 2-0 for BetBoom and a 2-0 for G2IG, they instantly get into the upper bracket start. It doesn't matter what Talon or... it does matter if Talons and Falcons, if that's a 2-0 for Falcons end, then there's a tie for that upper bracket slot, but it's more about bonuses now for G2IG, so it's on them. The series was always more important to Shopify than it is for G2IG, but it's still important to get that upper bracket start, to get that safety net here for G2IG now. And for Shopify, I guess it's to go out with a bang, I suppose, at this point, if they can kind of bring it out for the roster. They did skip out a couple of third-party tournaments before this. Maybe some of that lack of play kind of showing up here for the side of Shopify Rebellion in terms of just getting into the groove a little bit faster in comparison to some of these other teams who just played back-to-back tournaments from other third parties. So I don't know, like it's a rather anticlimactic for Shopify, but those were the stakes coming in. It had to be a 2-0. Any single game dropped and it's just gone.
Indeed, it was the case, and G2IG obviously just proving to be the better team, at least for that game 1. And now comes the sad part, right? Because you've got game 2 that Shopify Rebellion have to play out, whether they like it or not, for the sake of standings. And well, we'll see what happens. I mean, you know you've already been kicked out, so maybe it's time to kind of meme it up a little bit, have a bit of fun before you do inevitably have to, take a plane ride home, sadly. We'll see if they want to have a bit of fun or whether they're going to take it ultra seriously for that final game. Obviously, the boys probably have a lot of talking to do about what went wrong here at ESL 1 Birmingham. Hopefully, though, at least maybe they could just stick around, be part of the crowd. The crowd, obviously, Birmingham tends to be pretty damn hype, so perhaps just stick around for the crowd experience.
Yeah, perhaps. You know how some of these players are, Mike. Some of them want to go back, reset ASAP. We've talked to a few of these players before. Yeah. They have their own wants and needs. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they don't.
As soon as they get kicked out, they want to leave. Like they are done. The event is the enemy. Anyway, what can you do? It happens. We'll be heading into a draft rather soon and see how game number 2 does go. I mean, it appears that the lobby's not going to work out this time, so we might need to reset. But we'll be back very, very soon. What do you think went wrong for game 1? John? You want to kind of go over it while we have a minute? What do you think Shopify Rebellion did wrong in that game 1? Because I think even Liquid, we spoke to Mickey, right, in after a Liquid vs Shopify Rebellion series, and even he said we knew they were going to win the laning stage. but after the laning stage, we knew we had him. That's basically what he said. And that seems to be the problem in every game we've watched so far. They win the laning stage every time, but then it's after that, it all falls apart.
Yeah, it's been a struggle. Again, the first 20 minutes felt really good for the side of Shopify Rebellion. Outside of the bot lane, where Baboka and JT were playing with that toss-back skewer really well, but beyond that, it did feel relatively stable for Shopify. They play around these early spikes, they get the first Roshan, and then they give it to Yopaj instead of Arteezy, so you can't frontline with Luna for the push. They get caught out by that movement as well, and they get punished heavily. So I don't know what it is in Shopify Rebellion. I don't know if it's a playstyle issue. Maybe it's just that transitory period, translating this early game advantage into more gains as the game goes on. It just feels lacking in that department. We'll see if they can correct here in the middle of the series. Maybe again go out with a bang, make it maybe harder for G2IG to feasibly find an upper bracket start depending on other results as well. We shall see, as we do have the draft on hand. You see G2IG banning out the Chen, Kunkka, and Disruptor. Shopify for their part taking care of the Ion Razor as well. I'm wondering if they'll allow it through something like the Magnus for GT. It does feel like up against G2IG, there's a lot of things to ban out. Like there's the Magnus, you have to worry about stuff like the techies. I don't know if the Sniper really warrants a ban, but there you go. JT Magnus taken out of the picture at least. And back to the Pangolier.
Even in the final game, huh? Just no fun for Yopaj. No matter what, you're playing this damn Pango again. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't like it. I think Japoy did his absolute best last game. I mean, he was popping off. What was he, like 4-0 at some stage? And just, yeah, I mean, of course, G2IG will just pick up the Bane every single time. This is a similar thing to what we saw in the previous iteration of Shopify Rebellion, I want to say, Jonathan. It always feels like the mid lane is the one kind of getting scrapped. Is it not?
That it does.
I'm trying to say this as nicely as possible.
I know. And it comes back to the drafting philosophy of they feel like this hero is strong in mid, and they don't, like the mid player doesn't mind, they will go back to it because it's a safe opener every time. That's what we heard from the former mid player, Mr. Abed, and that's what we've heard from conversations.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, if you knew you were going to pick Pango, you might as well have taken care of the Bane. We saw Yopaj, he didn't really struggle too much early on, but he did have to deviate for Lincolns. They had to prioritize catching this Bane out with a lasso instead of anyone else in some of these bigger engagements just to ensure the grip would come on in all of these fights. I don't know. They banned the techies and tiny, so at the very least you don't have, again, you banned out the Magnus as well. You don't have all of these shenanigans on the off lane for G2IG, but Zeus is still an option for the mid lane matchup. God help us, Sniper is an option if they wanted to kind of go there for G2IG. They can afford to kind of look for fun in this game now, as they said. Once it hits 1R, they're starting to have fun, so they can actually look to have fun. That wasn't fun last game. That's like 40, 45 minutes, maybe 50. That wasn't fun for them yet. They can look to have fun now, Mike.
No, they certainly can. See if they do want to have that fun. We're going to have to wait for one more ban to come from G2IG before we can continue with the drafts. Here we go. Okay, thank you for the cameras as well. The player cams are back here. Very good to see. See the Ench being removed. G2IG, they'll have their first, second pick to make. Obviously, the faces of Shopify Rebellion not too happy at the moment, as you would kind of expect. G2IG look even sadder for some reason. JT looks distraught here. So JT, relax, brother. You're going to the playoffs.
They didn't get to play Dota, Mike. They're sad because they didn't get to play Dota. It didn't go long enough. They do get the Timbersaw out for G2IG. We know how well JT can kind of go wild on that hero as well. So I like seeing that coming out here for G2IG. Can rip apart the Timbersaw if you manage to catch him off guard without the roll. Feels pretty good overall. Wondering what they'd want for Baboka to kind of pair up with the Timb. I suppose Rubik's an option for G2IG if they wanted that. We'll see what the choices down the line. Shopify, they've got to make those choices first.
Shopify Rebellion's turn.
I'll go with the Oracle. And it has been a pretty strong support to have on hand. You have some good saves now for the grip. So you can kind of ensure that Yopaj will get his rolls off no matter what. Only held back for maybe a fraction of a second if you're quick here on that Oracle. And
10 seconds.
should be able to, start to play around the roles a little bit better.
It's
I love the faces that are just frozen in time. Like, look at Artur. He looks like a happy man there.
yeah.
Now I have to see your sorry face.
Yeah, I know. It is what it is, Joe. The clockwork now coming up from Shopify. But you know what? Everyone's having fun with the mid lane here for Shopify. We got an Oracle, we got a clockwork, things are happening. You know? G2IG, what are you picking up?
Sniper? No, Sniper's terrible here with Pangolier
Don't
and
say
Clockwork.
that.
Don't do it. Don't do it, G2IG. You're not completely insane. A Rubik would be fine. I think Oracle spells are already highly useful to have here. Baboku Rubik would be a treat to have on hand. Rubik Timbersaw lane is also pretty strong. Self setup with left back. Really hard to trade with in lane, so wouldn't mind that too much for G2IG if they wanted that. We'll see. They have a lot of options. I'm curious about the Clockwork. It's not a support we see too often. It does give you some good scouting here. Wondering what they lane with it for Saberlight. Assumedly pause 4 clock. I suppose you can kind of switch it around with Teal'c and Kitrak, but it does feel like Teo should be playing the clock here.
Dire team pick.
We'll go to Weaver first on G2IG, which is really happy into the Clockwork lane. You don't mind that at all. You don't have the best hard lockdown from the side of Shopify Rebellion either, so the Weaver is going to be pretty safe to just run in and out, get that farm up. I love the timings of the Weaver as well. Normally we see like Falcon Blade into Javelin, then you're joining in the shove in mid. And to go with a stable DK as well for G2IG, so Dragonite versus Pangolier lane, also not too remarkable. Very stable in farm here for nothing to say. You shouldn't be losing out too hard to Yopaj. I'm curious, what are you chugging right there, Mike? What flavor was that of Monster?
It's Ultra Rosa. Thank you for asking, Jonathan. I promise this isn't we're not trying to sell out, but I appreciate you asking, John. What is it with you and sponsors? There's something with you. You just love. Enigma comes out. Look at that, Jonathan. The fun continues here from Shopify Rebellion. He's currently 4-0 apparently with this Enigma.
Yeah, it's been doing well. We've seen this be again high priority in some of the third-party tournaments and a few of the past qualifiers. Has done pretty good work. Enigma Clockwork lane is stable. It has some rundown potential. I don't know if you can really isolate this Weaver every single time. It's a lot harder to pin him down, but I suppose Malefice can kind of aid with that. It does leave a really strong Rubik pickup for G2IG, but I'm wondering if Shopify Rebellion are banning out this Gyro in expectations that it's like an X-Nova support, or are they expecting something like the Weaver support to be coming out here? So a rather interesting ban from the side of Shopify. G2IG will have to, well, they have last pick overall. Shopify will have to show their hands a little bit earlier. You are right, though. Like, everyone in Shopify is playing something entirely different from what we've been seeing them this entire tournament, except for Yopa.
5 seconds remaining.
Pango's the new Storm, I guess. That could be a show.
I mean, it really is, isn't it? That's literally what I thought these past couple of days. I'm like, oh, so this is the new Storm. This is what we're having every first pick, huh? It just bothers me because you and I know how great Yopaj is. When we've seen him carry so many games on his back every single time, and it bothers me seeing him playing these heroes that he can't carry the game on. You know, Pango's good, but it won't carry the game. That's how I feel. I mean, he basically was carrying the game last game up until he wasn't.
Yeah, it's. I know. It does look like Shopify's expecting this to maybe be a support Weaver on hand as well. So they are banning more cores for Monet. They've left a lot of the big options. Faces Void still there. Luna's still there. The Troll from the last game is still there. Lifestealer's still in the pool as well, though. Maybe not the best. You do have some vehicles in like the Weaver support if it rushes up, or even the Timbersaw, but doesn't feel necessary almost. They will pick up the Muerta on Shopify's end. So we do see the core Muerta safely, in which it does feel like we haven't seen as often nowadays. It is a great solution for Timbersaw and for DK with that ultimate. You've got magic damage to just naturally deal with such high armor. Your scaling's pretty alright. I'm wondering how it goes in lane. It does feel like Timbersaw should be able to do a little bit more, but the fear and the calling is pretty annoying for the Timbersaw. But normally you go like 2-3-0 anyway if you can afford to do that here. As long as you don't get clipped by the spirits and the calling, you're still pretty happy as the Timbersaw to bail out there. Let's go with the Naga Siren on G2IG. I like that. I think it's all right. As you mentioned in the last draft, right? Some of these illusion heroes have been coming back. Naga can flash farm really fast if Monet is taking it. There's still some flux. Okay, it's a Monet. Naga, it does pretty fine up against the Enigma lane. You can clear out the Eidolons with a Riptide. You've got the Song to cancel Black Hole earlier on until the BKB's up. From a relatively safe position as well. You've got the Fiend's Grip to kind of take care of that as well. Even with the BKB, once you have 8 Relents, you're in a safe position for X-Nova. It doesn't feel like the threat from Shopify Rebellion is big enough. I do feel like their tempo is really good, especially with like the Clockwork 4. Like there is some early timings that you can play around. I'm wondering if Teal Liqueur will go for like a Veil build-up, kind of try to play greedier, or if he's going to try to just gun for the usual Urn Spirit Vessel on the Clockwork and try to connect with Yopaj as much as possible. Because the initiation on Shopify does look really strong. Right? You've got the hook shot in, you've got the follow-up from the Oracle flying out onto the Clockwork for more control, then you've got Yopaj coming on top. There's enough illusion clear with some AoE damage from Yopaj to kind of help deal with Monet early on until he gets some durability items up. So that is somewhat manageable, but I do prefer G2IG's draft. I just feel like the tempo that this lineup has with this draft is really strong. There's a lot of sustain later on. Like Monet getting a free shards with a Song healing is big. You've got Baboka who could work onto the Ags later on. Yeah, so any of this instant control burst might not pan out. You've got 2 really strong front lines that outside of Muerta coming into her ultimate doesn't really care too much about your damage output here from the side of Shopify Rebellion. And they can kind of play around this push tempo really well. So I like what I'm seeing on G2IG. I think for Shopify, again, the early game shouldn't be too bad. It's just about trying to scale up. And as the game scales on, I mean, your Muerta still has presence up against the Naga. It just, I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. I think that's the big question I have here for Shopify. Like, it almost feels like I'm expecting the same thing to happen that we've seen from them in their Liquid series and in the last game, where the first 20 to 25 minutes are great, and then G2IG just come out guns blazing and just rips everything apart.
It's kind of the thing as well, right? Like G2IG are really the only ones left playing for something here. I mean, Shopify Rebellion are just playing for their pride at this point. G2IG, they are still playing for you know, their score and their standing in Group A, so 2-0 victory would certainly be the way they would like to go out today. If they can here on the dire end of things. By the way, update, the reason why the game hasn't started yet is we did have a couple disconnections throughout the draft, but it looks like the game is officially coming underway. So we should be able to throw to that very, very soon. And unfortunately not is what I'm hearing. Never mind. And indeed we are paused. So we are still here, Jonathan. Welcome back.
We've got the Master Admin Dougie saying, keep the game paused while we diagnose network issues. So you're stuck with our ugly mugs here for a while. You know, we haven't had some of these moments in a while, Mikey. How you've been? You know, you've been a busy man. You've had a child. How is that like?
It's interesting, you know. I watch children's shows now. That's all I do. I watch. You wouldn't know any of them. Miss Rachel is out there. The Wiggles, a fantastic group, Jonathan.
The Wiggles. Okay.
I mean, not the new Wiggles. The new Wiggles suck, I must say. There's a new iteration of the Wiggles. They're honestly horrible. Terrible. It's hard to watch, honestly. But yeah, some of the other ones are pretty good. Miss Rachel's pretty good. Bounce Patrol is pretty good, Jonathan. I swear to God, I'm just singing these songs in my head 24/7 now. That's my life. Yeah. I mean, it's funny coming from you though. You talk so much garbage when we're just walking and on breaks ourselves. I'm surprised you're complaining about me making sounds, Jonathan. You start talking about the weirdest of things. Apparently, we can't even hear John on stream, which is concerning. So nobody cares what you just had to say, John. But I heard you. I heard you, John. And it turns out we do have to throw to a break. We are trying to resolve some issues, so do not go anywhere. We'll be right back after the issues are resolved, and we'll have Game 2 between Shopify Rebellion and G2IG. We'll see you soon.
Waiting for the morning, silent night. I'm feeling your heartbeat when we hold on tight. I only wanna feel you, wanna make it right. I'm looking for answers and I don't know why we fight. Can we talk about it for a while? Stay a little, stay a little, stay a little, stay a little longer. Let's just try. Can we talk about it for a while? Stay a little, stay a little, stay a little, stay a little longer, baby, now. If only you could read me, read my thoughts. You see that I care for you, you're all I've got. If only I could heal you, your wounded heart. I wanna believe that we should never be apart. Can we talk about it for a while? Can we talk about it? Stay a little, stay a little, stay a little, stay a little longer. Let's just try. Can we talk about it for a while? Oh. Stay a little, stay a little, stay a little, stay a little longer, baby, now. Waiting for the morning, silent night. I'm feeling your heartbeat when we hold on tight. I only wanna feel you, wanna make it right. I'm looking for answers and I don't know why we fight. Can we talk about it for a while? Stay a little, stay a little, stay a little, stay a little longer. Let's just try. Can we talk about it for a while? Stay a little, stay a little, stay a little, stay a little longer, baby, now. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Can we talk about it for a while? Stay a little, stay a little, stay a little, stay a little longer. Let's just try. Can we talk about it for a while? Stay a little, stay a little, stay a little, stay a little longer, baby, now.
When you told me that's how you felt inside, did you mean it or were you just messing with my mind? When you told me that's how you felt, did you mean it or way deep inside yourself now? Your lips I'm kissing on the white cliffs of Dover. See my heels and now my head has fallen over them. And well, I know she's rarer than a four-leaf clover, and she's mine and I'm hers. Now I'm sitting here in deepest contemplation about how you came into my world, about the fact that we would never really date. You very quickly became my girl. Your lips I'm kissing on the white cliffs of Dover. See my heels and now my head has fallen over them. And all I know she's rarer than a four-leaf clover, and she's mine. We learned this on each side up. We learned this
so wrong, wishing I could let it go, but I've been losing my I've been losing my I know we can work it out. Tell me what's the harm. Let me spell it out loud. I want you to stay. Feel so right, feel so wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but I've been losing my I've been losing my feel so right, feel so wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but feel so right, it can't be wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but I've been losing my I've been losing my
Everyone gets their chance in life. Take it or leave it. To go to the edge and still survive. If you ride that laser beam, it's a light that brings your dream alive. I'm having a feel-good day, and it's all on the bright side. It's starting to go my way, from a crawl to a joyride. Though I don't know why, I could jump the fire and dance a wild ballet. Cover the raindrops in your eyes. Seeing is believing. Let every heartbeat energize. Never mind that thundercloud. There's a time to shout aloud and cry. I'm having a feel-good day, and it's all on the bright side. It's starting to go my way, from a crawl to a joyride. Though I don't know why, I could jump the fire and dance a wild ballet. Just enough, shake the blues off. Now we're changing, it's all on the bright side. Life is better when we're better. Rearranging, I crawl to a joyride. Just I'm having a feel-good day. Now we're changing, it's all on the bright side. Life is starting to go my way. So go my way. I'm having a feel-good day.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are just about to get this game number 2 back underway here between Shopify Rebellion and G2IG. Jonathan, we've been having a bit of an extended break, but it appears the network issues are somewhat resolved, though not 100% clearly, as we have not started the game yet. But how the hell are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Oh,
I'm just having a laugh because. Okay, for context, guys, we're still in the game, right? And we're seeing a bunch of unpauses and pause backs. So there's some all chat flying around. There's some reasons question mark from the players. We're still waiting for the game to make sure that this issue doesn't happen again. So you and I, Mike, we're just chilling.
Some common sense conversations going on here, Jonathan.
There's
Arteezy's
some
asking
there,
questions.
which is nice, but realistically, is Shopify really in a rush to play this game? I don't know.
Oh, John, come
when
they're not in a rush to play the game. I think they're in a rush to finish or end the game. Is I think what Arteezy's trying to say here.
That is a fair point. That is a fair point. Still, we are going to be waiting for that unpause, and it should be interesting to see if G2IG again can kind of secure this one and move on. Maybe even depending on the outcome of the other series, secure themselves a spot in an upper bracket start, depending again on what series ends up in draws here. So a lot in line for G2IG for sure, and that was always the case since they won game 1. For Shopify, it was do or die. Had to be a 2-0, but that's the story. And we still have a couple of connection issues. Regale me again, Mike, with your reviews of children's shows, please. We stopped mid-conversation there. I'm still curious.
I don't know if people actually want to hear my reviews on children's shows, John, but I have been watching a lot of them. I was talking to you about the Pizza Party song that my child really enjoys. Wiggles are horrible right now. I've kind of reiterated that a couple times. I don't want to get too into it, Jonathan, because I might get actually very heated, because I was a big Wiggles fan when I was a kid, but it's not so much anymore, let me tell you. Pretty bad.
Very fascinating. Do you intend to start her on your namesake? Your namesake show?
No, John, she's not going to be watching that stupid...
But when she finds out your username, when she's old enough to, when she can read...
She's never gonna.
She'll like.
She's never.
Daddy, did you name yourself after this? And what are you gonna say? You're gonna tell her, no, I named myself Michael Phoenix, like a very smart person would, and decided it's MLP Dota is the way to go forward.
Just shut up. What could I do? It's not even my real name. That's the worst part. More questions being asked here in the lobby. People are very upset. The players are not happy whatsoever. Jonathan, they're asking a lot of questions that cannot be answered.
No. And yeah, no, we've got a couple of issues stuck there. It is what it is, at the very least. I guess it's not Southeast Asia. There's always that as a positive note. If we're not stuck in the middle of a typhoon and waiting for the weather to pass before continuing our game. So this theoretically is a fixable issue. What's been the joy in child rearing for you, Mike? Huh? I'm curious. We've got time. I have nothing else to talk about. I'm tired of your face, so I might as well get talking.
I thought when we were going to start working, I thought finally I'm going to be away from this whole dad thing for a little bit. I'm going to go back to feeling young again. And here we are. We're talking about me being a dad all over again. I don't know, John. It's been fun, Being someone that loves you unconditionally is not something I'm used to. The child loves me unconditionally, Jonathan. Unlike my wife and everybody else around me. It feels very... It's very special, I want to say. If you haven't had a kid yet, go have a kid. Someone's gonna love you. It feels nice.
I love you unconditionally, Mike. What do you want?
No, you don't.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
No, you don't.
What do you mean?
If I suddenly was unable to speak tomorrow, would you still be casting with me, Jonathan, or would you head off to the next hot play-by-play caster out there?
No, I'd probably just stop working.
Oh.
I'll just stream with Cuckoo. I'll be casting with the boys, talking crap to me and putting words in my mouth. You know what they did? Okay, I don't know if you watch those streams. Do you know what they did to me? They made me say, they made me imply that Palos is a bad carry. They made me theoretically crap talk a lot of the players in the qualifier. So it's like they're trapping me in that way. Oh, you're saying this? Like, I gotta ride the train.
Well, here we go.
That's the quality we'd get.
The games are done.
All right.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Don't have to listen to us rambling on about having kids and loving unconditionally. Who needs love, Mike? You have Dota 2. You don't need
Well, I
it.
didn't before the kid came along, and now I do. You know? I was happy being unloved before.
Then how do you segue that into Dota 2 now? You just refuted my point. What's wrong with
Because I love Dota 2, Jonathan. Dota 2 will always love me. You know? Is that a good segue? No, it is what it is.
That's
whatever. Moving on. Game number 2. Shopify Rebellion, they've got nothing to play for. G2IG, they've got everything to play for. And by everything, I mean standings.
Yeah. And to be fair, the difference between a potential upper bracket start and lower bracket start is massive. So this is actually a really big one for G2IG. Let's see how this pause has affected the teams. At the very least, the pause was right off the draft. So, you know, we're not stuck in the middle of a 40-minute game and suddenly needing a pause that long and then having to reset. It's always the one where it gets a little bit dicey post-pause, but this one should be perfectly fine. I'm sure everyone remembers what here they're playing. You know, we're not going too crazy here just yet.
Not yet. Oh, X-Nova will get a nice little idle on for his trouble. We are going to get the bounty runes going. It's going to be a 3-for-1 trade in the favor of Shopify Rebellion. I think Thea's Core going to go for a bit of a run. X-Nova chasing him down, but ultimately can't do too much about the clockwork. In this lane, I mean, we're already at the top lane, so we may as well talk about it. It's quite interesting, right? Like the Enigma clockwork against the Bane Naga. Should be a pretty boring lane, but there is still some kill potential with the clock, I suppose.
That there is, if you do manage to chase down. The big spike is when you do have that value point in Malefice from Saberlight. It is a little bit harder to maximize battery assault. The clockwork does not feel great when you've got all these Naga illusions on hand. They will cop a few of those hits. Every single tick is important to start to soften up his targets. So it's not as strong of a start for Teal Core. Again, if you can isolate X-Nova at the least, he is a much easier target to gun down. And see if that opportunity presents itself. Teal Core doesn't start off with boots. He's going to have to work his way into that point to get that chase. And at the very least, you also have the Eidolons that can kind of just whittle away at X-Nova when it comes up. And Monet, once he has Riptide, should be able to clear out if you're not careful with your micro, but knowing Saberlight, he's a prolific micro player, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue. We'll see. As that lane develops, can take a look elsewhere. Down mid, Yopaj and Nothing Say already poking quite hard at each other here. Yopaj on that Pango up against Nothing Say on the DK. It should be a really stable lane for both sides. Nothing Say should just be able to farm up, so should Yopaj. I don't see this one kind of leaning either or. Rune control is a bigger factor for Yopaj than it is for Nothing to Say. So I should expect some movement out from Shopify to kind of guarantee that, but it's not going to impact Nothing to Say as much at all, if at all. It's really just down to this level 6 timing. If Nothing to Say controls the creep wave well enough, gets his denies that DK tends to do, once he has the value point in Dragon Tail, if he wants to gun for that, it should be easy to just clear out the range creep, get that level advantage, start to shove in. There's not much a Pango can really do to stop that once the 6 is up.
No. Of course, that bottom lane as well. You're going to have JT and Baboka against Kitrak and Arteezy. For now, pretty easy lane for Arteezy by the looks of it. Just having a pretty good old time down at the bottom lane. Nice CS here on the Muerta. Not really too much they can do about it. Interesting as well, like the Naga Siren pick against the Muerta seems really nice as well, because you can kind of just pop the song as she pierces the veil. You know, so it's like the pierce the veil, you might just kind of waste the whole duration with the song if you really want to. And it just makes the hero feel kind of useless afterwards.
Yeah, it does make the BKB necessary for Arteezy, and even with the BKB, him isolated up against a whole bunch of heroes by himself in the song does not sound like a fun prospect for Muerta. Oh.
Nice first blood being drawn here by Saberlight. Thea Core was able to set that one up for him, and of course with that many Eidolons and the Bane trapped in the cogs, it was a fairly easy kill here for Saberlight to secure. So already off to a fantastic start up at that top lane is Shopify Rebellion. And looks like Saberlight will be going for the urn build-up on the Enigma, so nothing too crazy.
Yeah, looking for early activity. I was maybe expecting perhaps the Dominator, just in line with what we tend to see from Saberlight, but he is going for a Tranquils into the Urn. So does want a little bit more early presence, want to play with his team, understands how much they can do with just the Midnight Pulse and the Cogs. There is a lot of output there. Do isolate he'll look forward just a little bit with a value point in the Ensnare. And a nice chip damage done from Monet. And with that Ensnare up, it does get a little bit harder to gap close. You don't quite have the Nightmare up just yet on Xnova. He does have it up, but the cooldown at level 1 is pretty massive. So there are still opportunities for Tilakor to try to isolate Xnova. But again, as long as they kind of stay clumped up here on G2IG, that kill threat shouldn't be lining up. I think going back to your point about this Muerta, it does feel like the idea behind Muerta is to just rip through the DK and the Termisaw, right? Like, even though you have to worry about the song, you have to worry about all that counterplay, your damage will rip through these high armor heroes quite nicely. They do isolate Baboka here.
A very nice pickup from Shopify Rebellion. The Kirak may be traded though, as JT should have his way with him and does. JT able to trade quite nicely here on the supports. In fact, Arteezy not out of the woods yet either. JT still going for the chase, does have another chains available and will continue chasing Arteezy. Arteezy now really in dire straits. He just has nowhere to go. He'll try to run again, but Baboka now has joined in and they've secured the kill. Good thinking from JT. He recognizes the weakness of the Muerta, just jumps right underneath that tier 1 tower, and there's just nothing that Arteezy could have done about it.
And that's a massive economic blow from Baboka as well, right after planting the sentry, right in between the 2 sentries Shopify set up for. So just instantly losing any way to control down Baboka off the back of that cheeky little play and trying to keep him pinned down with Fortune's End. JT doesn't even feel the pressure. No value point in reactive, going for the full burst. Baboka again caught out, but without the sentry, the follow-through is not going to be as easy to find. And G2IG again playing off the back of these early spikes down bot quite nicely here. Still going.
Arteezy not feeling too safe right now. Xnova also going to show up, but they do TP in Thea Lacour. So 3 versus 3 down to this bottom lane. They are going to go for a bit of a chase onto JT. JT just happily going to take the boundary rune away and just continue to run. Thea Lacour, though, still on the chase, looking to get some damage off with the battery assault, but I highly doubt they'll even get close to killing off JT. They are wasting a lot of time for the Timber. In fact, now the turnaround is here. Kidrak will get jumped. Xnova shows up and so does Nothing to Say. Thea Lacour is going to be the target that they want to try and take down, and it seems as though they should have their way with him. Theo still healing up just a little bit, but not for long. He will go down to Xnova.
It's a ton of space being bought out by both sides. I do believe this is maybe a bit of a net benefit for the side of Shopify. Less pressure coming out onto Arteezy. You've got free room right now for Saberlight to just abuse these Eidolons, get that farm going up top. Already level 5 into 6 fairly soon. Rune control does come out for Yopaj though, so he does at least get the first taste in the bottle refill. And that does eat into that time where Nothing to Say could just freely shove onto the tier 1. Still trying to do so from the last bit of that Elder Dragon form, but not going to be long enough to really get that full push and full threat that he'd want to. It's still doing a great job of just holding Yopaj back as well. Gonna force a little bit more top-ups onto him. And you are getting some aggressive movement from G2IG. Good wards to watch the triangle. They've got wards watching pretty much across their 2 jungles as well, on the triangle and up top. So they've got coverage for any sort of aggression the side of Shopify will want to try to bring out. Nothing to Say though.
They're trying in mid. Xnova is around to try and help out. He'll get a Nightmare onto Saberlight, though Saberlight with the Black Hole will catch 2 of them now. In fact, they've even got a 3rd with Baboka running in. Nothing to Say still alive, however, finally will go down. But it does cost them Yopaj in the end. Still a pretty decent trade going on here for Shopify Rebellion, finding 2. In fact, they may have even found a 3rd. Thea Lacour will cogs up Baboka. In fact, it is going to be a fantastic engagement for Shopify Rebellion as they do find a 3-for-1.
I like seeing that from Shopify. They hit this early level 6 spike on Saberlight. He's got the urn ready to go. They show up. Good use of just taking away the Nightmare. Not going to be a very stable way of just preventing the chase here from Xnova with all these Eidolons. They can kind of just rip it away. They even get the next piece of rune control as well, an arcane rune for Yopaj to pick up, and that siege onto mid with the Eidolon army. It doesn't take too long to find that objective. So the map opening up early for Shopify Rebellion. playing around, again, this strong early game that they've always built for themselves across all of the matches we've seen. Have a stable foundation now to keep that invasion going. However, again, G2IG have set up for those invasions. Top ward just watching, bot triangle ward just watching any incursions, just to try to get some space out. Monet catches the Core out.
Certainly does.
Not going to be able to keep the chase.
Yeah, he's alright. Bottom lane. Arteezy. The chase is on. Hard to see Arteezy getting out of this. He's completely surrounded and there's no TPC incoming. Though G2IG seem a little bit afraid that they might be coming eventually. Now realizing they are not though, Arteezy will get jumped again, though he does get the Pierce the Veil off. Will make it out for now, though just barely, as here comes Kirak to heal him up. JT's still looking for a way back in, however, and does throw the Chakram out, but will not dive the tier 1 tower. The Core in the meantime, going to find Baboka on the Weaver. Fortune's End will lock him down, and they will secure the kill, as we're now at a killing spree for Saberlight. The hesitation to jump on Arteezy, I don't know if they would have found the kill anyway, because he had the Pierce the Veil already whenever, but it does cost them.
It's a little bit, maybe a bit too optimistic here from the side of G2IG. They can't really sustain a deep dive. You know, you don't have the value points in the reactive armor to really feel that durable in JT. He has to go for these first plays, and the Muerto barely hanging on, does manage to go away scot-free. Again, this is free space coming out for Monet. All of that attention bot, the movement of Saberlight in, does give Naga Siren a ton of room to just farm up. And it is a little bit slower for Monet in comparison to Arteezy with all of that action bot, but he's got the levels now to just kind of spam these mirror images around and try to get that build up. Still, G2IG lagging behind. Shopify Rebellion again, showing us just how well this early game, how well they understand how to play this early game. It's almost always on point. They invade, they keep trying to apply that pressure on Triangle. They have these good wards, watching forward right by the tier 1. Then able themselves to try to sneak something, maybe even here up top as well. Good forward vision all around. And they just need to keep that pressure up and see if they can maintain that. Side of G2IG, it does feel like they kind of need some of these levels to be up in the sports. Less so in Baboka. Time-lapse will make him a harder target to pin down, but really just the grip on Xnova to maybe boost that confidence in trying to take these wider fights with the threat of the Rolling Thunder around. Heck, even the Black Hole gives you a few more options to stop these spells from really being effective here.
Shopify Rebellion now, a bit of a group up here in the mid lane. G2IG are hanging around. You've got Xnova and nothing to say, just hanging by that tier 2 tower. Kirak gonna try and get some vision down around the triangle, though Baboka is gonna be there to try and deny that off. Meanwhile, Shopify still not really moving. I mean, to be fair, with this position, they are buying Arteezy a lot of space, where he's just able to farm that bottom side of the map very effectively. Saberlight still remaining at the top of the net worth board as well on the Enigma. And you do have Monet also free farming on the Naga Siren, but right now it is a bit of a slower process for Monet. Mid lane? Ooh. Never mind mid, it was bottom lane. I thought I heard a black hole there for a second, but it was actually, in fact, bottom lane where Arteezy does go down to JT.
Yeah, it's a big one. You're slowing down that Muerta from hitting critical mass. The Maelstrom is when this hero starts to really ramp up and farm quite quick with a Gunslinger. And you do manage to get some punishment. You know, Monet hasn't been hunted down in as much as Arteezy's been under so much pressure. Still, Shopify, see if the smoke leads to some success now, looking to make a move up top while their bot tier 1 is being taken. Again, they've got this forward vision watching the Naga, so they should be able to find his flank here.
They will. Monet gonna be spotted. Will pop the song. Trying to pop the song. Doesn't get it off quite yet. And oh, it might just cost him. Monet goes down, just unable to get the song off in time. And that's a pretty big pick off for Shopify Rebellion.
That's the punishment they needed. Slow down this Naga as well, just as they've been slowing down Arteezy to an extent. And keep this top lane shoved in. Play around this vision. Shopify, they've got the blink up on Saberlight, easier angles to find some black holes. I like this combat-oriented build here for Saberlight on the Enigma. Just really looking to apply early pressure with the threat of their team fight here on Shopify. Inside of G2IG, again, it's kind of typical that what we've seen from them in the early game. So hold back, keep that farm game up, get that build up. They've got their blink up on nothing to say.
They've got Black Hole if they want to. Of course, they will not throw it out. Xnova was there, ready to just Nightmare whenever. Just see how much damage that was dealt to that Dragon Knight with just the Midnight Pulse and the Spirit Vessel. Absolutely ridiculous.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Monet's lost his courier as well, so... In fact, that was Arteezy's courier, excuse me. Arteezy. Gonna be chased down here by Baboka. The Baboka does not really have too much help, but nothing to say is gonna make his appearance and make his jump in. But they will not continue the chase.
I will miss my
Sableye will TP up just in case he required the assistance, but he does not. Arteezy will be just fine. Baboka is still actually chasing down for the Wisdom Rune, so he's gonna run back into Arteezy now. Meanwhile, Monet gets caught out, but does get the song off in time. Back to Arteezy, though. He does manage to pick up the Wisdom and continues to run. Still, Baboka is not done yet, but the Pierce the Veil is out. Monet, in the meantime, still being chased down. Arteezy will survive another day, but Baboka is still hanging around. But trying to escape as now Sablelight's going to jump in with the stuns out and the Spirit Vessel. Baboka eventually should die and will. Arteezy will secure the kill.
That's so much commitment out from Baboka. Doesn't even find a Wisdom Rune, but he does keep Saberlight camping top. Saberlight's having to stick to cover this Morta quite a fair bit. Jumps right onto Nothing Say, doesn't manage to get the instant control, unfortunately. I think the big thing for the side of G2IG is, again, just the space. Space for Monet, a little bit of room out for Nothing Say. And JT just working onto his blink. Once you've got that, you can follow through from your DK's initiation. You can start to isolate the backline, maybe rip Kitrak apart, take away that Fortune's End Dispel, take away the save from the False Promise, simplify these fights for you on G2IG's end. Side of Shopify. I mean, they're doing a great job of playing this early aggression. Until Lepore just waiting some Xnova's time as well, though. He does have Monet around to try to get this kill.
Certainly do. They should have it. Theolacore, I mean, he's got the hookshot available, but they're just going to Fiend's Grip. They're not going to waste any time here, G2IG. Don't give him the chance to find an angle. Nice little pickup. They'll take it. And Shopify probably not going to be too bothered by that death on Theolacore anyway. They'll smoke up. They'll head down towards the bottom lane and see if they can find Monet on that Naga Siren. They could also run into JT, who is around the area just farming that large camp. They will avoid him for now, but the smoke is broken. JT, he's going to find both Saberlight and Kitrak. The jump is out. They've got the Black Hole if necessary. JT, though, just going to chain away for now. Saberlight! Yeah, so, I mean, sometimes you get a little bit greedy. And that time around, Saberlight, he really wanted to hold out. And it does cost him.
Yeah, that's a big miss for the side of Shopify. No threat of Black Hole for a full 3 minutes. Big opening for G2IG to just kind of play their own game and not even care about the TP rotations, right? That's the one thing G2IG's been respecting when they've been chasing these kills right by towers. They've been respecting that Enigma coming in. This time around, again, 3-minute opening is massive for the side of G2IG. They've equalized the game. Net worth lead down to just 1k. Not really significant at all right now for the side of Shopify Rebellion. Monet already has the Manta up, so at the very least, Malefice isn't going to be an issue for him going in. You've got the blink on JT, which is again causing already a couple of issues. Is walking right under plane vision, so they might be able to punish.
Xnova. Getting low to the Eidolons, but Saberlight, he's the bigger target. I mean, they'll find Xnova, and Theolacore's even going to show up to try and protect Saberlight as they'll make the jump now back in onto Monet. Nagasara being chased down here by Theolacore, but Monet should be just fine, and Saberlight ultimately will survive. They just do not have the damage to burst down the Enigma. So they will get away with the kill on Xnova for free. And G2IG, I mean, these past couple of engagements not really panning out in their favor. Thankfully for G2IG, the net worth is still very even between both sides. And Monet has gone into a stage now where he is getting very close to the net worth of both Saberlight and Arteezy. Speaking of Saberlight, he will run right into the Naga Siren. trying to be as annoying as possible, but Monet doesn't really care.
No. Hard to pin down now with a full Manta. The Malefice is not going to do as much work. That Orchid timing should improve some of these issues with damage they've had here on the side of G2IG. Just kind of need to reach that mark. They've also almost got the Manta on Nothing to Say. So should, again, enable some of this push to come in, enable the threat onto a lot of these tier 1s that are still standing mid, still standing top, still standing, causing some control issues for G2IG in terms of trying to go across the map. For the side of Shopify, it does feel like they should start to be playing a little bit more aggressively soon. Once this Black Hole is off cooldown, they're inching towards the BKB for Saberlight as well. Yopaj almost at the Ags, just about 50 gold. Again, more output from him on the Pango. And you're going to have the Manta up soon here for Arteezy, so... yeah, good item spikes to play with. They are slowing down quite a fair bit. They can't afford to lose a lot of this momentum. We'll see. They are smoked up right now with the Ags flying up to Yopaj, X-Nova.
We'll find X-Nova here. Nice easy pick off onto the Bane. Arteezy's even going to show up to see if he's required at all. I said easy kill. Thealacore misses the hook shot. Arteezy, though, he will end up landing the dead shot, and they do get the kill.
Tower is under attack.
Almost missed out.
It works out. Not the big kill you'd want with the smoke and with the Ags reveal, but you'll take what you can get at this point. Side of G2IG. Again, this is the big thing with their draft. With Naga, you can just keep most of the lanes in relatively good control. Oh, Monet.
Bottom lane, they've got Monet on his own. Saberlight did not really throw the Spirit Vessel charges out, though, sadly. So Monet almost shuking out. Avoiding that Fortune's End damage with the illusions, but it won't matter. He is gone. That is another huge kill here for Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, and that's the big kill they really need to find every single time. Prevent the one big scaling hero from just having a free ride to farm. Monet's having to go back for Eternal Shroud just to block off some of this magical damage with the Midnight Pulse. Has been causing a lot of issues. Even just the output from, say, the Oracle hang around, the Clockwork with a Flare, and a Battery Assault has been a major nuisance, holding back the side of G2IG. Roche does open up now for the side of G2IG. Arteezy does show up for this one. Should be able to find that one bot, no problem. G2IG are smoked up, but doesn't seem like they'll be able to make it in time. It's not the quickest Roche in the world, mind you. But they don't even manage to get the scan out. Well, that is the Radiant scan, but they don't have any idea it's happening right now.
They absolutely do not. Roshan will be going quite freely here to Shopify Rebellion.
Fallen to the Radiant. Radiant's courier has been killed.
Twin gate usage, no. Shopify Rebellion going to avoid that. Just do it the old-fashioned way and walk, though. Yopaj, he's been caught top lane. Yeah, Yopaj, he just kind of gets caught by Nothing to Say. And the Pangolier is now gone, but Boca are able to secure that kill, and G2IG, they're on to the top tier 2 tower. This is the team without the Aegis.
It's down to this really great Orchid timing from Baboka, who's really patient hanging around in that area. Does manage to pin down Yopaj. He has nothing defensive. That silence just absolutely ruins him with chain control. They even take the tier 2. They can apply some steady pressure with a Manta. Not going to be able to really fully commit, but that's already a bit of a win. You lose Aegis, you take a tier 2 for your trouble. You might be able to find a Tormentor here as well, with everyone showing up. And you just take these resources away from Shopify. At the least, you know, with Arteezy having the Aegis, he can front line, he can kind of help out in this push, fully commit for some of these tier 2s. See how much they can get out on the side of Shopify. They also get this big Ags timing lined up in Thealacore. So the overclocking is up. The Rocket Flare spam, again, very helpful in taking care of the Naga illusions. Especially while Monet doesn't have that full Eternal Shroud up just yet. The damage is significant. It goes straight into just taking Tormentor solo here for Arteezy. Should find that no contest, so let's balance out. What free shard will we pick up here? Kitrak hits it.
Very nice.
Good old Reign of Destiny for them.
One of my favorites. Oh, I like this shot. It's a nice one.
Yeah, it's always funny for me when an old Ags turns into a shard. Remember when this was the Ags? It's kind of meh.
It was a horrible Ags. It was so bad.
Yeah.
It's like, who the hell is going to pay 4.2k for that?
Yeah. But as a shard, as a freebie, pretty nice. Just a little bit more sustained to play with outside of Shopify. I am still concerned about the state of the game. Yeah, this is very reminiscent of every single game we've seen from Shopify.
They're having a look for Baboka. They missed the hook shot, but eventually Sablite's going to find it. Very nice from Sablite. He's really popping off this game. 5-0-4 on the Enigma. The Lacour even finding the Ags for himself now on the clock.
Had that set up earlier. And again, just the vision game that you have with a rocket flare and a little bit more area stun with a hook shot does feel very significant for the clock to play around with. I still don't know if that's a major concern for G2IG yet. This BKB coming out on Saberlight definitely is, though. And that puts all the pressure on X-Nova to be their counterplay. With a Fiend's Grip, he does not have anything like his Aether Lens or Blink up yet, so getting in the position to cancel the Black Hole, not going to be feasible. And even if you take care of the Black Hole, that leaves Yopaj free reign to just jump around in that Rolling Thunder. Good dodge in that smoke, though. Mentioned to TP away, but could find some nice big targets here. Baboka going through the gate. JT, he's stuck here.
Certainly is, JT. He's going to blink the other way, try to chain out while he can, but it's not happening. I've got him locked down. Sablite to pick up his sixth kill of the game. They haven't looked on the eastern side of the map as well. Artesia and Theolacore hanging around. But nobody from G2IG wants to try and make their presence known to Artesia at all. They just want to kind of avoid Shopify Rebellion.
Radiant's top tower is under
Shopify, I mean, they've grouped up again through the bot lane, perhaps looking towards that top tier 2, bottom tier 2 tower. And it seems like they will. Still about 1:15 left on the Aegis timing. Artesia will go ahead and get started on the tier 2 bot. I wonder if G2IG are kind of concerned with the state of the game right now. Like, Monet and Nothing to Say are still farming very, very well. But it does still feel like the map control is slowly going back the way of Shopify. And again, they're the ones that really care about this this game. They're the ones playing for the score, the standings.
They are. Snova dropping, going really sneakily up front here. Doesn't really drop any sort of counter vision just yet, but
How'd they miss him? They just did not see him. Mid lane. Bit of a group up from Shopify. G2IG just going to retreat again.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
What do you think about the Muerta vs Naga Siren matchup? Like, going into the later stages of the game, it does feel like Monet has started to slowly take over in terms of the net worth. Do you like the Naga Siren versus the Muerta?
I think it's a weird back and forth. Gunslinger can help to simplify and trying to kill off these illusions. So the illusion spam from Monet is not going to feel as amazing. At the same time, it doesn't... I don't know how we feel about Muerta scaling up anymore with Pierce the Veil. With items like Eternal Shroud being up on Monet, it doesn't feel like you're just going to burst down Monet that fast. There's also the factor that we talked about, the BKB, or the song through the Pierce the Veil. It's a pretty big issue for Artesia as well, just negating his damage output entirely. Doesn't have anything like the BKB lined up at all. Opted for the Lincolns first. So it's a little bit of an awkward one that's not straightforward, X-Nova.
X-Nova being caught out now by Yopaj. Lacour, of course, going to ensure that X-Nova has no way out of this situation. You do still have a 4-star here for X-Nova to play with. We'll try to use it, but is going to die to Yopaj. They do at least get the tier 1 mid tower in the meantime, thanks to the illusions of Monet. We're 14-7 now, just a 1k advantage the way of G2IG. The Dota Plus is sitting at like 51 to 49%, so it's a very, very even matchup. Anyone's game to win or lose at this stage.
It is. I'd agree in general. I think this one can go either way. You've got the massive threat of Black Hole for Saberlight. That's really the game changer here for them in these fights and enabling all of this movement out. For the side of G2IG, their scaling kind of lines up. I guess to an extent they scale a little bit better with the DK. You know, with the Ags up already, nothing to say. And for the BKB, could go for more damage down the line or just extra durability with maybe an AC. Either the Ace or Mjolnir could come out. Maybe even a Mage Slayer wouldn't actually be too bad for Nothing Say as a late game item pickup. Just to reduce some of the magical output on the Muerta would be one way to go as well. But it's all down to how well your execution can come in for Shopify Rebellion. If they can find these big team fights, if they can get these black holes right when they need to, whether or not Xnova can go for the grip and finds the right target in these fights, identifies the right target every time. It's all down to that execution. But at least for Shopify, and they're clearing out these last outer towers. Top tier 2 getting cleared out now. And they can start to set up for Roshan. Half a minute until you see that respawn. You've got the full Mjolnir out for Arteezy. So his damage is starting to really ramp up now.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
G2IG are smoked up. They did manage to get a scan off though.
They did. Kirac gonna be the first target here, nothing to say. Immediately bursted down, but Sableye, he's got the black hole off onto 2, but the Fiend's Grip, it's gonna cancel it off from Xnova. Still, Shopify Rebellion not looking too bad. Monet's popped the song to try and set up a bit of a fight the way of G2IG. As Monet has been caught, Yopaj completely controlling him up, will take him down. They will at least find a trade in the form of Sableye, but it's still not the greatest of fights here for the side of G2IG. They will have to leave the area. Shopify Rebellion will start to move onto the high ground of that Dire base.
Yeah, they get that big opening for themselves. The black hole forcing out the early Force Staff usage from Xnova to just get in position, to get the grip. It means that he has no way to escape once the Core isolates, which means that you don't have any saves, you don't have a way of just stopping this chase down, you don't have a way of preventing Arteezy from playing this game. And again, throwing the grip off onto Saberlight does mean that you don't have that grip for Yopaj, who does manage to clean up Baboka as well, trying to cut down that mid-creep wave. So it's a hard game down to the execution. If the black hole lands onto big heroes like that, Xnova has to focus that grip onto Saberlight, but that just lets Yopaj run around. You know, with the Ags, with a full disperser, this Pango does a lot of work in the middle. You don't have that. You don't have a BKB on Monet. Wouldn't want to build that. Wants to go for more HP, more damage for sure. And that's the lead back to Shopify. And that's the opening for Roshan in half a minute. They should have complete control of the area. G2IG though will go out with a smoke. Again, no black hole. So they can force this one out maybe a little bit better here.
They're gonna try it. Song is not up for 30 seconds, but they have found Japoy to start. That's a great way to start, though Yopaj still trying to get his way out, but will not make it. And that's the perfect kind of start to the fight, because Yopaj making just too many headaches in the middle of that last team fight. And Roshan's available now as well. They've got Yopaj down for a minute. This could be a pretty big opening for G2IG to try and sneak a quick Roshan.
Surprising how that turns around. I think the ideal situation now for G2IG in starting these fights is if they just isolate Saberlight, or if he's taking a black hole, they have to prevent Yopaj from getting that roll. They've got enough Orchids. Yopaj still doesn't have anything defensive. Working towards the Lincolns, but again, that's still a ways off. That's how G2IG have to kind of approach these engagements. Aegis will go the way of G2IG, no contest. Secondary life up on Monet. They've got the banner as well to aid in the siege, but they've always got to respond to top. Without that defense of the tier 3, range rack still set to fall after a little bit of a shove in. The Arteezy illusions getting the job done, but not. Is it enough? It is enough. Barely. Very nice. At least a little bit more pressure up top, just giving you more room to roam around the map here for the side of Shopify. Force a response out from the side of G2IG. What spikes are we looking for now from G2IG? You've got an Octarine for JT and an Octarine up for Nothing Say. I'd say the Octarine for Nothing Say is a lot more impactful. It's basically what turns it down to maybe a 15-second downtime, 10-second downtime on the Dragon form. Pretty much up all the time for our DK. Consistent push, play with the illusions. You've got the Shard for Monet, which he is opting to buy for himself instead of waiting for the Tormentor. Really good reset tool. I think if you look at that last fight up top, if that song had Shard instead, you might have been able to get a little bit more out there. Man, that HP regen, 5% of max HP is no joke in terms of what it does provide for you. Looks like JT does switch out for a full sight device instead. So I like that as well. More control. They just need to They need to get control first on side of G2ID. That's a key part. Jump onto Yopaj, ensure X-Nova's away from the black hole, get the grip on Saberlight afterwards, and try to prevent that Rolling Thunder from Yopaj. Again, that's the approach in engagements here.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are
Well, G2IG for now, they'll focus on the Radiant Tormentor. JT to get his own free shards now. Shopify still hanging around the bottom lane. We'll push through the tier 3 tower.
has fallen.
To say with the Black Dragon form will force them to back away. Baboka also creep skipping in the meantime, so they do not have a creep wave on the way. Smoke is out from G2IG. Oh, Arteezy could get caught first. He'll break the smoke right onto Nothing to Say. They'll back onto the high ground, though it's pretty obvious where Shopify are currently hanging around. Jump is out from Nothing to Say.
Oh.
BKB's committed. False Promise is out. Now the Black Hole. Saberlight, he only caught one target, but he has locked down JT. The problem is the song is making it so there's no backup to the Black Hole. And everyone from G2IG has just left the building, apart from Baboka at the moment. Baboka, the only one caught out by Thea Lacour. Meanwhile, Monet gonna move back in. They will try again. Yopaj will pop the Rolling Thunder eventually. He'll go after JT on the Timber, though JT's going to chain away. Monet moving back into the fight will go after Kidrak, though Kidrak is trying to heal up but will go down. And JT does eventually fall. Monet, back in the fight, still has the Aegis up. It's just kind of kiting in and out. We'll look towards Saberlight now, though Saberlight just running his way out will be just fine. Back in onto Arteezy they go, but he'll pop the Pierce the Veil, so he'll be alright as well. They'll take down X-Nova. Saberlight gets caught though, so Saberlight will die. Meanwhile, Nothing to Say will also join the Death Squad. So 2 for 3 trade in the favor of Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, it works out their way. Fighting into the Aegis nicely. Arteezy breaking the smoke really ruins that for the side of G2IG. They're not able to find the angle in. It looked like a decent fight in that Black Hole wasn't as impactful, but their follow-up just felt scattered as well from G2IG. They're not able to fight into that little corner spot with a hot tub down bot and not able to really exert control. Like they were eyeing for a much better grip coming out there from X-Nova, who didn't have to expend it in Black Hole. That's already a minor win for G2IG in terms of trying to move on these fights, but just again, great discipline from Shopify to kind of split that fight. Baboka trying to take a flanking angle as well, not able to really isolate anyone out. Doesn't quite have the damage on his support Weaver to just go for that burst play. And now you've got full Daedalus up on Arteezy. His damage output is insane right now.
He certainly is. Arteezy hitting like an absolute truck.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's bottom barracks has fallen.
A refresher orb now available on Saberlight. He does have Black Hole on cooldown for another 30 seconds, but can refresh if required. Otherwise, double Black Hole up in 30. Shopify Rebellion, they'll sneak through the top lane now, back up towards the top melee barracks. Looking to secure a second lane of barracks here. Arteezy is managing to pick it off. Only one left in the mid lane. They really are lacking quite a bit of damage when it comes to trying to deal with this Muerta at the moment. Jump in is there. They found Baboka for now. Meanwhile, JT will pop the BKB and just go right into the middle of the fight. They are trying to focus down Arteezy, but Kirak will ensure he does not die thanks to the false prompts. They'll reset perfectly fine. And again, it really does appear to be a bit of a damage issue. Lockdown again. Baboka is gone. They'll find the Weaver.
Yeah, it's all the sustain coming out from Shopify. They have so much save with Kitrak just standing back. They have a lot of Lincolns. And they have to expend a lot just to get control here.
Black Hole is out. They've caught NTS with that one, but it is cancelled by the Song of Monet. Problem is now your Song is down. Pierce the Veil is back up for Arteezy if he wants to pop it, though he does get jumped here by NTS. He'll get the BKB off, and now the Pierce the Veil has been committed. Everyone from G2IG just disperses immediately. They do not want to deal with it. Not right now. Back onto the tier 3 tower will Arteezy go, but it seems that they might just need to retreat and reset. But no, the call is made. They're going back in. They still have the secondary Black Hole from Sable. So one more left. No song to cancel this time. Not for another 40 seconds at least. G2IG is still making it very hard to approach that high ground though for Shopify. Pierce the Veil back up in 2 seconds to boot. G3 Tower almost down, Rolling Thunder is out. Yopaj will jump right in onto the Dragon Knight. There's your Pierce the Veil, and now the damage output with the Black Hole. They'll just lock them all down. Monet still alive, but not for long. He'll commit the buyback. So will Nothing to Say, but they have lost X-Nova without buyback, and now Baboka will also go down. No buyback available on him either. So Shopify Rebellion looking very good for this game too. Song will be committed. They'll try to slow down the mid-racks being taken. Mega's incoming after this one. Monet looking to jump the Oracle first. Kid Rack looking okay for now, though is getting chipped away at quite fast by Monet and will go down. But here comes the cavalry. Arteezy's onto NTS. They will retreat once again, but they'll just focus on the mid-racks. Mega creeps are now up. And it's still a 5v3 scenario. Because Kirak has brought back into this game. JT will get the tip from Arteezy. And ultimately for G2IG, this is definitely something they did not want to see happening. They really wanted a 2-0 if they could afford to get one. But it seems the Shopify will deny the 2-0 away as they kill off X-Nova and JT once again. Looking for the secondary tier 4 tower. Monet's going to try and slow this down, so will NTS. They'll pop their BKBs. They do at least end up finding Theolacore, but he's going to buy back again. And now Monet's a sitting duck. He'll try to get out, but Yopaj controls him up and takes him down. No buyback available. They will not call it yet. NTS will drop to boot, and now they'll call. That's enough.
Yeah. A little bit of a rough one for G2IG, but Shopify Rebellion playing really clean here. A great positioning coming out from every single one. Saberlight really stepping up to play it, stepping up for that early aggression with the Enigma, which we don't really see too often. For the past metas, Enigma really just going for the Dominator, going for Sustain, going for the Aura. This time going back for that classic Blink with a Spirit Vessel, looking for that aggression for the rest, and does manage to set it up nicely for his team. The draft as well from Shopify did a lot of work. Like this Muerta did so much damage. Arteezy had so much room to just farm up. Did not care too much about the Timbersaw in lane. Sure, early on, there were a couple of kills coming out, but they knew where the investment had to come in for Shopify. Instant responses down bot. And they make it work. Even though Shopify is out, they go out at least with a bit of a bang, finding a win up against G2IG to close things off here in Birmingham. And they look to be in fine form. It's just that, the one thing I think for a lot of Shopify fans is like they would have wished this form was there earlier, because all of their early game was really strong. We kind of saw that here again. The early game just looked so sharp. They had that aggression, and this time around, they had the draft to sustain it through into the late game, scale up, find these opportunities, and go from there. Yeah, what a way for Shopify to close out, at least.
Hello, John.
And G2IG.
Sorry about that.
Hello, Mike.
My
Welcome
apologies.
back.
Had a bit of an issue. We're back now. What were you saying, John? Shopify Rebellion, they finish off on a bang. That's what you said last.
Yeah.
As far as I heard.
Basically. That it is. Yeah, they close out in a bang, at least, going out with a bit of a win. But, a lot of Shopify fans would have been hoping for more gameplay like this, getting that early start, having this early activity leading into a very strong end game. I think there were a couple of issues there for G2IG. As you mentioned a lot in the high ground siege, they didn't have a lot of damage coming into this one. It felt like Monet's item times were held off. He was ganked up a lot, as you are seeing in these highlights. And again, Saberlight, he just was always in the right spot. Even though he'd copped the grip, he knew that would provide Yopaj space to play and just clean up afterwards. Like this draft from Shopify Rebellion, probably one of the better drafts we've seen coming out from them, and it really lines up, denying everything that G2IG would want to do. Like this Oracle pickup for Kitrak, all the dispels on hand, just removing the control that you're trying to apply here on your Bane, which is really the one big hard control they have outside of Dragon Tail. And it just makes it feel impossible for G2IG if they can't apply these chain stuns off. This chain control with multiple orchids as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a pretty rough affair here for G2IG in this game too. Still, at the very least, John, we do have to go to a break, but right after that break, we'll be back with an interview from somebody from Shopify Rebellion, and we'll see what they have to say about this series. We'll be back.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right wear and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you didn't tune into that final series, or rather the last series, it was a 1-to-1 between G2IG and Shopify Rebellion. Shopify able to secure the second game, but sadly are still knocked out of ESL 1 Birmingham after the group stages. It is MLP and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back. Obviously quite depressing to see our boys from NA being kicked out this early, but it is what it is. Someone's gonna leave, and it has to be these guys.
Yeah, they put up a great fight. You know, all through early game was really strong. It's just that transitory period in some of their games. But The journey ends here. There's a lot to learn from, for sure, coming into the next tournaments. Unfortunately for the EPT points, it's not going to be looking good into the ride to Riyadh. So we'll see how that goes in the next Dream League, I suppose. But it's a rough situation for Shopify. But again, hopefully coming out of this, a lot of things to pick up from.
Well, there is one positive, and that is we do have an interview with Kidrak. So let's throw over to Kidrak, see what the hell's going on here. Kidrak, congratulations on your Game 2 victory, sir. How are you feeling right now?
I mean, not the best, honestly. We did just get eliminated, but I think mixed emotions. I think we definitely know that we have things to work on, which is, I guess, the positive. But yeah, it definitely felt like this tournament we had a lot of games that were honestly in our favor, and like 15, 20 minutes in, we kind of broke down. We didn't really know how to close games out, and so that's definitely the thing that we're going to be looking to take away moving forward.
Okay, absolutely. I mean, that is the one thing we did notice. You guys dominating the laning stage every single time, but the mid game and afterwards was a little bit rougher. Is there any other particular things you guys think might be the issue? Like, are you able to kind of delve in a little bit deeper for us and kind of let us know exactly what the other boys think is going on?
I mean, it's difficult to say. I think it's not difficult to say, but we kind of all know that it's it's pretty obvious, I think, to viewers, to us playing the game, that 15, 20 minutes in, like, we don't really have the same direction that a lot of the other teams do. I think other teams are just in better shape at that point in the game. We're in a very good position most of these games, and we just didn't really take fights well. We didn't have good plans going into them, and Roshans, give away a lot of Roshans. I mean, there's a lot of stuff, I think, after 15, 20 minutes that we just need to get better at. And so that's going to be the main focus moving forward.
I understand. Go on, Joe.
Right. You guys had a little bit of an up and down, as you guys are aware, here in the group stages. How do you feel like this plays into the mentality of the team? Like, is this something that you're all looking inwards together now? Is it time for some reflection on the team and just, I don't know, do you feel like it's down to that idea of the 15 to 20 minute mark? How do you feel like, from your perspective alone, how do you feel like that's something to work on as a team?
I mean, yeah, definitely we have to do some soul searching and figure out, like, the root cause of a lot of these problems. Because it's honestly been the same problem like 90% of our games. Outside of, I think, one game against Beppoom yesterday, we were in a pretty good position in, like, every game that we played this tournament, winning and, getting to understand, like, why. Because for other teams, they're able to play from ahead, play from behind, and it does feel like for us, even sometimes when we're behind, it's kind of a death sentence right now, and if we're ahead, it's kind of a 50-50 if we're going to be able to close the game out. So just trying to understand just some fundamentals mid-game and late game. Yeah, I mean, it kind of sucks because, when it would be a better way to go out if you're just losing by 5k at 10 minutes every game. But when you actually feel like you should be winning these games, and we probably should have won 5 or 6 of these games at least. But yeah, definitely just at the end of the day, it's a long season, so we still have tournaments to look forward to. We're going to be playing in PGL in a week or two, and then we have Dream League in a month. So still positive outlook there. Trying to get better for those.
Right, and going on, I mean, I guess with this downtime, how are you personally looking to use this time to kind of just maybe unwind? Are you going to be grinding more pubs? What's your personal take on having a rough time and recovering from that for yourself?
I mean, personally, I don't feel like any of us individually played well enough, and especially me, I don't think I played well enough. Just as a team, I think we're definitely going to be spending a lot of time just trying to get better. I mean, there's no other way to say we have to get better, and we have tournaments coming up pretty quickly, so we don't have a whole lot of time to go chill and unwind. Gotta get back to it right away. So that's going to be the plan.
With that, Kirak, we appreciate you coming to talk to us. Again, we're sad to see you leave early, but we can't wait to see you again in the future. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
He tried to be, as descriptive as possible, Jonathan. Obviously, it's kind of hard to delve into what the problem is. Obviously, you just lost the game. These interviews are kind of hard to do as well. I mean, you feel so bad for the poor guys, as the captain has to speak on behalf of everyone. But my goodness, it can be a little bit depressing at times to try and explain what the problem is when you probably have no idea straight off the bat what the actual problem is, right? Like they have a good idea of what's going wrong, but you've got to get into the specifics. It's not easy.
Yeah, I think Kitrak let us actually see a lot in, and that's what I appreciate about him being the captain. He's very open. He already knows that it's that 15 to 20 minute mark that we keep talking about, but he also knows it's like this idea as a team that you have is kind of disparate, right? It's very different between the players. Fixing that is maybe not the easiest, but it's also not the toughest thing in the world. I think that I can see Shopify bouncing back from this much stronger. And as they mentioned, there's a lot more tournaments coming up. They still have a chance to bounce back, in particular in Dream League, to get some much needed EPT points to get into that Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. And again, the foundation is solid for Shopify, all things considered. Their early game looks amazing. In this game, you can see what happens when they have an idea, how to punish and how to push into the later game, the later points of the game. So I believe Shopify can come back, and I'm looking forward to that. I'm hoping these boys can reset well, but big props to G2IG. They get a draw, but they stay in the tournament.
Yeah, they absolutely do. We do actually have the standings as well for Group A that we can have a quick gander at before we head off to a break. Group A, of course, BetBoom and Team Falcons looking to be at the top. Team Liquid, G2IG sitting in that 3rd and 4th place respectively. And of course, Talon, it is a tiebreaker between 1, 2, and 3 right now. And of course, Talon Esports and Shopify Rebellion have been knocked out, sadly, Jonathan. Both Talon and Shopify, which is to our detriment, John, because we had the one SEA player in Shopify Rebellion get knocked out, and now we have the SEA team get knocked out. As you can tell by my tone of voice, Jonathan, I'm not the happiest.
It's not the best. I think, at the least for Talon in particular, I think this result is a lot better than a lot of people expected. I would say they went into the harder group for sure. I feel like Group A with BetBoom and Falcons and even Liquid when they're hot, it's not a fun place to be in. I think they held their ground well. There's a lot to improve upon going to other tournaments. Same thing for Shopify, of course. At the least for a Southeast Asian representation, G2IG is there. JT and to stay.
That's true.
Ex-Nova. We still have them to cling on to. So, yeah, we've got the Malaysians boosting there. So at the least they stay and hang on. But
Malaysia Bole, I believe is the phrase. John.
Malaysia Bole. Yes. Very Bole. For sure.
I appreciate
it. And
don't make fun of my pronunciation, John. Otherwise, I'll start with you. Trust me, you say a lot of things wrong. Don't make me ask you to say tsunami.
Tsunami. Did I say it right that time?
That was very good. That was very good. And on that, Jonathan, we are going to head off to a short break. Of course, we do have OG versus Team Spirit coming right up after a short break. We have Heroic versus Gaming Gladiators, apparently, do we? All right, never mind. Yes. This is the series coming right up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Heroic versus Gaming Gladiators.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right wear and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Treasure, been longing for someone to call my treasure. Measure, no one in this world could ever measure. Oh, back in time with you. Always going back in time with you. Always on the run. I see pleasure in your eyes. Precious, you're the only one, you are my precious. Precious, there's no other word that can describe you. Back in time with you. Always going back in time with you. Always on the run. I
sustaining. Met you at the park with your friends, waiting till the sun went down. Smoke came out and you turned thin. Call me when it's 10:30. Sneak out of your window again. Burning rubber on a pavement. Bottom of the bottle again. Thinking of where you went. Laying on the floor again. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. It's alright if you call me. It's the summer, we were 18. It's easy come, it's easy go. We should be together, never say never. I'm back on tour again, wishing I was in your bed. You know it pains me. Your every face I see in the end. You're in the crowd, you're in my head. In my dreams you chase if you want it. I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting for you, babe. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. It's alright if you call me. It's the summer, we were 18. It's easy come, it's easy go. We should be together, never say never. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting. If you want me, I'll be waiting. You're the one that's still debating. If you want this, yeah. Woo!
It's a late night. I think about your face and your bright eyes, and how you're not with me. It's a sad sight. I wish I was your light. I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well, loving you well. It's your t-shirt, the way you walk into a room makes my heart hurt. I never felt alone until this best curse. I wish I was your light. I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well, loving you well, loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well, loving you well. is open-minded. I'm not the one that I used to be, phasing in and out, acting all crazy. Yeah. Turning my head inside out, spinning my mind till I'm upside down. I never had any doubts, stand out in the crowd. You're resolute just like a leader. Yes, you're a leader, and I'm not gonna lie. When I'm with you, with you, with you, I'm feeling crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. It's all a game to you, but I'm not playing. Focus, listen, it's obvious. Fight for me and I will fight for you. Yeah. Turning my head inside out, spinning my mind till I'm upside down. I never had any doubts, stand out in the crowd. You're resolute just like a leader. Yes, you're a leader, and I'm not gonna lie. When I'm with you, with you, with you, I'm feeling crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. When I'm with you, with you, with you, I'm feeling crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. Yeah, I'm about to lose it to you, baby. 'Cause girl, you really make me go crazy. You make me go crazy. When I'm with you, with you, with you, I'm feeling crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. You make me crazy when I'm with you, girl, with you, girl, with you. You make me crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you, girl.
Baby, I'm looking at you. You're the prettiest girl in the room. I know I'm not the only one. All the other boys want you too. Oh, jeans and those eyes. You don't even try now, do ya? I'm praying I'm your type. I'll be anything that you like. Baby, can we dance? Can I leave here with your number? Asking for a chance, baby, after the party, come on over. Come on, baby. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. bittersweet. I need this misfits now, more than I could ever say. Hit me like a hurricane, yeah, hit me like a tidal wave. Take a deep breath, swim hard for the shore. Keep from going under, keep me coming back for more. Keep me coming back for more. Coming back for more. Bring it on, baby, come on. Don't be shy, you can test me. Turn me on, make me feel on and on, ready to fly to your heart. Ready.
We've almost made it. It is the final series of this group stage. Obviously before tiebreakers, but the regular group stage. And we've got Heroic versus Gaming Gladiators coming up right now. My name is Cryptic. I am here with Z Quixotics. And boy, this series is going to be a fun one. Gaming Gladiators, a must-win 2-0 for them if they want any chance of staying in this tournament. As for Heroic, they're sitting pretty at the top. A single win takes them out of even tiebreaker opportunities, and they are guaranteed a slot in the playoffs. So it's gonna be close, man. Well, this Group B is very close in the standings.
I think there's actually a potential where, wait, who's playing who? Let's see. Yeah, I think there's technically a potential where like multiple teams have 6-4 records or
True, yeah.
more, and so then they might have to tiebreaker for the upper bracket, but they'd at least be qualified.
Yes.
So Heroic needs one win. You got 2 tries. Gaming Gladiator got to get the 2-0. Doesn't even guarantee them, like you said, because so the way they get tiebreakers is that Extreme Gaming either gets 1-1 or 0-2'd, and then Team Spirit gets 2-0'd. So then we'd have 4 and 6 record fighting for 4th and 5th place. Then they're in. But if Team Spirit wins a single game, then Gaming Gladiators is definitely out. So
Extreme would be out too, right? At that point,
yeah, they it depends if Team Spirit gets the 1-1 or the 2-0, because maybe Extreme Gaming could get a 2-0 themselves and then put themselves at 5-5.
That's true. Okay.
So there's a couple different ways tiebreakers could work out, but at least for our series, Gaming Gladiators must have a 2-0 to even have a shot at staying qualified.
Yeah. Dude, it's not surprising that these groups are coming down to the wire, right? With 6-team groups, it's like there's a lot more potential for tiebreakers with just less games being played, right? And with the skill between all these different teams being so close, you're gonna get a lot of draws. I would say like over 50, I think about 50% of all the matches played have been draws. So it leaves you for very close group stage, which, I mean, Team Spirit has drawn all of their games, so good stuff from them. But let's go ahead and talk about the teams we're going to be covering. Let's start off with Heroic here, as these guys coming out of the South American region, surprising a lot of people. Not us, of course, because we're geniuses, but K1, KJ, Analog, Schofield, and Devi Lama, these guys, they've been looking really good. They have some very unique drafts, I think, partly because of the offlane pool that Devi Lama brings. He is definitely like a wild card, I think, in what he's going to play in almost any game, right?
Yeah, we've talked to him in the past in some interviews. He likes to keep a very wide hero pool, which you might still see him play the standard stuff, but sometimes you get to that last pick and you might think a hero's out of the meta. You're like, oh, they probably won't pick it. No, he'll pick it. He'll do it. They don't care. And not just him, other players on the team, they have their spread of cheese picks. And so you gotta be very careful as you get to the last pick. If Heroic has it, you gotta really think about your options, because they kind of follow the meta, but they kind of go with the South American trend, which is that they like the heroes they like. If they think they're good, they'll play it. And it doesn't matter if other teams don't believe in those heroes. If they see what a hero offers and they like it, they'll do it. Now, sometimes it backfires a little bit, and then teams go, oh, that's such a bad draft, right? But then it does work out when you don't think it should, right? It is both, like, it can be a pro and a con, but I feel like they're starting to figure it out, as you see, like, they're in a pretty good spot right now in the group stage, 5-3. Some previous tournament results, they showed strong performances, but not consistent enough.
Yeah.
Maybe we're kind of getting there.
Yeah. Could be. We'll have to see. Let's take a look at their opponents, of course. Gaming Gladiators, who many have known as one of the strongest teams in the world. Obviously, last year, I would say the most consistently and best performing team of the entire year. This year, a little bit of a rough start for them. Ace, Tofu, Quinn, Celery, and Daracha. When we last spoke with Quinn, he kind of described things as like just putting out as many fires as they could without really knowing what was starting the fires. It was just an inferno around them. So they're definitely kind of having a little bit of a struggle moment, but they are down, not necessarily out. This series obviously means a lot for them. We talked about Devi Lama and the last time. It's time to focus up on their offlaner. Ace is just a powerhouse in the scene, right? This guy, I think many consider to be one of the best offlaners in the world, and it's, I think, well deserved. He is so consistent.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of the contrast here, where Devi Lama has that wide hero pool and might surprise you with it. Ace is usually a little bit more consistent with the heroes they like in a given meta. He does have some cheese stuff that, not all offlaners will have. Like, for example, Broodmother is still regularly banned against Gaming Gladiators because Ace's Broodmother is just really, really scary. Even though it's not the most meta hero, people just do not want to be Broodmothered, and so they ban it against him. But besides that, usually in a given patch, there's a couple heroes that Gaming Gladiators keeps picking for Ace, and you can usually feel pretty confident that he's going to get what he needs and he's going to be good to go. That's part that they've been maybe struggling on, but that's what happens when they look their best.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at Gaming Gladiators. We got a little video prepped for you guys, so enjoy this one.
Gaming Gladiators, the single most dominant team of 2023, is back once again, but they've fallen on tougher times recently. The gang is the same as we're used to: Daracha, Quinn, Ace, Tofu, and of course Celery. They're all here. Despite winning 3 majors back-to-back, they couldn't clutch it out when it really came down to it, falling short last year in both Riyadh Masters and the International. Maybe their confidence was shattered. I mean, come on guys, 5th in Bet Boom Dacha after being eliminated by Team Liquid, who you've beaten 600 times? 5th in Dream League Season 22? 1 dagger and you die? Please, for the love of God, don't give Daracha PA again. Just pick a real hero like Pangolier. Will the Gladiators manage to come back to their former strength and take home another ESL 1? They've done it before, but can they do it again?
I'm dying. I can't believe they just did him like that. That was brutal, man. What in the... I was like, the video started, I was like, oh, those are all the things that I said. And then they just come out with the memes and just drag them over the coals.
Those are the things I was thinking about, but wasn't gonna...
Holy based. All right, well... great video. I'm happy to say we have a draft underway. It is going to be a very important series, like we said, for Gaming Gladiators, but also for Heroic here, right? So it is the Pango ban, the real hero, of course, already removed from the pool. There is
Fake
a Shadow
heroes
Demon
only.
still available. We'll see, maybe.
Yeah, I see Io still in the pool as well. Gaming Gladiators does have first pick. I believe they first picked Io in both of their games versus Extreme Gaming, but they actually lost both of those. But maybe that means you learned what went wrong, and Io is still pretty good. They have had a lot of success around it. Just a couple losses doesn't mean the strategy's dead. I mean, it's still available, so definitely something they could go for. What else? There are still a lot of strong support picks. Bat Rider. Bane's been getting more popular. I don't know if Gaming Gladiators is like a first pick Bane kind of team. Yeah, they're more of a Bat Rider kind of team.
Yeah, I like this. I think it's been a pretty consistently like picked hero. It doesn't have the greatest win rate, as we just saw right there, actually. So 4 and 8, which is a little bit surprising, but the hero still offers quite a bit as a first pick. It doesn't reveal anything about your draft. It's a great farming hero. You can pair it up with a lot of really solid offlaners, particularly the Brewmaster and the Centaur, which are both still in the pool. So I think for Gaming Gladiators, they're happy with the first pick. You could respond with the Shadow Demon, try and get yourself a decent save. The alternative has always been this Crystal Maiden as just the lane dominant 5 who plays very well into the Bat Rider. Okay, Heroic go for their Gyrocopter. This is a KJ classic, but something that they can also flex. So we've seen them go for this first phase gyro a lot in the past.
Yeah, I also think it's everything you said is true. Preemptive potential response to the IO, which did not get picked, but could still be picked. Gyrocopter, one, you're stealing that pairing away, a classic IO combo, but Gyrocopter himself, if you pick him as a core, is actually pretty decent versus IO because of Flat Cannon. You can just hit everything at once. Sometimes you're put in a tough spot where, like, do I kill the carry? Kind of need to kill IO first. IO's in the back, can't reach him, so I gotta kill the carry. Doesn't feel great. Flat Cannon's like, yeah, just everything at once. Why not? Right? So it can do pretty well versus IO combinations. And even when you see the relocate, you can drop your ult preemptively, which I think is one of the better responses to IO. Like, the heroes that tend to do well are those type of heroes, such as the Disruptor with the Kinetic Field Static Storm, Monkey King ult, Faceless Void ult. Possibly this gyro stuff is like the weakest version of that, but the idea there, I think, is one of the ways teams have been responding to the IO relocate ganks.
Yeah, I mean, I like that idea. The good of Weaver and Primal Beast. I would say Analog has had a lot of experience playing Primal Beast out of the mid lane, and he has looked quite good on it. So it's not super surprising. Also, we saw Primal Beast a lot of times picked as a response to things like Pangolier, specifically for Heroic. Now, Pango is of course banned because you're playing up against Gaming Gladiators, but yeah, it's interesting that they would still respect ban that one out, considering they aren't going for like the Pango mid. I'm curious, what they're wanting to grab as a hero themselves if they feel like it's worth banning, but. You could obviously still go for the IO on Heroic if you wanted. It's not something we see often from this team because it is a hero that pairs well with Gyrocopter if you do want to put the gyro into the core position for K1. But a lot of times we see this being KJ on the 5 position gyro. They'll pair it up with like an aggressive lane hero and just kind of run it to you. So yeah, it's a lot of options, I think, for both the drafts going forward. Yeah, they banned the IO. Okay.
Yeah, they don't seem like a huge IO team, but it's good. It's definitely catching on in popularity. I think more and more teams are like, it originally started with IO Marcy and teams felt like, oh, you got to get both. But as it went, teams kind of remembered like, yeah, IO's pretty good actually. You don't have to have the Marcy. But some teams went the other direction. OG actually just likes Marcy on their own. They're like, oh, actually Marcy support, pretty cool. All right, we got the Enchantress, very strong hero that kind of guarantees your lane. You haven't seen the offlaner yet. You don't know what you're playing into, but there's not an offlaner that loves running into an Enchantress. You might deal with the Enchantress, you might get by, but no one likes running into this hero. So you can feel relatively confident if you have to first pick your carry without seeing the matchup, or you can grab your carry later still and just feel good that you have an Enchantress to give you a good start. It's also not the best steals for Rubik. You can steal Enchant, which is kind of funny, and just like steal the creep away from Enchantress. Oh, Sniper. I feel like you can just go Dragonite. It's too late for Shadow Demon. Well, actually, you could still go Shadow Demon if you run Gyro Carry. Well, they can't take Shadow Demon themselves on Gaming Gladiator, so I feel like you can just take Dragonite.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm fine with the Dragonite. I do think that works quite well. It's one of those matchups where Sniper wins a lot of them, but the only matchup Sniper kind of loses mid is Pango and Dragonite, which is insane that Pango shouldn't, you think about the Pangolier hero and you're like, oh, clearly it's not gonna be able to play into a Sniper, right? But as long as you hit your swashbuckles, you just crush the lane. And Dragonite's ease of execution is even better. Centaur Lifestealer. Okay, so they're gonna hold off on the mid matchup, and this will give them gap close for the Sniper, right? In the form of the Stampede, you have the Lifestealer. So like we said, usually the Gyro on 5 paired with an aggressive lane hero. Lifestealer, a hero that you can usually just leave in the lane, and I think they're calling Ace's Brewmaster with this pick, because you see the Bat Rider, it's a lot of times paired with either Centaur Brew. You take the Centaur, now it's like, well, do we want to pick a Brewmaster into a Lifestealer? Do we want to pick it into a Rubik? It's like there's a lot of maybe reasons now to think of a different hero.
Yeah, and Enigma is a common response to Lifestealer, but you already have the Rubik. You could still do it, but it feels a lot worse. So
Dude,
I wonder, kind of a cool idea. I wonder if they had that already in mind.
Think about the rest of the team here too, right? Bat Rider, Ench, Sniper. Those do not all where is your frontliner if you pick an Enigma?
Yeah, it puts you in a very awkward spot. Lifestealer should do fine versus the Bat Rider in the lane, thanks to Rage protecting you from the Firefly damage. But it is interesting to still see it picked because Lasso is one of those BKB piercing spells that Lifestealer doesn't love dealing with. And I mean, we still need to see the rest of the draft, but I could see a world where it's tough to get to Sniper, and
that's good.
Anyone who does gets lassoed and then killed by the Sniper, and then Sniper just gets to go to town. So we'll see what the rest of the draft brings. Chaos Knight, pretty tanky hero who we were talking about the front line. Yeah, Chaos Knight actually, he reaches that point where he's pretty tanky and he actually starts going in first as the carry a lot of times. So maybe this does open up a potential ranged offlaner now.
I feel like it's a little bit interesting that Chaos Knight started popping up into the meta because people are playing him like another Sven, where it's instead of farming as much, he is just a super tanky strength hero with a ton of burst, right? It's like he plays very similarly. Now, whether or not you can burst a Lifestealer is going to be a different story, because I think this game, if he's able to get some armor on K1 this game, he should be able to just survive through the Chaos Knight. You heal a ridiculous amount on the illusions through Feast because it's based on the damage done, and you do bonus damage to the illusions, right? So, yeah, I think if you don't burst that Lifestealer down immediately, he's going to be able to turn around onto the Chaos Knight pretty quickly. Slardar ban, that one makes a lot of sense. That's one of the other heroes I hadn't really considered.
Yeah, maybe a Razor ban next. He's still in the pool.
True, actually. Yeah, you could run an offlane Razor. That would be really good.
And then you get Broodmothered.
I was thinking about it, could you just go for a Broodmother and leave it in the lane by itself? It is a Gyro Lifestealer. It's a little bit annoying. But after a few levels, especially once you get to like level 5 and you have 3 points in the web, you can probably sustain the lane by yourself and just leave them head to head. Yeah, they actually ban it. I think that one makes a lot of sense.
They might go Razor then at the end. Offlane Razor. It does mean their initiation is still a little on the weak side, and it's not the usual. Well, Razor is the like game-winning offlane type hero, which Ace feels like he ends up fulfilling quite a lot. They give him a good game, he does a ton of work, so Razor could be that role. But I feel like he usually plays a lot more initiators, I guess, or like aura builders. I mean, that was the past, right? This is the future, present day. You know, maybe it's changing around. Could be something to go for. Heroic does have the last pick, though. I don't think you can do anything too crazy flexing wise. I think you probably just need a mid hero. So if you do go Razor, I mean, you got the matchup. You know what it is.
Gaming Gladiators turn to pick. Radiant team pick.
Bristleback. This is sick, man.
That.
I like that Bristle is back into the game. We've seen it banned a few times, but this is the first pick of it.
Do you like this pick?
10 seconds.
I do, actually, a lot.
All right, talk me through it.
Lifestealer definitely, obviously, as a sustained tanky hero, is good against Bristleback. But you actually still have to build a break item to kill this hero. Now, you could go for something like a Viper here, but you can't really pick Viper into a sniper lane. So I'm trying to figure out where you go at this point from the mid lane on Heroic. And I'm trying to think of analogs heroes specifically. Maybe you look for something like a Keeper of the Light and try and play quick. But it is just going to be the
I think
DK.
you still do Dragonite.
Yeah,
I think you just Dragonite with the Ags because it's good versus the Chaos Knight illusions. And this is a triple physical damage lineup from Gaming Gladiators, which there's a little bit of negative armor from Chaos Knight, Reality Rift, and Nasal Goo, but Dragonite's got a lot. He's got a lot of armor. So unless one of these guys is building a Deso, which I'd say maybe Sniper could work it in, but it's not really the build right now. I feel like Dragonite's gonna be real tanky.
Yeah, I think Dragonite is definitely the best pick. You called that one early on, and I was a little bit surprised they didn't ban it out. I kind of just assumed it was going to be banned out, but they were a lot more worried about the Storm and the Earth Spirit, which also makes sense, like in the grand scheme of things. If they're able to just run and always get on top of the Sniper, Quinn's gonna have an impossible game. So now you're just going to deal with a rough lane matchup and hope that you can outscale them. I feel like Dragonite, if he just plays for his items, will be an unstoppable core in the late game. But the matchup into Bristleback, I wanted to go back to. It is definitely good for K1's lane early on, but if you don't build a break, you actually can never kill this Bristleback, especially once he has Aghanim Scepter. Like, he will just stack like 10, 12 Quill stacks on you. And then you're suddenly like not able to out heal the damage that he's doing. So those kind of little long fights that Lifestealer prefers end up going Bristleback's way unless you get the break.
Okay, I'm down to see that. I don't play much Bristleback myself, so I feel like I don't have a great feel for how strong he is. I know he's not very meta right now. I don't think I've seen this interaction because he's been so out of the meta, but I kind of feel like Dragonite with the Ags will be good versus Bristleback. Bristleback does just like to run around and chase people, pop Quill Spray, stuff like that. But I feel like the Manta slow, like you don't even have to risk the real hero. Just the Manta is applying a bunch of slow to Bristle, and Lifestealer maybe just like infest inside could be good. But I could be wrong. I don't know. Sick analysis.
Sick. I'm excited. Here we go. It is game one of Heroic versus Gaming Gladiators, and we are just jumping into this one to see, you know, if Gaming Gladiators can keep their tournament lives alive. Again, it's not entirely in their hands. They have to kind of pray that these other series unfold a specific way, but for them, they can at least still give them the opportunity of tiebreakers if they take the 2-0 here. Heroic with a single win guarantees them playoffs. So big deal for both of these teams. Llama in a good spot here will break the smoke. Yeah, smoke was definitely scouted. They might know of this and go for a D ward.
Oh, that was like an instant smoke break into nothing.
Yeah. Ooh.
Ooh. Sneaky sniper ward in smoke.
He's like, my smoke didn't pop. I can still place a ward.
Analog still pings it out though. He feels it.
He's like,
feels
man,
it in his bones.
they gotta have one. All right. Potential fight here over this top rune. 4 heroes here from Gaming Gliders. They'll throw the stun out onto Schofield. Divine Llama will zone out the rest, but it's going to be the Enchant Blood Grenade combo that we've heard so much about. And that will give first blood onto Duracchio's. Divine Llama body blocked up here by Tofu.
Tofu with the body block.
Dude, they're so perfect. Sets up a second kill, and this one for Quinn. That was so dirty. And the good luck, have fun from Celery. Oh, man.
That's perfect. This is where you double down. If this is a pub game, you double down and predict the win. Oh, Celery. Look, that's good. They're in a do or die situation. So to be able to have that kind of laugh with the good luck, have fun after a double kill, that's good.
Yeah, I do want to point out that first blood in the mid lane will help Quinn a lot, but it is still a borderline impossible matchup with Breathe Fire. So it's not going to be easy. Well, he actually misses the Breathe Fire, so he's going to get a last hit for the first time. Yeah, this matchup's not great. Definitely not great. Especially as you get closer to like levels 3 and 4, it just snowballs out of control very quickly for the sniper. But you know, maybe Quinn can make some stuff work here. We'll have to find out.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I am curious about the choice to ban Storm. It's like a choice on, do you win the lane or do you win later in the game? Where Storm getting to Sniper is typically really good and a way to kill him. But I mean, Dragon Knights can build blinks too, and I feel like he has a good laning stage versus the Sniper. So I kind of would have been okay if they had swapped the bans, let Storm through, because I feel like you have a hero to protect the Sniper in the Enchantress and the Bat Rider to help him out once the zip actually comes in. But we'll see how it goes, see how well Dragon Knight can do in the lane, or if Quinn can outplay him. Or maybe just like farm with Shrapnel, you know, go stack camps.
I mean, as we can see already, like the 2 lanes that we expected to be going very well for them are, right? The Dragon Knight Lifestealer kind of just, I don't want to say free farming, but not struggling. And then, of course, compare that to the CK and the Bristleback, or the CK and the Centaur. That lane is fairly even, right? And I think part of that is just the strength of the Centaur hero. It's one of the reasons we see this hero picked all the time. So the double kill at the beginning of the game is going to help Gaming Gladiators a lot, potentially here in these first few waves. We'll see how things continue to develop, though. Who's going to get the last hit? Oh, Schofield got it. Okay. Healing Lotus.
With the Lotuses.
Dude, okay, so hear me out. You and I were talking, you know, before the break about what the next thing Valve is going to introduce. We were podcasting a lot, you know, in previous events about them adding fishing and it being an absolute requirement if Valve wants to grow the player base, right?
And they've proven they do.
Yeah, they've proven they do. So that's why we have fishing now. So the next logical development is wood cutting, right? I believe. And I know you're like, well, we can already cut down trees. Yes, but we need a grove that you can go and harvest trees for materials so that we can build high ground siege like trebuchets. And that's the next logical development. And eventually we just become an RTS.
We're practically there. We were born in RTS.
It's true.
We're gonna make our way back.
We've gone full
I bet Sniper's
circle.
so good if that becomes real. Like if you can actually build stuff, you get like double siege with Sniper. Sniper can actually either deal with it or you like put him on your newly built platform trebuchet. Analog's taking a lot of pressure in the mid lane, I gotta say. It's opted for only one bracer. So
the stick is very interesting. That is the part I'm a little bit concerned about, because a lot of times we don't see a stick. It's just the double bracer to get that extra regen and health, but he's gone for a stick, which Sniper does spam take aim a lot.
That's true.
I guess, you know, maybe that's the idea, but it's a little weird. Yeah, it's a little bit weird. KJ here in the bottom lane, gonna take a lot of damage. Great flame break there from Tofu. He's gonna try and just outrun them, but he cannot. Ace picks him up with another quill spray there.
Bristle definitely needs to have a good lane too. Oh, this is interesting. I just noticed he went double null talisman.
Who did?
He is going back for that mana spam. The Ace Bristleback.
Yeah.
So that's a new development there.
It's good.
A lot of mana for this spam here.
This item, I think people realized it's like we used to just build Falcon Blades for a lot of heroes.
Falcon Blades don't double in value.
Yeah, they're also really expensive. Analog mid lane getting dove here from Tofu and Celery trying to make his way under the tower. In comes KJ. Will Analog die? He does. Quinn trying to run away from Schofield here on the Rubik. He's doing his best. Blood Grenade does connect. He's probably going to burn out. Just needs one more auto attack, and he does find him. So a 2-for-1, but the Dragon Knight dying first. Quite nice for the side of Gaming Gladiators. Centaur stun. Lasts a little longer there. It takes a lot of damage here from Duraccio, but should be able to pop the Lotus in a moment.
Celery's going to find a courier.
Ooh. Will he be able to pop the Lotus? Yeah, he can. Ooh, that's K. Why is K1's courier there? What is he trying to get from the side shop?
He's going straight Radiance, potentially.
Okay.
I think he's feeling it out. He has both queued, but it's something we've seen him do in the past.
Yes.
Is skip the Armlet and go for the Radiance. Gonna play on Ace in the bottom lane. Ooh, Schofield just bursting the end there. And that's going to let him go for a Wisdom Rune steal, too.
Yeah. They do trade 1-for-1, but that is so worth it, taking out the Bristleback first and the Wisdom Rune steal. Now, that being said, they are rotating on... Okay, that was like they are rotating on the Enchantress, but they will TP back on the Centaur. So Schofield with the Telekinesis will be able to definitely secure it over Tofu, and he's going to die for this. TP in from Ace will make pretty quick work of the Rubik, unless he can get the deny, but great body blocks. We saw Tofu doing this. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I know. Saves it for the quill spray.
Fourth quill.
Very nice.
Still, that Wisdom Rune steal is a big deal.
Yep.
All the supports in this game scale really well with levels, so being able to get both, pretty useful. It actually, I wouldn't say it builds a lead, since actually they've got the kills on the side of Gaming Gladiator. Speaking of, Duraccio in the top lane.
That missile.
Got a rocket under tower.
It sets up enough, and they've brought in the numbers. That is just such a deep dive. They're playing, I think what's happening here is they're getting baited by the Enchantress. This is normally a hero that feels really strong, but you are still level 3, so no impetus. And you have some fairly tanky cores on the side of Heroic, right? Like all of these heroes, strength melee heroes, right? All 3 of your cores. So it's not easy to try and burst down some of these guys.
Especially with the early levels on the enemy supports, thanks to that double Wisdom Rune, which originally I was going to say 6-3, so you got a bit of XP from kills on Gaming Gladiator, so it's kind of evened out for those Wisdom Runes, but now with these return kills from Heroic, now they're solidly in the lead. KJ halfway to 6 already, and that's a really powerful spell to get early.
Yeah, I feel like this is kind of what I expected, right? I look at Heroic's draft, and they are definitely stronger in the lane. Ace is going to become a serious problem, and like this is what I was talking about, right? You do a lot of damage to the Bristleback, but he will eventually stack up enough quills, so he needs help. He's going to bring in a lot of help, actually, as the Centaur Stampede tries to close the gap. They get the kill. Now they find Tofu on the backside. Analog rotating on in with the help of Schofield, and they got him. Ends up being 2 more kills into the hands of Heroic, now tying the game at 6-6. Freeing up more space for K1 on this Lifestealer, and it is going to be that Radiance Rush, like you said.
Nicely played from K1. He was getting some quill stacks on him, which I think made Ace feel like, oh, they can't dive me, Lifestealer will die. But he actually infests a creep and then just runs at him, and he can't get more quill sprays because he's in the creep. So he just contributes and then like goes for the kill with the burst out at the end.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
So I will say, there is a silver lining, and it's the fact that Quinn's mid lane has actually gone very good considering the matchup, right? We've seen matchups of the DK versus Sniper where Sniper is like 1,500 gold behind at 10 minutes. Now, you also can't really pressure the tower since it is a Sniper who can just very easily clear the waves. So Analog is resulting to just farming. He's going to be top net worth. Once he has his like level 2 ultimate, we'll see him also clearing a lot of stacks. Speaking of stacks, you see a bunch there. Schofield will get caught at the top rune, and amplify damage picked up for the Sniper. As maybe this time we'll see them go for a mid lane tower, but without Celery's creep, it'll be a little bit difficult.
We do have a Dragonlance on the way for the Sniper. Getting through the laning stage, this is the awkward part for him against that Dragon Knight, like you said, but did okay. Dragon Knight is going to go for a blink. This is pretty interesting. He got an Oblivion staff first, and now he's going to go for a blink. Mage Slayer has really dropped off, and this is not a good mage. Well, actually, against Bristle, it might be kind of okay, but not really worth it. I think he's just getting it for the early stats, the spam on spells, better mana regen, and then he'll go for an Orchid later.
They have a 6 smoke gank into the triangle right now. They're looking for the Tofu Bat Rider, and, well, yeah, they get him. And I was like, I commit. Look at this ward, though. Wait, I don't know who placed this, is the ridiculous thing. There's a ward on the triangle, or right in the ancient camp that scouted this. And they're going to use this now to just try and take the stack and leave. All right. They lose some of the ancient creep, or they lose some of the stacks to heroic, but taking these away from the Bat Rider is probably the most important. Like, yeah, Ace gets them, but your Bat Rider was set up to pretty much buy a Blink Dagger after that stack, and now he's not even close.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
2,000 gold lead, however, for Gaming Gladiators. They're actually looking really strong now, farming quite well in all 3 of their cores. Centaur has fallen off. What in the world?
Yeah, he's been having a hard time versus Chaos Knight. Chaos Knight is good versus the Centaur because Centaur tries to like whittle people down with his high health regen and the double edge. Looking at K1, he's just gonna pop the rage and should be out of there. But Chaos Knight, like, he fights back and he heals off the Chaos Strike.
They're gonna keep going. They're like, they're assuming he stopped to farm, and they would be correct. Goes for the Infest to try and buy a little bit of time. Here comes KJ on the backside, but he has no call down. There's gonna be a Stampede, and you've lost your Lifestealer. Analog here as well, trying to do what he can. Quinn not going to be isolated off as the rest of Gaming Gladiators will chase down that Gyrocopter. 5 heroes to the bottom lane. Pays off as they will also grab themselves a nice tower here.
Quinn, NA representative, played a lot versus K1. That was he knew. He's like, there's no way this guy stops farming for long. Just go to the next camp. He'll be there.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Good read. Gets the Lifestealer kill. He's working on that Radiance. It's about 1,000 gold off, so any kills you get now just to slow him down, really good, because once he has that item, he'll farm a lot faster. The longer you delay that. It's not quite exponential. I don't know what to call it, but, you know, the faster you the longer you delay the farming item, the better.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Getting some. Okay, Analog actually. Did you just point this out? He got a Yasha instead of the Blink.
I don't know if I like that.
I kind of do, because I think they just need to farm for right now. I don't know if they actually want to fight with how much your CK is or with how much your Centaur is struggling as a result of the Chaos Knight. So I feel like he kind of just needs to farm and let, you know, Lifestealer also get to his critical items. Like, he's still working on his Radiance. Is that a Bloodstone on Ace already? Holy heck. All right, Ace is strong. You definitely don't want to be fighting right now. Okay, Stampede comes out, able to get them away. That lasso was looking for an opening. Doesn't manage to connect, but called on here to try and do a little bit of chip damage to the tower. Easy pickup there for Gaming Gladiators. I like this, man. This death ball is strong.
Yeah, I think it's good to go, especially once you see they've gone for these farming oriented items. The Radiance first and the Yasha first. I think when you put it that way, it's true. Ooh, lasso on the Rubik. Oh, maybe we can steal some of their stacks. Balance things out for the Gaming Gladiators. It's true, I guess Heroic does want to line up the timings better, so they're trying to hold out here. But I worry if too many people are farming, like Lifestealer going for the Radiance, and he's still going to farm off of this. This is his farming item, so he's not... He might Infest gank join, but he doesn't really want to fight that much. And if Dragon Knight's also farming, and then Centaur's farming to catch up, everyone's farming. I don't know. I don't know how you stop Gaming Gladiators from just running you down. Like if no one can start anything to find a pick off if Gaming Gladiator splits up in any way or something.
Yeah, I think right now it's the fact that the Centaur's game is so rough makes this really scary for Heroic, because you need this guy to be a tanky initiator for your team, right? You don't mind if your Dragon Knight's going in with the Blink Dagger, but you would like it to be your Centaur, and then the follow-up is the DK finding the sniper or something, right? So we'll see them be able to wrap around here. A nice, easy pick off there for the Rubik, or I mean onto the Rubik rather, but really good invasion into this triangle now twice. They have a super deep ward there. It doesn't usually get dewarded that often, and it has actually allowed them to make this play twice. They also take away a ward as they go back in there.
Yeah, interesting that KJ also placed an observer there. I feel like it's actually a little too shallow, because I don't know if you'll see Gaming Gladiators actually invading or in that area, but at the same time, it is also likely to survive for quite a long time.
Yeah. Dude, Gaming Gladiators just playing super efficient on the map. They are farming on everybody. The Batrider and Enchantress also.
Quinn!
No way.
He saw it from their ward. Dude, this is the most value ward. Props to Tofu. What was that, 2 kills and a huge courier snipe? That was the Blink Dagger, just to clarify for everyone. The Blink Dagger on the Centaur War Runner.
And Analog gonna be forced to stampede, but the Blink is here from the Batrider instead. Stops the stampede away. He's trying to turn around with what damage he can, but Duraccio will clean him up. K1 getting a lot of work here with this Radiance. Finds the kill onto Duraccio. Call down will clip Quinn, but he's got a Shadow Blade, and they actually have no way of finding him. And meanwhile, Ace with the wraparound will force them back completely. So at least they get the Chaos Knight. It is almost an even trade, but I think Gaming Gladiator is still very happy considering Sniper has an amazing game at the moment.
Yeah, and this is all on the map of Heroic, so off that fight, like everyone just went back to farming, but that favors Gaming Gladiator since they're over here. Yeah, we get to see the replay here. So Analog cannot quite get away. They try to stampede, but the Blink Dagger from Tofu, which was delayed a little bit because of the stolen stacks, he does finally get to it. And yeah, from here, we're going to see lots of Blink Lasso setting up plays like this.
Dude, if he actually has the Blink on Centaur here, Sniper is dead. Like, that is actually the difference between him having that Blink Dagger and it dying on the Courier. We're going to see them make another play here on to Divine Llama. The Orchid is out from Duraccio. Telekinesis here from Schofield to make a little bit of space. They're trying to do what they can, but Ace is an unkillable machine right now, and they will just slowly find their target. Yeah, you cannot deal with this Bristleback until you get a Silver Edge. There's just no one that can build it. So you have this game plan right now, I think, of you just have to outfarm. You have to outscale Gaming Gladiators and ignore the Bristleback and kill everyone else. I think that is the eventual plan here from Hero, because I don't know where else you can go. Tofu here will go with a nice lasso. Quick rage, though, from K1 and a Stampede Blink in from Divine Llama will find a kill. Killing Duraccio would be massive if they can do it, but Ace He's on the backside here, chasing him down. Schofield looking to do some huge work. Can they do it? Dyrachio, they got him, and he doesn't manage to finish off the Centaur. He gets the blink out, and yeah, there's Ace. You walk away from this guy. You will not deal with him.
Overall, pretty good for Heroic. They are a bit on the back foot, so being able to kill the carry CK. Though is he currently the carry? I think it's Ace.
It's Ace and Sniper. It really is. Like, Dyrachio is mostly here as a repositioning and stun, right? He scouts, he repositions heroes, and he stuns them. Like, he can burst a support, but at the end of the day, like, this Sniper and this Bristleback are going to be the real problems, I think.
I think there was a misclick on K1 side. He has a Manta recipe, but no Yasha.
Oh, mid lane, Analog. Speaking of Manta, we'll pop it. Silence comes out. Sniper just shooting away. Like you said, they don't have the minus armor for him, but you do have plenty of damage when he's alone.
It picks up an Orb of Destruction and Orb of Corrosion. 2 orbs on the Chaos Knight. So with the Reality Rift, that's actually 9 armor reduction and a ton of slows. That's pretty good. I like Quinn. It feels like such a pub build, but it makes a lot of sense. So Shadowblade first just needs to survive a lot of these fights, so the Shadowblade will help him with that. It's a little bit weird compared to like maybe a more normal build, more farm oriented build, but they're getting active, so he's just contributing damage, and then he's gonna go straight for MKB.
He should have waited. Oh, he should have waited. Sorry, he could have waited 2 seconds and gotten an extra like chunk of XP there. Oh well. They
It's
still
hard to remember.
Yeah, they still at least don't. I mean, you see that rune, you're like, oh, that's mine. K1 dead here. Doesn't have the Manta completed, and that Orchid is causing some massive problems for him. That's probably the best kill that they could find. Ace has an Aghanim Scepter now. So we talked about the fact that he's already like unkillable. Now he does some serious burst damage, and he can solo the Tormentor. Bristleback, one of the few heroes that can do this very easily. Just needs to get the stacks up. And then pop the Bristleback here, which I'll do in a moment. Bonk. Yep, very cool. Yep. So Celery gets himself the Tormentor. Or at least the Shard, rather, sorry.
Pretty nice repositioning tool this game. It just helps you farm a lot. From here, they're in a pretty good spot. Probably thinking about Roche, which should be fairly easy to do with the Bristleback and the Chaos Knight. And I think you just put it on carry Ace here. Have him go in. I don't know if you have an answer to that.
Yeah, you might be right.
Who gets the next Tormentor?
Dyrachio.
That's actually pretty good for farming speed and just casual harass poke. Like you just throw out the stun.
Dude, they literally got the dream. No Batrider on both Tormentors. That is nuts. You could have gotten literally the worst shard in the game twice, and you dodged it. That's amazing.
Good RNG.
Good RNG goes to good players. Smoke up, Infest here. They've got to start finding something. You are bleeding and fast here on the side of Heroic. It is a 15,000 gold advantage for Heroic. They're going to find Ace. That is just not the target. You do not have the damage for this guy unless he turns and faces you, but he gets the Bloodstone off.
Bloodstone.
He's just max HP. The pause, though. Frozen. Oh. Okay.
Okay. They can...
He still has half his Bloodstone duration and a Hairball. Dude, he's going to max heal if he doesn't die.
So, yeah. So, like, there is... What is this? Like, a second left of stun? Maybe less. If he gets the Hairball, that's a pretty big heal. There's so many Quill Sprays on Centaur, Bristle, Dragonite. We're, like, 11 10 on these two.
Yeah.
This will be a big heal and he'll stay alive, but maybe they can kill him right before.
It's gonna be close. Oh, Ace gets it off. Oh no, and now the rest of Heroic on the run. Analog trying to hide it out in the trees. Will go for the TP. Does make it. On the bottom side, K1 trying to run away. He has no TP himself. He does have a Rage. Tofu will close the gap, and yeah, we'll be forced to pop the Rage, try to pop the Phase Boots, get as far away as possible, but there's the Orchid, the Reality Rift, the stun, and K1 goes down.
Yeah, like you said at the very start of that, Ace is just not the guy you want to find. I mean, it's a great kill if you can get it. He'd be worth a lot, but it's just so hard because of how much he heals and because of the way, without the break, even when you're hitting him, if you're hitting him in the wrong direction, he's still getting the stacks off. And he manages to press Bloodstone in time and gives him so much healing in that fight that the entire rest of his team gets there. I think even if he died, it's probably already a good spot for the rest of his team to clear things up and still be a winning trade that you then get Roche off of. But the fact that he doesn't even die is just insult to injury at that point.
So you need a Scotty on your Lifestealer at some point to deal with this guy. Like, that is a requirement, but you could build it on a Dragon Knight. We're going to see a nice fight break out here. They do get a great stomp from Divine Llama. If they can actually find some targets here. They got one. Dyrachyo trying to TP out, but gets canceled from Schofield. He gets a return kill, though. Celery will be found as well. So, Gaming Gladiators, I mean, they split up after the Roshan. How many times have we seen this?
Yeah, the carry Bristlebacks cutting waves. That's a bit of a misplay on their part. Yeah, okay, so here's the fight earlier in the replay. Yeah, just look how much he's healing more than he's taking damage in this fight. Very unfortunate pause, but I think even without the pause, this is what was going to happen, is that...
Yeah, he lives no matter what there.
Yeah, again, whether you kill him or not at that point, it just doesn't matter. He lived long enough that the rest of his team has made it to the fight, and they can do whatever they need to from there. Losing the kills after that we just saw in the live play, now that is a bit of a slip up from Gaming Gladiators. I don't think it doesn't massively change this game right now. I still think can't kill this Bristle.
Oh God, Schofield.
Well, I say that. Can we get out? Yeah, he should be good.
Oh, Quinn lost vision and didn't get the assassinate.
Centaur is pretty close to Shiva's, which will be very good versus the Bristleback, who does not have a BKB at this time. Scotty is good. It is quite a ways away. And Silver Edge is the next item that's queued up for Lifestealer, which I think is necessary to kill the Bristle. But he's very far from that item. He is a Silver Edge away from Silver Edge.
Yeah, I mean, you could see, like, they do a lot of damage. The problem is you have to stop the healing and the passives of the Bristleback in order to deal with this guy. So, yeah, it's going to be a moment. Oh, KJ, TP. Dude, so close. But you have to be able to stop the Bristleback and the healing that's coming out. So you have to break him, and then you have to have a healing reduction item. So Vessel, which they skipped on this game. You almost have the Shivas on Centaur, which is going to be great. He's about 400 gold away. And then you also have, you know, the potential for a late game Scotty, which you can build on either the Dragon Knight or the Lifestealer. So there are tools there, and that's why I was saying, like, they kind of have to play for their items. They're so far behind at this point that taking a 5-on-5 fight is terrifying. Like, both of your supports are as farmed or more farmed than the Centaur.
That's a scary place to be for Heroic. Ace just poking the tier 3 on his own.
Oh, Schofield, he really wants that Wisdom Root. I don't think he's getting this one. He's tried already a few times, but Quinn's nearby. Gets himself a kill in the process.
What are they currently waiting for? Hurricane Pike's almost done on Sniper. Yeah, I feel like Bristol's really strong. I'm not fully sure why they aren't just like going together to this tower. Like, Bristol's literally here on his own, and they're not addressing him. So what if you just bring 5 heroes?
He just had 18 too.
Maybe that's what they were waiting for. I mean, there's a minute left on Aegis. There's technically a little bit of time.
Oh, the enchant. That was a nice... I mean, he almost gets away with another cheeky TP out, but the enchant to instantly remove that Ghost Scepter. Very nice. But yeah, you're right. I am kind of curious about that too. I think maybe Gaming Gladiators, with Aegis about to expire, they could potentially chip the high ground for like 30 seconds. Like, I don't think they can kill Ace if he just walks onto the high ground with 500 damage. Oh, yeah, quick little grenade away, but a spooky ghost. There's still a tier 1 tower. They actually just TP everybody in, and now the turnaround. He's got to try to get the TP, but he's not even gonna have a chance. The stun is there. You have lost the Centaur. They're looking for more. Looks like Analog will be able to escape. I mean, speaking of which, Analog's actually almost got an Aghanim Scepter. They're doing a decent job at just cutting the lanes here on the side of Heroic, but Dyrachyo will now find the Rubik. You should be able to have a blink in a moment. Well, won't chase. Okay, never mind.
The Aghanims on Dragonite. This might be the tool they need if they can successfully creep cut for like another 10 minutes. I do think the game becomes much easier for them. But surviving that 10 minutes is a bit tough. With that in mind, I feel like they've survived, you know, that first Aegis, so that they're getting there. They've done the first part. Maybe Gaming Gladiators waiting for the second Roche, I guess, and they're gonna go with that. They have finished some extra items. If Heroic makes a comeback, I think that is where Gaming Gladiators will have some regret on. All right, hang on. They're trying to find Schofield.
He's got a Ghost Scepter. Nice lasso from the high ground as well. They'll be able to find KJ. The double Ghost Scepters to try and keep him alive is just not enough. There's too much damage. Blink in, Divine Llama finds Ace, but again, it's not the target you want to go on, as Dyrachyo's going to try to just dive the base here. They're going in deep. He's got the Bristleback, going to start stacking up those quills. Devi in his own tier 4 towers will fall. Dyrachyo with a BKB trying to get away from the Lifesteal. The Force Staff will help him survive, as Ace will just retreat. Never punished on this Bristleback.
Something we were about to say earlier, Enchant being able to steal Dragonite illusions is super nice. Yeah, I mean, like, couldn't this have happened like 5 minutes ago? Well, never mind. It's happening now. Maybe they're playing it safe. They do need the guaranteed 2-0, right? So maybe they felt just a little nervous pushing too early. You throw. That's the game, right? I can appreciate that.
Yeah, I think they still know that the Lifestealer can do a lot of damage, and going high ground, like if you get punished somehow, like if K1 happens to like take a good fight and you lose your Dragon, or not Dragon Knight, your Chaos Knight like immediately, you probably don't have the damage to deal with K1 at that point, so you would just give up a kill and back maybe, but I don't know. Yeah, they just feel so strong. They're 25,000 gold ahead. They get the tier 3 tower. It opens up a second fortification for Heroic here, but I think we're just waiting for next Aegis, right? We'll see the respawn here in about 24 seconds. It should spawn Radiant side, but there is still a chance, right? If it's max duration, could spawn on the Dire, which I think favors Gaming Gladiators anyway. I think they'd prefer that.
I think by the time the next Aegis happens, or at least the high ground push, if, you know, it's a quick one, Gaming Gladiators gets it right away. Pretty sure Silver Edge is going to be done. It's about 500 gold away. Yeah, Aegis is a minute 20. He's going to have Silver Edge, and then suddenly Bristleback becomes kind of killable.
He does, but it is still one of those things where it's like you have to have all of the heroes to kill the Bristleback. It can't just be him. There's gonna be the Blink Lasso comes through. They manage to find the kill. Centaur Stomp on top of him with the Infested. Got on top of Quinn. Analog's got him. The Telekinesis pulls him in. Force up to the high ground, but he's dead. Ace, the unstoppable Bristleback. You gotta ignore him. Go for someone else. KJ going down. Dyrachyo now on the run. The missile should connect. The Blink to safety. Ace is just getting kited to oblivion, as Dyrachyo now taking a beating here from the Lifestealer. Analog now in trouble. Spirit Vessel on top of him. There are two fights here happening. K1 though, the buyback from Quinn. They just melt right through him. Never mind. Now KJ on the run, cannot escape, and he's going to try and pick up some chicken nuggets before he dies, but will not get him. The value meal. Unlucky. And here's Ace. I don't know if anyone has noticed. Full HP, full mana still after a full minute and a half of fighting, as he will now dive the tier 4s. Bristleback still gets the quills, though. A lot of damage. Doesn't care. Pops Bloodstone. Continues. Maybe I can just continue diving here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh yeah, buildings, guys.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Wait a minute.
I mean,
the base is entirely alive.
Ace was just given free reign that fight. The whole heroic game plan was ignore Ace, and it started out well. They found two really
they got
good
the blink
kills.
lasso. Oh, Divine Llama going down first. That is huge. He thought he was safe behind a tree, but there was a ward barely scouting him. And Dyrachyo going in once again here for the Rubik. It's just space, right? That's what we talked about. Dyrachyo is only here to make space, give vision, and allow the sniper Bristleback to do the job.
Which, yeah, in that fight leading up to this, the fact that Heroic was able to find Sniper so quickly was a pretty good start to them. And I think they do feel the pressure. They committed buybacks. They were trying to get as much out of that as possible. But there's only so long you can ignore a Bristleback before Bristleback starts killing everyone. And I feel like that's kind of what happened in that fight.
Yeah, I mean, this was literally best case scenario for Heroic, right? You isolate the sniper, you kill him at the very beginning. I will say I am super surprised Dyrachyo was able to get this far away. The fact that he gets the blink off was nuts, because typically you would expect the gyrocopter shard here, right? But he doesn't have one, so it just allows him to just continue. Kites K1 into a really bad spot. And he doesn't have a Scotty for the healing reduction.
Yeah,
on the live
Roach
feed,
fight, actually.
we're back in. They get on top of Celery. Great sproink to the low ground. Centaur just taking a beating, and he's going to go down first, but they found Sniper once again. K1 trying to chase him down, but he needs help. Schofield, is he there? The Yules, it's going to work. They've isolated Celery, so he is the first to fall on the side of Game Gliders, but can they get K1? He's tried his best. They've got detection. Quinn falling low for the pullback. The Reality Rift piercing, spell immunity, it's enough. They got it. 4 dead on Heroic, and it's just analog. Quinn surviving on a sliver of HP. For getting that dieback would have been massive.
Give him the Aegis, give him cheese, send him in. How are you going to kill him 3 times? There's no way. He can go die twice to the fountain and still be fine.
Yeah, I mean, neither Dyrachyo or Ace can die at this point. Like I said, not having healing reduction from the Lifestealer, really, like, he has a heart BKB on Dyrachyo. He's basically healing as much damage as K1 is doing. Look at how long they kite here on the sniper. 1 4 staff, 2 4 staffs, Yules. Oh man,
yeah, the concussive grenade too.
Yeah, dude, the
K1
reality
was
rift.
trying to get to him.
Oh god,
the
that's
fact
so
that he has
brutal.
Reality Rift pierces immunity. It's I don't really see a way for Heroic to do it at this point outside of a sudden magnetic pull into Fountain. The Call of the Void that so many Dota players struggle with. But I think Gaming Gladiators will be able to resist long enough.
That's the Silver Edge. If they can get... Oh, he has a Wind Waker! Oh my god, good luck. Ace walks away from that one. You have another opening in a few seconds from that Silver Edge, but... Yeah, now that you have Wind Waker, it's going to be even more difficult. They missed on the Centaur Stomp, I think is what happened there too.
I mean, from here, if you want to do it safely, just keep sending in the illusions, but pretty sure they'll just wait for creeps, send the Bristle back in.
Yeah, I mean, again, Dyrachyo's the one who's going to go in, right? He'll just blink high ground and try and kill anyone he can find. So I think that's likely the next play here. Enchantress will turn the DK illusion back onto the enemy base himself as he walks high ground, looks for the Rubik, ends up getting, oh, he Ogre Seals back in. Oh no, Schofield, that's not where you want to be. Analog capped from the Reality Rift. Dust doing some work. There's the lasso, and it's not even close. This Dragon Knight goes down, and now it's Divine Llama and K1 versus the rest of Gaming Gladiators. He's going to buy back on the Centaur, but you've lost so much already. That's going to be mega creeps. And Gaming Gladiators likely just finishing off game number 1 here. Again, a must-win game for them. A must-win series. Celery. Stampede comes out, Sproinks away, and that is it. GG, well played. A very clean game from Gaming Gladiators. This Bristleback absolutely demolished them.
Now, like you said, I wasn't sure on how the Bristleback would do, but you felt confident. How do you kill the Bristleback? We definitely saw that come into play there. How do you kill that guy? The double null talisman was a cool adjustment to the build, and it gave him a strong enough start versus a lifestealer, someone very hard to lane against. But the Quill sprays, being able to harass through the rage, meant that you kind of had a equal footing in terms of trading in the laning stage. That got him a good enough start. Once he got a Bloodstone, you didn't have the tools to deal with it.
It was so fast too.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go double check the timing on that thing, because that Bloodstone surprised me. He had it when they were like pushing mid tier 1.
Yeah, I wonder if they should have gotten like a Spirit Vessel on the Gyrocopter.
Over the...
He got Solar Crest,
Crest,
which is the physical reduction versus such a high physical damage armor reduction team. So I get it, but it does feel like they need some kind of heal reduction. I mean, hindsight 2020, right? So maybe they thought the lanes would go better, which if it had, maybe they could have made more plays, but Divine Llama had a really rough time versus the Chaos Knight. The Blink Dagger then getting killed on the Courier right prevented all these early plays when maybe you do have the damage to kill off any of these tanky heroes. But when you just keep delaying it, you finish a couple more items. You lost all your tools to be able to fight into Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, I feel like Divine Llama needed to have a much better game here. And I think some of it is the skill build. Like, he goes 4-point Stomp as opposed to Retaliate, and he does need the Stomp to try and find kills, but with how the lanes were being played and how they were developing, like, it was just farm. And I think he needed to have kind of those extra points in the passive, maybe an early Blade Mail even, and just try and farm for his own items, like on the jungle side. But they lost so much of their map early, and it just ended up being Gaming Gladiators running through them off the tempo of this Bristleback and Centaur, or Bristleback and Chaos Knight.
Yeah, I will say that was a first blood for Gaming Gladiators to the, if I recall correctly, Chaos Knight and the Sniper. So that was pretty much as good of a start as you could possibly get.
True.
I'm curious of how much the players think that affected the game. Like, if that doesn't happen, maybe it looks very different for Heroic.
Yeah, well, we can ask them about that at the interview later today. But for now, we're going to go to a break, and we'll be back with our final game of this series, of course, Heroic versus Gaming Gladiators. Game number 2 coming up in a bit. We'll see you then.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right wear and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Without a storm, just come my soul with eternal energy. But it sets me free. Come, let's go every morning. 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 Hey, yeah. Woo. Oh, yeah. Hey. The water in the soul beneath the purple tree. It's the same that fills my soul with eternal energy. When you're faced by its shadow, the sea knocks me out. And now I'm free, yeah. Hey! The water in the soul beneath the purple tree. It's the same that fills my soul with eternal energy. And it sets me free.
I don't know where I'm going, but I know I'll get there. I find peace in knowing the journey doesn't care. Drive all night into oblivion. I'm alright, it's just around the bend. Drive all night into oblivion. These street lights guide me further in. The wanderer, the wanderer, the wanderer. He keeps running, oh, he keeps running. A vagrant in disguise. I keep on getting by. The road it never ends. The road it is my friend. Drive all night into oblivion. I'm alright, it's just around the bend. Drive all night into oblivion. These street lights guide me further in. The wanderer, the wanderer, the wanderer. He keeps running, oh, he keeps running. Oh, I don't know where I'm going, but if it leads me to you, I'll be alright. Drive all night to oblivion. I'm alright, it's just around the bend. Drive all night into oblivion. These street lights guide me further in. The wanderer, the wanderer, the wanderer. He keeps running, oh, he keeps running, oh. I was a young boy in New York City. I worked the night shift until it hit me that you are what I'm living for. My father taught me for years to be a strong man, hold back my tears. My mother taught me love, and she told me I will fight for you. 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 Everything I do, I do it all for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you. When I'm an old man in the country, I'll think about that day, remember fondly. I try to make you proud. I live my life so loud. Before I go, can I say how much a difference it makes with you in my corner? I didn't feel like a goner. I will fight for you. 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 Everything I do, I do it all for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you. Just wanna let you know I love to watch you grow. Yeah, we're in this together. I've got your back forever. Just wanna let you know I love to watch you grow. Yeah, we're in this together. I've got your back forever. I will fight for you. 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 Everything I do, I do it all for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you.
Gaming Gladiators with a very necessary win here in game number 1, as they need also a victory in game number 2 to keep themselves in this tournament. Heroic fall short, right? But they're still in a pretty good position for the groups. We'll see if they can pull it together for game number 2. Zach, talk to me, man. What's got to change for Heroic here?
Don't get killed at the very start to the sniper and the CK. That made your lanes pretty hard. I think off of that draft, like if we take out that first blood, they have a much better chance than what it looked like. But the way the game played out is that I feel Gaming Gladiators got too much out of the lane. The Bristleback reached this point where he's too hard to kill. And they tried. If like a couple things went their way a little bit better, you know, maybe you have a much better shot at that. But yeah, just not getting what you need out of the lanes. That's our current state of Dota. All right, if you lose your lanes, you might lose at like that 30-minute mark. Or if you didn't lose the lanes hard enough, you might be able to drag it all the way out to like that 60-minute, and then you have a chance. And we followed path number 1 this time.
Yeah, I like I like the fact that Gaming Gladiators just like there was a moment where we were trying to figure out like, are they just gonna wait? Like they have Aegis, this bristleback is huge. Like why are we not going high ground? But yeah, the patient ended up being rewarded. They get a little bit tankier on their Chaos Knight. They waited for a couple more items on Tofu's Bat Rider, right? So it wasn't just Blink, but he ends up with 4 staff, Bongo Boots, his Yules, and Quinn's game was so easy, right? Like it's one of those things where a lot of snipers, like their game feels like kind of hard. Looking at like a Centaur and a Dragon Knight, you're like, man, they're gonna be able to gap close him so easily. But they were the ones always on the offensive with heroes like CK and Bristleback just scouting for him completely. And his item build was great. Early, early Shadow Blade picks up his shard as well super early, so he's able to just kite and reposition. Ends up being perfect, exactly what he needs. But yeah, maybe that's enough of game 1. We've got a draft for game number 2 is starting right now, as I have to imagine the bans are going to be very similar in phase 1 for both these teams.
Gladiators turn to ban.
The Gaming Gladiators has last pick this time.
10 seconds remaining.
Many of the bans should be similar, but I am curious what they'll prioritize now that they have a different amount of bans each.
I think we'll still see the Chen removed from Heroic. I know that they're one of the teams that actually lets it through sometimes, but not against Gaming Gladiators.
Or
10 seconds
maybe they will.
I don't know, man. I cannot imagine that you let it through. I feel like that's even too scary.
Gaming Gladiators turn to ban.
Well,
these are pretty different bans.
There's the Brewmaster. Pango is in, so it's either Pango or Chen here. So you have to make a choice.
I mean, we've seen them pick up a very quick Pango in the past. I don't think they've done it this tournament, but if they wanted to, they could.
I mean, Analog's a sick Pango player. I like the idea of just banning Chen, picking the Pango. But you have to consider, like, you could respond immediately with something like, okay, they banned the Pango. So we're likely seeing a Chen series here, and they grab the Disruptor.
Heroic does have a decent track record versus Chen. It's like the best amongst the pros, I feel, because they let it through the most, but it's still around 50%. Which is saying something about the hero. Gaming Gladiators may be discussing, is it a trap? Should we do it? They've done their research, I'm sure. They know that Heroic feels comfortable versus the Chen. But this is our Chen. We're not those other teams' Chen. This is Celery Chen. It's different, right, guys? Oh, yeah, it's totally different. Lock it in. Yeah, look at him. He's like, heh, Chen game. Nice. I'm going to be so rich this game.
10 seconds remaining.
I would just like to point out that the perfect storm is currently aligning for Group B in terms of placements for tiebreakers. It is happening. We'll see what happens after that. But if you are going against this Chen lineup, obviously Gaming Gladiators played this exceptionally well. They are a super fast tempo team. So they're going to ban out the CK, something that they have been playing more and more. I want to say in general, CK has been getting a lot more attention in the tournament. I'm not sure how many picks or bans, what the win rate is, but it's looking very strong. They get rid of the Leshrac as well, something that you do not want to give over to Quinn, especially since you could just pick it immediately at the start of phase 2 here.
Yeah, that'd be a really scary tempo. Leshrac, Chen. Io's actually in the pool as well, but preemptively countered by Disruptor, so I don't know if you still want to go for that, but it is a really good synergy with Leshrac, so go ahead and take that out. There are still many other tempo mids, though, which we could see Gaming Gladiators go for.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Again, respecting Analog's Primal Beast. Interesting.
You can trample all your Chen creeps.
That is true. It is annoying. Like, Chen is not a hero that can deal with it at all. You could honestly run it off lane into a Chen, which is kind of interesting. Like, yeah, you have Penitence a little bit, but K1 powering up over there, it seems. I almost just stepped on my cat. Glad I did not. Whoops.
That's good. Would not recommend. Interestingly, Razor has been pretty ignored this series. He's been so popular throughout the tournament.
That's true, huh? I feel like we've seen a lot of teams prioritize it, but it not getting picked at all in this series or banned is definitely a little bit surprising. So they will go for the Tusk. Okay. Some more early tempo. This hero also synergizes exceptionally well with Chen's Penitence. Lots of attack speed.
That's true. They're set up for pretty strong early game. From here, you could either go 3 cores who are all good early to mid, or maybe like 1 late game carry, I would say, for Duraccio, but maybe it's actually Ace who gets it, and then two more early oriented heroes. Let's see, Crystal Maiden, I feel like could be good. I don't think they run it all that often though. If they want to run, I don't think you would pick it here, but you could keep Keeper of the Light in mind because he's pretty good at slowing down early aggression, but you need to see what cores come up. Okay, eat the creeps.
It's a good pick in general. Like, just being able to prevent the healing from Chen is massive. Like, not only does he have Hand of God, but typically a hero that builds Vlads as well as a mech, so you're going to be able to mitigate any save that this hero is bringing to the fights, and they will go back for a Dark Willow as well. So not the strongest lane duo there, Dark Willow Doom. Like, you're right, it's not easy to set up the Bramble, but Dark Willow might be able to apply some pressure to the Chen. We'll see. I'm a little bit curious about that. Being universal, having really good attack speed, I'm not sure.
Some ideas here. Medusa, not yet, but Gaming Gladiators has last pick, so you have to keep it in mind on Heroic and potentially ban it out if you don't pick something.
True. One of the best.
Brood Mother. These supports are not the best at dealing with Brood Mother. Disruptor could, he can trap her and glimpse her, like that part's cool, but do you live that long? Are you at that point? Oh wait, Brood Mother with a Chen, that would be some scary map control. No, really lacking in initiation though, which Luna's not really going to help with, but she will do well versus the Doom. She doesn't care that much about being doomed if she presses her buttons fast enough. She gets pretty tanky as far as ranged heroes go, and she does like to build Satanic, so it's it's a little annoying to get doomed, but at the end of the day, you can still just attack, the glaives get bouncing, and you'll still do a good chunk of damage.
They just go back to the sniper. Why not? It worked so well last game. I think you can still make a case for the Dragon Knight. You do have a lot of damage that comes out from the supports and the Luna still, but your other option is to pick something like the Storm Spirit or the Earth Spirit right now, if you're worried about it. However, you could go a different route and go something like a Keeper of the Light and use that as like wave clear and trying to slow down the eventual push that's coming through from Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, I think you need a playmaker or someone who can deal with early. Yeah, there you go. Earth Spirit. He will struggle a little bit in the lane to start because of the sniper range, but after you get through that laning stage, the early rolls and early AoE damage to help clear out some of these creeps could be good. And I think it's important because your carry is not going to be the one doing that, right? Especially K1 of all carries. He's going to go farm. He's going to go do like, just whatever efficient farming he's off on, and it's on the other 4 heroes to make space. So I don't think your mid hero could be someone too greedy. You have to help survive through this Chen for K1 to farm with whatever they end up picking.
I think you actually have to ban the Broodmother if you don't pick a one position that can deal with it. I really do. It is, yeah, you're like, okay, yeah, you can glimpse and cage the Broodmother, but if he builds an Orchid, he will just send the spiders at Disrupt or Dark Willow and kill them on cooldown. So Enigma will be the first ban. Also makes a lot of sense. You can't really pick a hero that deals with Enigma and the Luna Sniper.
Here's another Ace classic if you want to go crazy tempo. Lone Druid.
That would be something we haven't seen in a while. You have to ban Lifestealer.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
But
although if they go Lifestealer and they don't ban, if they don't ban Slardar, you can take Slardar. Yeah, like I feel like Gaming Gladiators is in a pretty good spot. Like whatever carry gets picked, you can either hard counter with an offlaner or just someone who goes really tempo and run down the game before that carry comes online.
Do you have to ban both illusion heroes? Like if they get rid of Phantom Lancer, do you have to get rid of Naga Siren here?
Naga could help creep cut.
It's either Naga or
Terrorblade.
Terrorblade.
It depends what they're thinking of for the offlane.
Yeah, there's the Naga.
Darkseer's not bad this game, I feel like, with the Tusk. It looks like they don't want to do it, so. There's the guy that might carry him. Ace, he's thinking hard. Who do I want to play? The last pick has been given to me. Do you think that's a lot of pressure for the pros? Do you think they feel extra pressure when it's like, oh, it's my hero that's last? I gotta put in the work.
Nah, I think Ace is very calm a lot of the times. I don't think he cares. I think he just like
the face of panic.
Nah, I feel like Ace is just always calm. You know, it kind of just strikes me as that way. He's like, yeah, you know, I'll just play one of my heroes and like either be almost highest net worth or the actual highest net worth. He plays like a lot of times in games for Gaming Gladiators, we see Quinn kind of play a little bit of a sacrificial role. Last game that wasn't the case, obviously, but he has so many heroes that he can play. Carry Windranger. Okay. Great way of dealing with the sniper. But now Ace has kind of the pick of the litter for the off lane. Does not have the Axe or the Enigma to go for. Can you read his lips? What's he saying here?
I'm going to carry the game with...
Got some reserve time still left to work with. Man, I just want to see the Broodmother. I don't know if it's particularly good against Windranger, but I still want to see it.
I think I wouldn't be... They would lack initiation. They're seriously all in on a like win lanes, push it down if they go Broodmother, but it'd be cool. I think an initiator is probably like the safer play for both early and late game. Because Sniper Luna, that's some pretty good scaling, right? Chen does drop off a little bit, but still pretty good. Yeah, there's the Centaur. He'll be fine versus the Windranger. We have seen some lanes do really well with the power shot, but I don't think. Yeah, it looks like KJ's on the disruptor. It's not easy to land consistent power shots. So you're gonna be able to keep Ace up there, the classic Gaming Gladiators play. Leave Ace up there. He doesn't die. He just farms up. This Centaur, I would not be surprised to see him at the top of the net worth come 10 minutes.
He'll just
K1
go
will probably be farmed as well, right? I think so. That's a build we see a lot.
Especially against
I think maxing Retaliate here is probably not a bad play. Who's he with? Tusk? Yeah, I feel like if you go max Retaliate, you'll be able to farm fine. You can jungle when things get really scary, and that frees up Tusk to move around to play with the Chen or maybe gank for the sniper. Killing Earth Spirit's pretty tough, but you can maybe react to them jumping your sniper if we get to that point.
You're not gonna have kill threat ever on K1 as a Centaur, right? Like you always go for several points in the wind run, so it's not like you're gonna go get a like a very easy stomp and follow-up kill with the Tusk, right? So chances are we'll see Max retaliate, probably a Blade Mail coming out from Ace in this offlane, and he's just going to play to avoid the level 6 timing with the Javelin, which usually is the kill threat of the Wind Ranger, right? She gets level 6, she'll have a Javelin very early, and then plays for a really quick focus fire kill. Centaur, one of the few heroes that can survive it, right? So we'll see what ends up happening there. But it's, again, we talked about this at the beginning of our series, at the beginning of this game. Gaming Gladiators have to win. It's not an option for them. If they do not win this game, they're out of the tournament. Heroic with a single win here will clinch themselves playoff. If they lose, they could be in for some tiebreakers. We'll have to see. So big game for both of them.
Everyone wants to win at the end of the day. Hopefully, I think you try not to think too far beyond, like, you know the pressure's on, but at the end of the day as a competitor, you want to win every game, and you try not to let it overwhelm you, like just one game at a time.
Here we go. Game 2, Gaming Gladiators versus Heroic underway as we see both teams had now a little bit of a different path from Heroic this time, but they also like to play for a late smoke occasionally. We'll see what they end up doing there. So looping down to the bottom side here. My guess, gonna start trying to threaten the camps for the Chen, right? Oh, counter smoke from Gaming Gladiators.
Smoke into smoke. Well, they saw the tower attack Earth Spirit, so they know they're down here.
30 seconds.
I think they were scouting for a ward, and it wasn't there. Celery actually places a ward. They have a sentry that sees it, so that will get removed eventually as Heroic end up popping their smoke, looping back the other direction, plant their mid lane ward.
No, the sentry's actually not far enough. They don't know.
Oh, is it not? Okay.
No, it's like just at the edge.
Oof. They might know about it. They still might know. They might be able to guess. We'll see.
If they do, it feels really bad, though, to have to use another sentry there to get that. Yeah, with where the other sentry is at the bottom half.
I mean, unless you want to block the hard camp as well. Celery has to guess here. You know, he could, if he dewards from the top side, and the benefit to this is putting that sentry in the bottom is it protects your high ground ward there. Right? You either get the D-ward of the sentry or you get the D-ward on the high ground. I don't know if you can get both.
If he puts it at the top, yes. It just means he'll have to fight over it more later.
He's actually sending out extra sentries as well. I mean, that's a value Bramble Maze. Actually hit both heroes. Very rare.
Almost like Schofield's gonna block a camp in the back as well.
Yeah,
small camp
this
block.
is super common. And he's gonna body block the other, right? Okay, he won't body block the other, but does get the sentry and the high ground ward, so he does get it. That's huge.
Yeah, a little late to get the small camp to spawn, but still a win that he gets both. And the hard camp spawns, so he just takes a creep from there. You can get unlucky, you get like the pine cone camp or something, but most hard camps have something for him to take. Dude, it's actually such a pain to deal with Tornado.
Dude, old Tornado was the literal most BS ability in the entire game. When you would get the Wild Wing Ripper and it just lasted for like it just was a channeled indefinitely, never expiring ability.
You didn't even need to channel it, didn't you? I thought you just like cast it.
No, the Wild Wing would channel it is what would happen. So you would take the Wild Wing.
Oh, you're right, yeah.
And it would channel it, but you would hide it in like the corner of the map. And then you would just micro the Tornado around and just put it on a jungle camp, and it would just kill it every minute it spawned. It was so stupid.
People used to do it to the mid lane too. You like send the Wild Wing there, channel it from the side, and just have the Tornado follow the mid player.
Yep, it was so
They're just
broken.
done.
Schofield?
They're done at the start.
Ooh, taking a lot of damage to Tornado. I'm just kidding. It's not that hype, but puts a lot of damage into the Dark Will. He has to be very careful because he can't salve right now with that Tornado closing in. All right, he'll salve now. There we go.
He's got another Wild Wing.
He can do it again.
And using it to get a pull off here. Ooh, splits it. I don't know if intentional or not, but that's usually pretty good.
Oh,
Hurricane to back, but all good. Hurricane's now the new broken spell from this camp.
dude, I love that spell. It is so cool. We've been just sitting here talking about tornadoes for so long. I haven't paid any attention to the CS, which is pretty even for the most part. The biggest question for me was how this Earth Spirit versus Sniper matchup was going to go. And Quinn seems to be relatively happy with the state of this lane. I'm not that surprised. I felt like this lane was going to be pretty good for the Sniper. It's more of the fact that late game and as the game develops, it becomes a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, I think the next couple levels will be pretty good for Quinn now that he has a few points in headshot,
top
take
lane.
aim.
Ooh, that is first blood. He does not have wind run available, and with that, that is a massive kill for Ace. KJ will be TPing mid to offer some support as they're trying to gank Quinn. Glimpse pulls him under the tower, and it works. A little bit of a bait potentially from Analog. Nicely done as KJ not only avoids a gank, but gets a great kill.
A very nice find. You don't expect to be able to get that too early, but with the support help, pretty worth it,
runes.
I feel like. I think you need Analog to have a decent start so he can make plays for you. I mean, K1 was going to farm anyways, and that death is unfortunate, but I think he will still reach that point where he won't die too easily, and he'll just farm up here. So choosing to prioritize Earth Spirit for a little bit there, I think will be good.
They're bringing some heroes bottom. Divine Llama was trying to consume the ghost creep and instead gets baited as Tofu TPs in with the tag team and brings down an easy kill. It actually kills his help with the Iron Will as well. He is going to be very sad about that. Schofield does have the Shadow Realm to buy some space and will TP out now. Just goes straight to his tower.
Good plays all around there to get out.
Quinn stacking from the low ground in mid lane, a sniper. Love that. Schofield in trouble. No Shadow Realm for 3. He's dead. The Ghost Pest plus the Penitence. Plenty of damage. As they've got their eyes potentially on Ace here in the top lane. Gets his phase boots delivered. That is massive. Otherwise, might have been able to run him down. They still have a glimpse to play with. But they don't have the damage. Not anymore.
Dyrachyo off to a very good start. We didn't even talk that much about Luna because she got picked with the sniper, and then we were talking about like the last picks. But I mean, a Luna with a good start is always very scary, and she has so high base damage, especially with like the Lunar Blessing, that you can get a lot of denies. So she has almost as many denies as Doom has last hits, and she's picking up kills down here. He's got 2 ghosts.
Oh, he's super spooky now on Celery. Divine Llama trying to run away with these 2 points in the Scorched Earth, but yeah, no Helm of Iron Will. That's going to cost him another death. This Doom has no game at all now.
Maybe he lives with that Helm of the Iron Will, or it just takes longer. Yeah, I feel like this Luna's going to be huge.
Yeah.
They're going to have to find a kill on her, which is possible, especially with Focus Fire, or maybe the first Magnetized rotation, which he does have. But it's not easy into the Chen and the Tusk.
All right, Veil of Discord completed now that his courier has respawned. So he has the ability to kill the Luna if like they get like the perfect rotation of the Earth Spirit as well. They will see Celery, but they really want Dyrachyo, and unfortunately for them, he's got the bonus night vision. So he sees the Disruptor coming, but Analog is here. They don't want to commit the Magnetize. They want to try and finish the job before they get a glimpse, pulls him back into the Rolling Boulder, and Dyrachyo will eventually go down. It costs 4 heroes, and it's not even a quick kill, but it is an absolutely necessary one here for Heroic.
Yeah, runs away from Disruptor. Thought he was safe because Celery was on this side, who now places an Observer to make sure he spots those rotations in the future. For them, hopefully that's the only Luna death that will happen.
He's still having a really good game. I like the fact that Analog is staying down here. I think they need to be able to apply this pressure and try and take away this tower. And, ooh, boulder kick connects. He's got his earn charges thanks to that kill onto the Luna. So, Analog is scary. But they are backing away to grab their Wisdom Rune here for the Disruptor. And as a result, I don't think we're going to see them continue this. Yeah, so he's going to go back to the mid lane. Play for that 8-minute power rune. Quinn needs to be careful. It's a shield. He just instantly denies it. Nicely done.
Earth Spirit's a very tanky hero to get a shield rune. Definitely dive Sniper with that.
Looking for the ward. He's like, he's got to have one. There'd be no way. Fortunately, you guessed wrong, Schofield. And he's trying to make his way into the jungle. Does have the ability to just Shadow Realm and buy some space. But TP on cooldown for 15 seconds. And Quinn will just chase him down. Rolling boulder off the mark as the Stampede does come through. There's going to be the Magnetize, but Analog is surrounded. No boulder for 3 seconds and a stomp from Celery. A massive win, and he loses a courier as well. Double kill goes to the way of the sniper. Kills? Dude, that's the full treads too. Yeah, they've been losing really important couriers.
That's a little surprising. Do Earth Spirits usually get treads?
I think so in the mid lane.
I'll double check. I thought I usually see a lot of people just like rush that Spirit Vessel, which would be good versus the Chen.
We talked about the Penitence tag team before, and it is online and causing massive issues. Ace just tanking through the Wind Run and the Focus Fire. He pops a stick. He's gonna win the trade! Oh no. And Ace is still alive. Playing with KJ will finally die to Schofield. He doesn't have the Javelin. He went for treads and maybe he has it. Maybe he did have it.
No, he just got it. He just got it.
So
he did not have it for that attempt.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I was like, I didn't see any procs on it. Bottom lane, there was a dive on the Divine Llama here. This is the tag team Penitence I was talking about. It is ridiculous. Yeah, we'll see if we can click the Wind Ranger. I'm not seeing any Javelin proc, so he definitely doesn't have it, right?
he didn't have it. He didn't have it.
Yeah,
the Javelin is important because not only is it more damage, but the actual attacks proc retaliate. But every time the Javelin proc, that doesn't do more damage to you. So that's how you can actually kill the Centaur without dying to retaliate. So needed a little... I mean, it was close, right? So we thought he could do it. I get it, but...
I mean, we called it. It was going to be max retaliate, direct blade mail rush. That is how you play this matchup. Just not even a contest in the mid lane here, as both Celery and Tusk are just going to be running around.
Got a quick hotkey pause. Things are looking really good for Gaming Gladiators here. Really strong lane. I mean, yeah, look at that. They've got top 3 net worths. K1's not too far behind Luna, but Wind Ranger is not... She farms okay, but she's not the fastest farmer. It takes her up to the Maelstrom to really get going compared to Luna, who is already farming pretty well, and she's going to farm really fast. You're also going to start losing a lot of the map, so the mid tower's falling, bottom off lane's already gone. Chen's probably going to make his way up to that top tower, help him out. Or maybe they'll just keep leaving Ace here to just do his own thing. I guess that's possible as well, but you're losing your map. You're not as fast at farming. They need to find kills on Heroic. They need this Doom and this Earth Spirit and the supports to just kill to kill to kill. I'm not sure if there's another way into the game besides that.
Dude, K1's going to die here. They have Stampede and Eclipse. I don't know how he gets out. He's going to pop the Focus Fire. There's the Stampede to get Duraccio out. And a pause from the Chen as another crash. Analog actually lagging as well. 2 heroes go down. So right, I don't know how K1 gets out of this. Maybe. We'll see. Oh, boy. Your Disruptor is level 4. Oh, so here's the thing. Like, we knew how Gaming Gladiators are going to play this lane. Or play this game. Like, this is a typical Chen draft from them. It is 10 minutes. You are 6,000 gold ahead. I think by 25 minutes, the 25 to 30 minute mark, Gaming Gladiators are going to be looking to end the game.
I think so. The crazy thing is, I don't think they even have to. Like, I think they scale pretty decently into the mid to late game, but I don't think I don't think you need to go there if you don't have to, right? With Chen, who currently has working on the mech. Vlad's or Solar Crest, I think, could both be really good options afterwards, or maybe something to deal with some of the magnetized doom damage, like a Glimmer or magic resistance, stuff like that. Any of those options all sound really good. If you just pop it on the Sniper or the Luna, Sniper's probably safer. You don't even have to send the Luna in with the Glaive Bounce. Oh, we're back.
Well, with the team rotating in, it keeps him alive. Schofield, though. Oh, raindrops. He survives. They're looking for Sniper. Snowball save will buy him some moments. They get the kill onto the Dark Willow. Analog just getting beat down. The Doom will find the Sniper. So it is going to be a little bit of a win here for Heroic. If they can find Duraccio as well, even better. The Glimpse actually sends him closer to Ace, and this is not the guy you can fight around. Ace is way too strong. Celery trying to just solo K1.
One-on-one with K1.
Dude, he has a wind run in 4. They are cutting off the retreat, but they will not find him. Good TP out.
Take it the Lucid deep. Ooh, close. Good TP out. Pretty good for Heroic, all things considered, being this far behind. Finding, I think that was even trade.
Doom on the Sniper, yeah.
Yeah, so not bad for them, but it doesn't really stop Gaming Gladiators. They're still going to take the top tower, and we see Celery moving into the jungle. I thought he maybe was going to come get some ward set up, but he's actually just going to farm here in a moment. Yeah, there we go. Start stealing away the map from the side of Heroic.
Your Chen about to pass the Earth Spirit and Net Worth. Only a matter of time before he catches the Doom and the Windrunner at this pace. I'm trying to think like what the game plan or the avenue is for Heroic here. Because like you said, I feel like the scaling is still good on Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, the big win from that last fight is that the supports got some XP. They're still not 6. Like that's how rough this is right now. But once they get 6, you maybe have an avenue of Bedlam on Earth Spirit doing tons of damage. You get more kills, but you still need to get there. And currently, Gaming Gladiators making the move first. You're gonna find K1.
Good shard block. Oh, he goes for the focus fire, trying to finish off Tofu. Walrus punches there, and he is dead. On the other side, Schofield body blocked up.
Body blocked
Hurricane as well. Celery is owning. This is one of the reasons you can, like, Gaming Gladiators is arguably one of the best Chen teams on the planet. They play this so damn well.
Celery is a very good Chen player. There's actually quite a few good Chen players, but he's one of them.
And Ace just feeling so confident. He's like, who's going to kill me? Doom? Yeah, it could be Doom, right? If you have enough magic damage, that's a great way of killing him. Analog nearby as well. He gets the blink out, though. Oh, you had an Invis rune here on Analog as well, and it just didn't. He didn't get the vision first. He walks right in, pops the smoke. A sentry goes down. They find Analog. The stomp is there. Great static storm and kinetic field. Do you have the damage? Divine Llama's got to get in. Blade Mail out. The Chen heals, though. There's your Doom. It's onto a Tusk, and Divine Llama just gets shredded. You're not even going to kill the Tusk. Schofield on the backside trying to survive. They glimpse back, take down one. As the Magnetize will help clean up the Centaur, but Duraccio is just free to do whatever he wants. 4 for 2, the Chen and the Centaur. As now KJ, he has a glimpse in 3 if he can get away. Looks like he will. Well, never mind. There is a Tusk coming. Oh, he got the vision.
Ooh,
that is enough. Oh, he doesn't get the wisdom either. Oh, man. Insult to injury.
Picks up a blink off of all that too.
That was a 4 for 2 in an even trade. I mean, that just shows the state of the game here.
It is an even trade. I do want to say, I wasn't sure if Earth Spirits get treads. Looks like some choose to do it, some get brown boots, but most people finish the Spirit Vessel first. So I don't know if he was having a rough time and felt like he needed the early stats, but I think a Spirit Vessel in that fight, which he could have had if he didn't buy these treads first. He has it delivered now. No, actually changed his mind. He just got Kaya instead. But I feel like the extra damage on like Centaur, the heal reduction, all that would have helped so much.
I 100% agree. And I think maybe their idea was just rely on the Doom to prevent the healing, but the Doom came out after Chen popped Hand of God, and it's just, that's a really good heads up play from Celery. It's like, yeah, it wasn't ideal. He only ended up like healing up one person. It was Ace for a moment, but it did buy him a little bit of time. And then it's like, well, we don't want to Doom the Centaur, so I guess we Doom Tusk, and it just leaves Dyrachyo and Quinn to do whatever they want.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Nice deep ward in the mid lane here. Scouting KJ. Tofu is level 10 with the Blink Dagger. Quinn coming through as well. There's a very quick kill. And now Analog needs to be careful, and he'll be able to roll away. They're looking for Schofield. Does manage to get the Shadow Realm off, which will maybe keep him alive for a moment. Makes it up onto the high ground.
Middle tower is under attack.
Chen army is nearby always.
We see this from Chen players all the time. I mean, he's getting very involved. Might help pick up a Doom kill here.
Nice Hurricane from Divine Llama. Terrorize actually catches both of them. Well done. Big Magnetize out here from Analog. Can they actually stay on top? And they'll Glimpse pulls Quinn in. Static Storm, Kinetic Field. This is best case scenario. The Doom on top of the Sniper as well. They're actually starting to win the fight. Analog's got to get out though. Can he? He will make it up onto the high ground. The Magnetize still rolling. He gets on out. A 1-for-1 trade. A huge commitment, but they get the sniper kill. You only lose Disruptor.
We see how big of a difference the support ultimates make on the side of Heroic, which is why, like, if they just had a better laning stage, all this stuff comes online sooner, and maybe the game looks a lot better than it currently does. That is a good kill to get. Gaming Gladiator still feels pretty confident to farm on the side of Heroic though, which a lot of it they're letting, oh no, they kill Analog down here as well.
There's just so much damage between these two and so much chain stun. Like, it is ridiculous. I mean, Tusk being as farmed as he is a byproduct of the Chen pick, right? The fact that he was able to get involved in so many kills and have such an early blink. Level 4 tag team, of course. Like, he is such a menace. Find the Dark Willow here once again. She will be able to TP on out. Nice try. Divine Llama with a Hurricane. Gets caught from the Penitence quite fast thanks to that Scorched Earth, but the Stampede from Ace helps them close the gap, and Divine Llama Hurricaned back instead.
2 Hurricanes.
Oh my goodness. Does he actually have 2? He does have 2 Wellblade Rippers. You can't get away from this guy.
There's no escape. Stun into Hurricane into body blocks.
That's funny. That is quite good from Celery. So, again, just choking out the map here from Heroic. They're trying their best to split push. You can see, right, the Wind Ranger deep onto the top side. And then on the bottom side, you have the Earth Spirit as well. Now, they can find pickoffs in mid lane. We'll probably see one here in a moment as Schofield, well, does get a nice kinetic field to hold him back. Divine Llama coming in as well. You've got to commit the Doom if you want this. Dark Willow just died to a Blade Mail. Oh, no. Divine Llama's dead. The Blade Mail just kills him, and they just look for another, and they isolate Analog? Dude, he threw the Bedlam and died to Blade Mail. Oh, that hurts so bad.
I think you're about to lose your high ground here at 20 minutes.
I said 25 to 30. They're looking to end the game, but it's even faster than I thought.
No, don't worry. They'll back off. They'll follow the script.
Okay, thank you.
They just checked. They're like, oh, 25 minutes, guys. Wait 5 more minutes.
Yeah, I did write it down for them, but I don't know. Maybe they don't know how to read. I'm not sure. They're just Dota players.
They can go high ground. We have talked about how this is a do or die series, so maybe they'll play it safe, go get the Roche. Looks like BKB's pretty close to finishing on Sniper, right? Like, they could end here, but the only way you lose this game at this point is a pretty big throw, and one of those potential areas is at high ground. So if you really want to play it safe, finish up those next items, which looks like you know, pipe on Chen, BKB sniper, BKB almost done on Luna. Yeah, I think that's what they'll wait for. They'll get the Aegis, and then we'll see him run it down.
Chen is so unbelievably farmed. Yeah, I mean, like I said, he passed the Doom, now has passed the Earth Spirit, and I think they also wanted Radiant side Roche potentially to play around. They're smoking bottom. They have to find a kill. You can kill Ace if you get the Doom, but Toefield on the backside, well, they will go for the glimpse. Ace is back. The snowball to save him. The roll off the mark. It ends up sending the snowball deep to the backside. They do get a kinetic field and the static storm there. The Terrorize gets held. Can they kill Ace? They still haven't committed the Doom. He turns around, gets a 3-hero stomp. The Eclipse. The Doom comes out onto Doraccio, which is great, but Divine Llama, he's just getting shredded. They still haven't killed the Centaur. Double Hurricane pulls back the Wind Ranger, and K1 dies to the creeps. Oh, no. It's a 2 for 2. It's honestly not that bad for Heroic, but you lose the Wind Ranger and the Doom.
I really like Celery's choice to keep this Centaur Courser with his army. It's got the Cloak Aura along with his pipe. He himself is casually sitting at 57% magic resistance, not even accounting for the barrier. But then the other heroes nearby also have like 40% magic resistance. And that's a lot of your damage right now on the side of Heroic between Magnetize, Static Storm, Bedlam, you know, Doom's abilities. And so much of that is just being cut down. We kind of see like they get the jump. It's just so hard, man. Centaur's so tanky. He's got his own Eternal Shroud too. His Blade Mail returning more damage than you're doing to him.
Oh, here comes
feeling
the
pretty hopeless.
Good
I'm
old
not gonna
Penitence
lie.
tag team. And that is a very quick Roshan.
No, Schofield, run!
It was worth it!
He did get the shard. It's okay. Disruptor shard is pretty good.
Shard.
Pretty good. He was willing to play the blood price. Schofield was not. He backed out. That disqualifies him from getting the shard. You've got to be willing to die for it. That shows how much you want it. This game, it's pretty good. You can use it to cancel blinks from pretty far away while you sit in your high ground for the next 30 minutes. The wave clear to kill off creep waves before they destroy your... Oh, he's got level 1 Q. Okay, time to max this.
2 minutes, Gaming Gladiators. I gave you know, that's what it's. That's the minimum. We'll see. BKB Sniper, he's got a shard queued as well, and with that, I mean, you're looking at a very difficult sniper to actually catch. Blink in from Ace, the stomp, Divine Llama instantly dead. They've managed to trap Schofield on the backside. Great shards, and a K1 completely zoned off from the fight. He will TP back to base on KJ. The sickest wraparound, potentially. They find Analog. The smoke gets popped. They're like, I don't care, man. We're going to take your high ground. Maybe you kill our Tusk. Tofu, yeah. He's dead. Does have buyback. Doraccio is just taking another tier 3 tower. Schofield nearly dying to a sniper assassinate. They're cutting the waves, actually, are they? Do they have creeps in the base yet?
They have him on the bottom side. Please don't start a new tier 3 tower. Maybe they're trying to follow the script. But guys, the barracks in the bottom lane are open. Just go finish those. Don't start a new tier 3 tower.
We'll see.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I mean, it's a good Tusk kill.
It is.
Gaming Gladiators second guess themselves. They're still strong enough. If you take Tusk's net worth out of this, you're still 10k ahead.
Analog, he goes in. The Magnetize is running. Quinn with an immediate BKB, and Doraccio will focus him down. So Analog removed from the fight. There's the Doom onto the Chen. They've got him. Wait. He didn't Doom. His Doom got canceled. Oh no. Celery is dead, but it's cost you all 5 heroes. Well, I don't want to.
I'll be real. I don't know how much more of a difference getting the Doom would have made.
Now you can officially end the game, Gaming Gladiators. Thank you very much.
With a 20k lead here, the Chen buyback. He's not even needed. Look, it's the creeps that do the work here. You're not even needed here, Celery. He's going to bring a Pinecone creep. A little bit more damage.
We are in for a very interesting groups if depending on the results of some of these other ones, but Yeah, Doom, I mean, honestly, his game started out so bad, and like, they get the kill on Ace at the end of the game. They're like, we got him, boys. Target acquired. But, oh my goodness, the Gaming Gladiators put an absolute beatdown on this series, and, you know, they clutched it out when they needed it. Whether or not it's enough to get them through to the next stage, we'll have to find out, as their fates are unfortunately not in their own hands. They are required, you know, for Team Spirit to go 0-2 against
what they're
OG
checking right now.
Yeah, so potentially they're in. Potentially they're in, but we don't know yet. We'll have to see. It is nice to see Gaming Gladiators bounce back after what was a rocky road to get here. Great ice cream, by the way. But yeah, this was typical Chen draft from them. This looks so clean.
Yeah, these two games, they looked great. And they were looking pretty rocky earlier. So the fact that, you know, they're starting to pull it together is good for the team. I know they're going to feel like a little too late. You know, I wish we had done this earlier. So yeah, they're going to have to hang on. You guys, I'm sure everyone's got all 3 streams open checking it out. But to finish talking about this game, I think that Chen was just really hard to deal with. I think that last pick Centaur was exactly what they needed because it freed up the Tusk. We saw him get so active, go around everywhere. He finished such an early blink because of it, and then he just gets to either set up or save heroes as needed. Ace, of course, just farming freely in that top lane because he is the Centaur versus the Wind Ranger. They just were not scared for him and allowed you to go enable your Luna, your Sniper, and just 8-click down onto the enemy's half of the map. I feel like that's all they did, you know, at that point.
So the thing that's interesting about Ace on the Centaur here is he is top net worth for the first 15 minutes of the game. And the only time he ends up getting passed is eventually by his Luna and Sniper. Like, that is just everything that you could ask out of a last pick. And we knew this was coming, right? You see the Wind Ranger as the carry pick, Centaur, the obvious response, just max retaliate, go blade mail. And it might have been a different story if he had that javelin on that first focus fire attempt, but the fact that Ace not only kills him before the javelin comes out, but oh man, it's just so difficult for Heroic, like, to find any kill as this game developed.
Yeah, I can't even remember. We got caught up in so much stuff. I don't remember if like the Wisdom runes got stolen, but both supports on the side of Heroic ended up very underleveled. I think even with the Wisdom rune, it was just because like all the lanes were going badly. But if they had been higher leveled because the lanes go better, their ultimates were really strong, and we saw when they finally came out, the fight looked much better for them. But the fact it was delayed by, I don't know, like 5 minutes or something, it felt like. I have to go check like when they actually hit level 6. Yeah, 5 minutes is actually... Okay, maybe it's more like 3 minutes plus, but with the cooldowns, right? Just like Bedlam being low cooldown, imagine if she hits 6 at level 10, you just throw it on Earth Spirit, he rolls in. That's like 3-4 kills you could have picked up earlier.
Yeah. Incredible game from Gaming Gladiators. We'll be back with an interview in a little bit, everyone. Stay tuned. We'll talk to you in a moment.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right wear and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Count to 10 and I'ma let you go. Maybe you'll surprise me. You never know. I can be forgiving. I can give you loving. Baby, make the gamble and I'll let you know. You talk, honey. I'll make you sing, baby. You keep your secrets, but I'll break you down, break you down. 'Cause I me tell you where it starts and ends. Creeping your way in, but you don't know who I am. I'll get you believing I learned from the best. I came here to tell you you can save your breath. You took your talk, honey, I'll make you sing, baby. You keep your secrets, but I'll break you down, break you down. 'Cause I've been there, baby, betrayed by every lover. I know the game, you're all the same. You think you're winning, baby. Don't be a fool, don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me, playing it cool, playing it cool. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you know? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me. You ain't never fooled me. You won't never win me. You will never fool me. You ain't never fooled me. You won't never win me. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing. Don't be a fool. No.
As promised, everyone, we've got an interview with Gaming Gladiators. They grabbed themselves a 2-0 victory here over Heroic, and happy to say we're going to be joined by Quinn once again, as he provided some very nice and honest insight into the team before. Quinn, I'm just going to ask you straight up: did you manage to put out enough fires today, or what happened? What was the difference going into this series?
I mean, to be honest, I don't know. I mean, I think we played game one. I don't think we even played particularly well, and like game two, they gave us Chen. I don't know what they're doing, but they gave us Chen, so we kind of just won when we selected Chen in the pick phase. So I mean, we're trying to fix problems. I don't know if there's anything specific. It's all pretty like nebulous and hard to pin down. We're probably still out, most likely, unless these matches go our way, and there's, the stars have to align like McGalaxy. But, barring that, we're probably out, but, at least we beat Heroic.
Yeah, we were looking at it, trying to see what games, obviously have to go your guys' way. Unfortunately, they're still being played, so we don't know yet, so I can't give you that info, but it's obviously, bittersweet to get the victory here and then potentially not have an opportunity for tiebreakers. If that ends up being the case, what's going to be the next steps for Gaming Gladiators? Like, where are you guys going? If this is unfortunately your last series. I
mean, to be honest, it's kind of just work harder, get better. I think if we're honest with ourselves, since TI and as a team's life extends, I think you're just more likely to become more complacent about things, just how things tend to work, especially when you've had a lot of success, which we did last year. Yeah. And I think it's hard to keep that same fire, and I think that sort of is catching up to us now. I think it takes some time for it to catch up, and that you can look at our 5th, 6th, our seconds, and say like, this is, you can maybe even point to that as like the beginning signs of this, and now it's come to full fruition that other people have passed us. People are playing better than us. We're just not as good as we need to be. So to be honest, really the only path forward is that all of us just get better at the game, because we're just simply not good enough right now.
I appreciate the honesty, man. Zach, I'm sure you got a question for him.
Yeah, going off of that, since you did have all that success last year, does that provide more pressure now that you feel, oh, that was how good we were, we're falling out of it? Or does it maybe help a bit that, hey, we were there before, we know we can do it again?
I think both of those have some merit, and they have their time and places where each one is true. I think maybe maybe in the beginning of the season, you more feel like you feel almost an entitlement. I wouldn't say all that that far. That's a little bit much, but like you have this feeling of like we deserve to be doing well in tournaments, and we like when you're not, it's kind of like what the heck is happening. And I think as more time has passed, now it's like, okay, we've won in the past. We kind of suck now, but like, we can get back there. We just need to do, the things that worked before, which are put in the time, put in the effort, and get good, really.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I know from an outside perspective, it's easy to say, no one gets to stay at the top forever. There are going to be rough patches, but you as the player actually in that situation, I imagine that's a lot harder to deal with. How do you process the fact that this is a bit of a rough patch for you guys? Does that loss like really get to you, I guess?
Yeah, I think losses tend to affect me a decent amount. I mean, I think they affect a lot of Dota players to like varying degrees, depending on who knows how many Freudian factors, whatever. But I like, you spend a lot of time and a lot of energy playing this game, right? It's your job, it's your hobby, it's your passion. It fills a lot of roles in your life. It's where your friends are. So whenever it tanks, then that will, inevitably affect your self-worth in some way. So I think it will hurt more than maybe you would expect it to from an outside perspective. But at the end of the day, like, time heals all wounds and it's fine eventually. So you kind of have to just understand, like, we've all been through this rodeo and lost enough times, me especially being from NA, that like, you're gonna lose games and it's gonna suck. But time does heal all wounds. It's just how things work. And, you just play and then you hope that eventually someday you get to win again. So, sort of where we're at right now.
All right. Thank you so much for the very real answers. We'll have our fingers crossed for you guys that this is not the end of the road yet.
Yeah. Quinn, I'm going to let you go because it's been, a lot of Dota over a short amount of days. Is there anything that you want to say before we cut you off? Because... it hasn't been the easiest for you guys this time, but maybe your tournament run's not over.
Yeah, we'll see. Fingers crossed. I'm not getting my hopes up, though. Yeah, thanks for the people who support us. Congratulations to the people who hate us. I'm sure you had a great couple of days, so you can relish in that. We'll see if we get you next time. And, yeah, thanks to Gaiman, all the sponsors and crap. Sorry for sucking this tournament. We'll try to suck less next tournament.
I appreciate it, man. It's always it's a pleasure talking with you, and you're always great on the interviews. So, best of luck going forward, and hopefully we'll talk again fairly soon, man. Thanks again.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Bye.
Very real interview, every time from Quinn, and I think that's something I really appreciate about him, when he's just gonna give us the honest answers and a clean look at his team, not really sugarcoat anything. And yeah, it's an unfortunate series for them because yes, they get the 2-0, but it's not in their hands, man. We talked about it. It's like everything has to align for them to be able to make it even into tiebreakers. I don't know if those games have concluded or not, but I think the OG game is still running. It's hard to say.
Yeah, it's gonna be a stressful moment for them right now. The games are still going. Make sure you guys check them out. But yeah, I'm glad he's able to talk so much about it, because it is the very real and hard part about competing. Not everyone gets to win, and from outside perspective, it's much easier. It's easy to get frustrated at the teams, but it is hard. It's hard for the players to face when it is so much to them. And of course they want to win, guys. Like you think they want to be out there not having great games, right? This is when they need all the support and the help.
Yeah, it was. It's. Good series, I think, for us to end on. It does make the groups a little chaotic, especially for Heroic now, who might be in a elimination tiebreaker, depending on how some of these games happen. So it's like you needed 6 wins to, for sure, make it to playoffs. Sitting at 5-3 now puts them in a weird spot where it's like they may actually end up on the chopping block for an elimination tiebreaker, with how some of these games roll out. And to go from first place in your group to not even making it to playoffs would be a tragic last day of the group stage for them. So
I think they'll be okay, but I think they're at least qualified. They might have to do tiebreaker. I don't think they can be disqualified.
You think so?
I think four wins is what might be the tiebreakers for disqualification.
I think Spirit just won, so I'm pretty sure there is now a 5-3 on the 4th spot. So there is for sure tiebreakers on this on Group B now, at the very least, if it's going to be an elimination. But we have to depend on Extreme too, right?
You're right. If Extreme Gaming wins, then with Spirit, spoiler alert, guys, with Spirit having just lost. Or having just won, that puts Gaming Gladiators at 4-6 at the bottom of the group, so they are definitely out. If Extreme Gaming loses, they're out, but if they do win, that That does mean we have 5 teams at 5 and 5 between upper bracket and disqualification. You're right. That's kind of crazy.
That would be wild. 2nd through 5th would be tied, or 2nd through 4th? Yeah. I don't know. We'll have to see. I don't know if we're going to have the standings here for Group A or not, but we're kind of just... Okay, we do have them. Okay, so Group A standings. So this is where we saw these earlier. If you guys were tuning in, BetBoom, Team Falcons, and Liquid will be playing a 3-way tiebreaker for the 1st place and 2nd place upper bracket of the playoffs. There's no elimination tiebreaker here. So G2IG is just through, and they're going to play in the lower bracket of the playoffs. You know, they'll be joined by one of these other 2 teams. So for them, at least they are safe for now. But that should be a super hype tiebreaker. BetBoom, Falcons, and Liquid. That is going to be sick.
Definitely. I don't even know who to call. I don't know if you can call favorites in this. Like, we're seeing it's pretty close between a lot of these teams. So yeah, we'll have to see for Group B, but it should also lead to some exciting tiebreakers, no matter what.
Yeah, I haven't seen much about the XG Tundra series, so that one's going to be concluding up on the Ember stream, I believe. Yeah, Dota 2 Ember. So if you guys want to watch the kind of conclusion of that game, I definitely recommend heading on over there. We're not going to end our stream here quite yet. I mean, Zach and I are going to go away for a moment, but we may be back covering tiebreakers if we end up with Extreme winning this 2-0, because then we're suddenly have to run 3 streams of tiebreakers again. So you may be seeing more of us. We'll have to see. But as of right now, I believe we're going to be throwing to a break. I'm going to double check with my production. All right. Yes, we are going to be throwing to a break. So appreciate you guys tuning in for now. We may be back. Definitely head on over to the ESL Ember stream to watch the conclusion of the final game. But we'll be talking to you all very soon. We'll see you then.
Or not.
Or not.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right wear and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
You're the prettiest girl in the room. I know I'm not the only one. All the other boys want you too. Old jeans and those eyes. You don't even try now, do ya? I'm praying I'm your type. I'll be anything that you like. Baby, can we dance? Can I leave here with your number? Asking for a chance, baby, after the party, come on over. Come on, baby. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Make me feel alive.
win without a storm. So come and get it while it's fresh, while it's warm, yeah. The water in the soul beneath the purple tree. It's the same that fills my soul with eternal energy. But it sets me free. Lies from down the way, leads the fools astray. So now there is more for us today, yeah, yeah. The water in the soul beneath the purple tree. It's the same that fills my soul with eternal energy. But it sets me free. Come, let's go every morning. 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 Hey, yeah. Woo. Oh, yeah. Hey. The water in the soul beneath the purple tree. It's the same that fills my soul with eternal energy. When you're faced by its shadow, the sea knocks me out. And now I'm free, yeah. Hey! The water in the soul beneath the purple tree. It's the same that fills my soul with eternal energy. And it sets me free.
One, I wanted you, I never wanted to be the third person you'd be searching for. I had 5 reasons in 1996, 7 minutes in this heavenly sin. I'm picking you up, I made you a mixtape, I played you, I'm calling you up. Meet me at Twin Pines Mall. The future's in. Back to the future. I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. Back to the future. I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. Ate my heart for lunch. We're just 90s kids. And there's 10 reasons that you hated this. I could count the ways that I love you so. Every petal from a bouquet of roses. I'm picking you up, I made you a mixtape, I played you, I'm calling you up. Meet me at Twin Pines Mall. The future's in. Back to the future. I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. Back to the future. I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. In a memory so sensory, I still smell your Camry. Whoa, I'm at your door. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. 10, 9, 8, 7 minutes in heaven. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
is open-minded. I'm not the one that I used to be. Phasing in and out, acting all crazy. Yeah. Turning my head inside out, spinning my mind till I'm upside down. I never had any doubts, stand out in the crowd. You're resolute just like a leader. Yes, you're a leader, and I'm not gonna lie. When I'm with you, with you, with you, I'm feeling crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. It's all again to you, but I'm not playing. Focus, listen, it's obvious. Fight for me and I will fight for you. Yeah. Turning my head inside out, spinning my mind till I'm upside down. I never had any doubts, stand out in the crowd. You're resolute just like a leader. Yes, you're a leader, and I'm not gonna lie. When I'm with you, with you, with you, I'm feeling crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. When I'm with you, with you, with you, I'm feeling crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. Yeah, I'm about to lose it to you, baby. 'Cause girl, you really make me go crazy. You make me go crazy. When I'm with you, with you, with you, I'm feeling crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. You make me crazy when I'm with you, girl, with you, girl, with you. You make me crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you, girl.
Laying on the floor again, watching all the stars rolling. The grass is staining. Met you at the park with your friends, waiting till the sun went down. Smoke came out and you turned thin. Call me when it's 10:30. Sneak out of your window again. Burning rubber on the pavement. Bottom of the bottle again. Thinking of where you went. Laying on the floor again, again. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. It's alright if you call me. It's the summer, we were 18. It's easy come, it's easy go. We should be together, never say never. I'm back on tour again, wishing I was in your bed. You know it pains me. Your every face I see in the end. You're in the crowd, you're in my head. In my dreams you chase. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting for you, babe. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together.
never be apart. Can we talk about it for a while? Can we talk about it? Stay a little, stay a little, stay a little, stay a little longer. Let's just try. Can we talk about it for a while? Oh. Stay a little, stay a little, stay a little, stay a little longer, baby, waiting for the morning, silent night. I'm feeling your heartbeat when we hold on tight. I only wanna feel you, wanna make it right. I'm looking for answers and I don't know why we fight. Can we talk about it for a while? Stay a little, stay a little, stay a little, stay a little longer. Let's just try. Can we talk about it for a while? Stay a little, stay a little, stay a little, stay a little longer, baby, now. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Can we talk about it for a while? Stay a little, stay a little, stay a little, stay a little longer. Let's just try. Can we talk about it for a while? Stay a little, stay a little, stay a little, stay a little longer, baby, now.
It's a late night. I think about your face and your bright eyes, and now you're not with me. It's a sad sight. I wish I was your light. I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling the dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling the dancing. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well, loving you well. It's your t-shirt, the way you walk into a room makes my heart hurt. I never felt alone until this best curse. I wish I was your light. I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling the dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling the dancing. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well, loving you well, loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well, loving you well, loving you well. I wish you were in love with me. As much as I'm in love with you, a silhouette is sight to see. I'll wait for you, I'll be the fool. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well, loving you well.
feels so right. It can't be wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but I've been losing
Yesterday, we didn't know who we might love, where we might go. Paths may cross if given time. Don't walk too fast, don't fall behind. So give me strength to get it right. A change of pace, a change inside. Tomorrow said that this might be gone. Don't let the days lead me on. Too late to wonder why. So maybe we should try. Yeah, alright, all night. A moment to know you. I'm gonna hold you all night. Yeah, alright. Tomorrow can wait, or nothing can take tonight. Great escape from in between. Don't need to tell the same old scene. The past is there, so look if you must. The future, it's the two of us. No need to mind those games. Only what you say. And say alright, all night. A moment to know you. I'm gonna hold you all night. Yeah, alright. Tomorrow can wait, or nothing can take tonight. These feelings I have are so strong. Whoa, whoa. Just take my hand, yeah. We'll go running on and 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 on. Yeah, alright, all night. A moment to know you. I'm gonna hold you all night. Yeah, alright. Tomorrow can wait, or nothing can take tonight. All night. A moment to know you. I'm gonna hold you all night. Yeah, alright. Tomorrow can wait, or nothing can take tonight. Tomorrow can wait, or nothing can take tonight. Nothing can take tonight.
test me, turn me on, make me feel on and on, ready to fly to your heart.
come together. Gonna walk that mile. Just me and my sisters, make it all worthwhile. Gonna come together. Gonna walk that mile. Just me and my sisters, make it all worthwhile. Gonna come together. Gonna walk that mile.
Plain as the stars at night, sure as the changing tide. To you I surrender. Just as the sun will rise and time keeps on ticking by, to you I surrender.
See my youth and now my head is full
falling over them. And all I know, she's rarer than a four-leaf clover, and she's mine. We land it sunny side up. 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 Yeah, yeah. Charlotte's sun kissing on the white cliffs of Dover, and see my youth and now my head has fallen over them. And all in all, she's rarer than a four-leaf clover, and she's mine, and I'm hers. We land in sunny, oh, 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 we land in sunny, we land in sunny side up. We land in sunny, oh, 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 we land in sunny, we land in sunny side up. 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 Yeah, yeah.
emotion running round my head, thinking about the things you did, the things we said. So who's lying now? And who's crying now?
Look who's crying now.
Try to pretend that you don't really see. All the things you do and what it does to me. And now you're gone away. But you'll be back someday.
Holy heck, we are back, baby. It is a 4-way tie for Group B. The stars aligned, and now each of these teams not only fighting for upper brackets, but also for elimination. Our first series here will be Tundra Esports versus Extreme Gaming, the series that led to this nonsense in the first place. So make them run it back, right, Zach?
Definitely. I mean, we didn't get to catch the full series either. We kind of like tuned in when we were on break, but they did a little bit of running back themselves in that series where they did Chen into Enchantress, some, you know, other picks. So, oh, game 1's over. Game 2, Chen into Enchantress running back. Are we going to see it again? Game 3? Because it didn't seem like totally one-sided stomps or outdrafts from what we took a quick look. Game 1, it looked like Tundra had the lead. We managed to catch some, you know, mistakes that happened over there that allowed Extreme Gaming to take it back. Game 2 looks like it slowly went towards Extreme Gaming, but it wasn't a massive stomp or anything. So both teams probably feel decent about their drafts. I'm sure there will be some adjustment coming into version number 3 here.
Dude, Tundra are going to be kicking themselves. That game 1 had to be like a 90% plus win probability. I like, it was so secured for them. But Extreme are just one of the best and like most consistent late game teams that I have seen. If a game goes late, their team fighting seems like bar none. Like, it is really hard to actually beat this team and outmaneuver them in the late game. And they managed to do that both times. Actually push the game late, let Ame Clinks kind of run the show. And I'm excited to see the draft. Like I said, we were mostly spectators for like bits and pieces of the series as we were on our own, you know, cast. But yeah, seeing this go to a game 3 is going to be really interesting.
Yeah, I'd say this is more in line with what people expected from Extreme Gaming. They seem to have a really rough start. I think it was 0-4, right? After day 1, bringing it all the way back to 5-5. So they went 5-1 in their next 6 games. So maybe that day 1 jet lag, tired, I don't know, but seemed to be picking up steam over the course of the group stage and maybe into the tiebreakers. Extreme Gaming fans definitely hoping so.
Yeah, and they, you know, we'll talk a little bit more about what their prep might be for this, but let's go ahead and look at these two teams. So if you're joining us from the other streams, we've got Tundra Esports here. It's going to be Toby, 9 Class, Pure, Whitemon, and of course, Thompson, which we got to cover one of their games yesterday, I think, right? So we've, you know, we haven't seen a lot of Tundra, but they started out really strong. But that 0-2 puts them, you know, in this precarious position. So
yeah, it should be, I don't know. It's like relatively recently formed roster. They've had some shuffling around, as many people know. So maybe still bringing all the pieces together. There are performances that look good. Other times that, you know, don't look quite as good. And in the mistakes we caught, it did seem like there were some execution errors.
Yeah, and we can talk about the carry matchups here. So highlighting Pure, of course, he's an all-star player for sure. But like you said, execution has to be there. His Morphling in this last game was almost unbeatable. He looked so good for so long, but it was eventually a draft that just falls short in damage, and he couldn't do it all himself. Game 1 was quite the opposite, right? It felt like it was his game to carry, and you know, a couple unfortunate plays from Tundra, it just fell apart for them. So let's see if they can pull it together for game 3. But we've also got to look at their opponents, right? Extreme, the team that has, I think it was surprising everyone day 1, and everyone's like, what happened? These guys just won, to now surprising everyone on the final day. And they are looking so clean right now. XXS, ZinQ, XMDY, and of course, the carry player Ame with his patented clinks. I think people are going to start banning it. They know how to play around this hero super well.
Yeah, it's not very common. A lot of teams don't run it. Like you said, maybe they should. Maybe they start banning it, practicing it. I think it's a good response to Chen. Like if you're gonna let Chen or maybe even the Enchantress through, being able to pull out the Clinks, where Ame has been getting 3 points in the E pretty quickly, that allows you to just eat creeps. It helps your own farm, and then the hero is just really annoying. I'm sure many people have experienced it in their pubs. Just this invis skeleton man running around picking you off. It's pretty effective even in pro matches.
Oh yeah, it is. I mean, I love the hero. I'm always excited to see it get through drafts and teams actually pick it up. So maybe we'll see it again, because you and I haven't been able to cast a Clinks game, but Extreme Gaming is such a fun team to watch in general. I mean, and so is Tundra. They have very unique drafts, of course. They have some interesting ideas that they can pull from in the mid lane. But speaking of the draft, let's go and jump into this one. It is going to be game 1 between Extreme and Tundra. Well, I guess game 1 of the tiebreakers. Game 3, if you just followed their last series, it's hard to keep track, you know?
There's a lot going. There's a lot of Dota going on. For the draft so far, it looks pretty similar. I'm checking the drafts as we go. Brewmaster and Disruptor are the other bans for Extreme Gaming in the first phase. There's one of them, which in the previous 2 series, or previous 2 games, Tundra was first pick, which they are again. So I guess stars aligning. Tundra wants first pick, Extreme Gaming wants second pick. We really are running it back. If Tundra wants to keep up with that, they'll ban Sniper as their last pick. Okay, here it is. Sniper into the Chen pick, into the Enchantress response. If they game 3, go Tundra, they can't beat us 3 times with the same opener. There's no way.
The thing too is Extreme Gaming are preferring the Radiant side. Oh, ban Enchantress, pick Chen. Oh, so smart. Now Sniper?
Maybe. But Sniper's usually better as a response pick once you see the mid. This, I was wondering if Tundra would do this. With having first pick, you get to do this. You see what Extreme Gaming bans out, and then you can change it here at the end. I don't know if you want to take Sniper right here without knowing your mid and knowing that there's going to be a Chen who could be ganking you with the creeps. You do. You don't care.
Hell yeah, we are, baby. I mean, Chen is not great against Sniper, right? It's that matchup in general is a little bit rough because it's very hard to close the gap on Chen, and he doesn't really bring a lot of threat to the Sniper. So it's got to come from other heroes. The downside is you only have 1 ban to protect the Sniper here, and then you have a pick as well. So we'll see what they decide to do with these.
Tundra Esports turn to ban.
We've seen Dragon Knight have some success. This is Topson on Tundra though, so he doesn't strike me as a Dragon Knight player. Maybe Zeus. Zeus can go even with the Sniper.
10 seconds remaining.
What's a weird Topson hero?
5 seconds remaining.
All of them.
Fair.
Any hero, he'll take it mid. He doesn't care.
We could see something
maybe
like
he'll take the Clinks mid. Take it away from Ame. He used to play Clinks mid all the time.
That'd be funny.
I mean, it's not a bad hero into Sniper, honestly, so it wouldn't be too out of the wheelhouse, but we just don't really see the hero in the mid lane anymore.
Yeah, but that would be exactly up Topson's alley, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, it's a classic one for him, but the thing is, the old build for like Clinks mid was the Phylactery build, and you just play around like spamming Phylactery and then a Solar Crest. But obviously that doesn't quite work anymore.
Rest in peace, Solar Crest.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure he could get creative enough with it. You could always go for early Diffusal or early Orchid with Phylactery, or just go straight damage like Maelstrom, right? So hard to say. I don't think that's going to be the case, but next ban here from Tundra should... I mean, are they actually going to ban the... There's no way you run Clinks and Sniper, right? Surely there's no reason to ban the Clinks here. I love the Timbersaw ban, though.
I think you're willing to, but maybe not. You're going to see a little bit more of the draft. I do think Clinks is... It's convenient versus Chen. being able to eat the creep, and then later you pick up the shard. Oh, they do ban it out. Look, it's annoying. It's annoying to deal with. And considering you lost to it twice, you know, maybe game 3 you do take it out. All right, you still need more responses to Chen. Sniper, once he reaches a certain point, it's fine to kill the creeps, but early on, I do think, especially depending on the mid matchup and what the other support is, you can be run down by creeps just tower diving you, and you don't have an amazing response to that outside of like shrapneling and hoping your team reacts in time. So I do think they need other picks to help out with it, which was previously the Enchantress, who could steal one of those early creeps and apply pressure of her own really early.
I like this
a
lot.
Centaur.
So I think in general, Centaur is one of the more difficult heroes for a sniper to play into, just because Stampede gives you the obvious gap close. So they get it. Centaur doesn't struggle too much against the Chen either. You can just go for the max retaliate, pick up some extra armor, in lane, like phase boots into blade mail, or just even just like phase boots into an extra chain mail if you want. They'll grab the Morphling for pure once again. We've seen this identical matchup, Morphling and Centaur, for so dang long. They both just farm, right? And maybe that benefits the Chen, because you can just leave the Morphling and your Chen just goes and jungles, but we'll see what Extreme do on the 4 position pick here to try and accommodate.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Oops, sorry, muted. My cat was meowing. I didn't want you guys to hear that.
10 seconds remaining.
What was I just saying? Oh yeah, Elder Titan's another one that we might see Extreme Gaming consider. They like that hero, pretty good versus Morphling. Stomp can slow down some aggression from Chen. Plus you get all the astral spirit damage. And then pair it with, I don't know, maybe...
I like that idea a lot, actually. And this is a team that plays it.
I also think it works out because with the Sniper, you can just like sit behind Sniper, and ET is one of the better heroes for that. Okay, Shadow Demon's also pretty good for that.
Good save. Good at stacking, so I'm curious if they're going to pair this with someone that can take advantage of stacks.
Sniper and Centaur probably could, even if you don't pick a carry for it.
5 seconds remaining.
They have last pick. I'd imagine you would save last pick for your carry. So we're probably going to see the 4 position or the 5 position. Like, you could run Shadow Demon in the 4. It's not that uncommon, especially with the Centaur lane. But when you're against a Morphling, you don't really have kill threat with those two.
Tundra Esports turn to Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, there's your Crystal Maiden. You're right. It's just so good against the Chen army. Decent lane, no matter who you pair it with, just because she is so strong from the 5. Just with the strength of her spells. And you can kind of pair it with a variety of heroes and feel pretty good about it.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it sets you up for your carry pick, which, as a reminder, Extreme Gaming does have last pick, so you'll get to see whatever off lane. Well, you'll see everything, and then you get to pick the carry, which Crystal Maiden will be pretty good with a lot. Okay, Kunkka. So it could be a Kunkka off lane, could be a mid. Against Sniper, the lane, a little annoying, but eventually you can just keep pushing it out. You can do some jungling, and once you hit 6, you have the burst potential to kill Sniper. X is also very good versus Centaur, but I will say Disruption is good versus the X mark. And actually the whole combo, you can just like save someone through all of it.
That is true. I would like this as the off lane for Tundra, like Kunkka, but I think part of it is just because I haven't really seen it play too much into the sniper. On paper, I feel like sniper would win the matchup, but you're still going to take heavy harass from the later levels of Tidebringer. But if you just go like the 044 build, I don't know if he ever actually hits you with the cleave.
Radiant team ban.
So he'll get rid of Lifestealer. Okay, that makes me think it's definitely offlane Kunkka. Even into Morphling, you're going to ban the Lifestealer, so that means you're definitely trying to avoid the rough lane, I'd imagine.
Remaining.
Oh, Zach, are you there? We might have lost you.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh, okay, you're back.
Also, if you just have a good enough start on the Lifestealer, which potentially you could, since you don't know since Extreme Gaming has the last pick, if you are thinking of some kind of offlaner who'd be weak to Lifestealer and Lifestealer gets off to a really good start, you can just run down the game before Morphling really reaches that point, because Morphling is usually needs like 2 to 3 items before he really starts getting scary. But Lifestealers, a lot of times you see like Armlet Radiance, and he's pretty powerful, ready to start running down your buildings.
Tiny ban. Okay.
It's a Thompson classic.
Yeah, it is.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Tossbacks are always just super annoying to deal with. I mean, we're definitely looking for a Thompson hero and an Ame hero. So I'm trying to think what carry matchups you're most worried about. I feel like Faceless Void is still kind of scary. Like anytime you're playing with like a Morphling, the downside to going for something like a Faceless Void is that you're playing into the tempo of Chen. And I don't know if Faceless Void comes online fast enough. So the other alternative is something maybe like a Sven, which is pretty quick. Or maybe even like a Weaver.
Tundra Esports.
Get rid of the light.
Weaver might be... that could have been a really good tempo play. I do think the Faceless Void would be pretty secure in the late game against these heroes, and with a sniper, that's a lot of damage into Chronosphere. So depending on what the offlaner, what offlane gets picked here for Tundra, maybe you could do Faceless Void. If you need something earlier, because in the end, you can have snipers scale quite a lot, and you play, you know, like more like a playmaker as the position 1, and you let your mid scale up. Though a lot of times we see XM go for the Aghanims on sniper. I think he's one of the main people who popularized that version of the build, and he gets relatively active with his sniper.
Yeah, so there's the Sven ban. They'll pick up Meepo.
Go back for the ET. Do it.
Yeah,
ET carry.
I mean, it's if there was a case to be made for an Elder Titan carry.
I mean, I think Faceless or Sven sounds good. This is, I mean,
Sven
it's more
now.
tempo. Oh, sorry, you're right. I'm blind. This is a more tempo-oriented play here. Is this Morphling mid then? Thompson Morphling mid with carry Meepo?
I have no idea where they're taking this.
Offlane
They will just go
Kunkka.
back to
I
the
think
Troll
so.
Warlord. Okay. I mean, that's a fairly straightforward pick. It's pure Meepo. It is Thompson Morphling, though. You are correct.
I mean, this will either be fast or it'll be... I mean, it's going to be fast and it's going to go one way or the other. Either this Meepo pops off and they snowball this with the Chen, or it falls flat and then you're just going to see Ame kill everyone.
Yeah, mid-morph will be interesting. I'm curious because if you're playing mid-morphling, you definitely go for the phylactery rush a lot of times, right? Like you're playing around the phylactery burst fairly early, but yeah, Thompson morph, definitely a classic. We haven't seen it in a while. Well, I'm curious how well it lanes into a sniper. On paper, I feel like this is a great lane for morphling. Like, I'm thinking about it, like you should have a substantial damage advantage on the morphling, and you're one of the few heroes that doesn't really mind the harassment all that much, especially with the fact that you're gonna go bottle.
That could
I can
be
see this being
true.
really good.
Thompson likes Sniper a lot too, so I'm sure he understands the strengths and weaknesses of Sniper. It's not something we see very much, but if I was going to trust anyone with it in a weird matchup, it would be Thompson. I'm very curious to see what he can do in this lane, because I feel like if he does not have a good lane, then it's looking pretty awkward, because you have Chen techies, and you know they're going to have to play around Kunkka if Morphling is just having a rough time and also trying to farm, and Pure is trying to farm, right? And it makes your plan much more obvious, and Extreme Gaming will be able to read it and either match you if they want to fight or just totally dodge whatever you're trying to do.
Man, this is going to be a fun game. I'm excited to see this. We've got the mid Morphling for Thompson, not something that gets, pulled out all that often, but can definitely make a great case for it here. So in another essential rematch, it will be Extreme taking on Tundra in the first round of these tiebreakers, which for anyone who just watched this, Extreme took a 2-0 over Tundra, and they've got to be feeling that momentum here going into game 3. Very different drafts, though, from what has happened in the past.
That's true. We'll see if the change is good for Tundra or not. They've ended up with something a little less common, but that feels in line with what Tundra likes to do. We do have a smoke wrap around. We've seen First Bloods matter a lot. See if they can get anything here, but an observer is going to spot all of this. I think Tundra should just dodge it. I don't think their level 1 fight is nearly as good as Extreme Gaming's.
Yeah, Meepo not traditionally known as the level 1 hero that you want to fight with. Neither is Morphling. So yeah, they definitely do not want to take an engagement right now.
Oh, he doesn't have the Meepo chicken skin. I really want to see it.
Maybe he does. He just doesn't equip it, and he'll have the taunt.
Ooh, that'd be good too.
Surprised they actually managed to grab that bottom rune there for the side of Tundra. So it will be 2-2 on the runes. I am a little bit curious how a Jinkyu, like on the 4th position Shadow Demon, will be able to affect this lane, because into a Centaur, I feel like he's going to be free to be left alone again. So my thought process is if he just goes ahead and jungles a little bit and like stacks as much as possible, we might be seeing XXX go for like an early, phase boots into, blade mail. But instead they're going to get aggressive here onto Whitemon. Blood Grenade is out as well, so a little bit of damage going his way. It does open Divine Favor, so...
Shadow Demon not usually the strongest laner, so it's going to depend on blocking a lot of these creeps from Whitemon to make sure he doesn't get too much. Right now, of course, just the Divine... Ooh, body block him in here. He actually is going for the fight.
I was gonna say, if he gets him, that would be wild, but just eats through the tree. He might get that courier, though. He does indeed.
Very nice.
So no more regen coming out for Whitemon here anytime soon. Does have 3 wand charges or stick charges to play around. We'll have another disruption, but yeah, being able to prevent these camps from spawning, slowing down Whitemon quite a bit here is very important. Obviously, he needs to get level 2 first, but for now, I think he's quite happy with the state of the lane. Gotta love that sound. As someone who does enjoy a good sniper game, that Immortal Cosmetic is one of the best. Toby bottom lane taking a lot of damage here from Pure, but the turnaround from 9 class trying to bring down DY won't finish the kill, but that Crystal Maiden, she's gonna have to back off here quite a bit. She's waiting on
9 class
regen.
going for it.
Blast off, dude. 9 class, what a kill! That is the first blood you're looking for. Top lane onto Whitemon now. 3 stacks of poison. It will go the way of the Centaurs. So a little bit expected, I would say, here in this lane for the Centaur to be having a pretty good time. But the first blood bottom ends up being very good for Tundra.
Techies getting that kill too, getting some extra XP Crystal Maiden does not have very good strength gain, so the more levels 9 class picks up, the easier these ensuing kills will be, especially because Toby will get more points in Tidebringer just to casually harass, get you low. He's in a bit of trouble himself right now. Gonna require a blast off to make space, which might get 9 class killed here. Looks like it. Gonna try to pass this over to Ame.
That's very nice.
Never mind.
So they get the Lotus, they get the return kill. It doesn't go to Ame, but it's at least something. He will be able to come back with full health and mana on the techies, which will make a big difference in the lane. But so far, mid lane, XM actually fairly decent. Thompson, of course, on this mid Morphling, very practiced. Bottle, a super efficient item on this hero.
Wraithband Bottle so far. I am very curious to see what Thompson ends up going with.
It's got to be Phylactery, dude. There's no way you don't go Phylactery on a mid-morph. We'll see. He's got another Wraithband queued up, but... I mean, who knows? Maybe he's just going to build it like a regular carry. It'll be interesting.
2 carries. Truly the pub style. I know we have a Meepo, but how about another carry in the mid lane?
All right, we've actually gone ahead and got 2 points here in the double edge. And he is going to just rush the Veil of Discord. So playing for more of a burst lane here. And that just kind of indicates to me that Jin Q is going to be spending a lot of time in the lane.
I think so. With 2 points in Shadow Poison as well, there's a lot of potential burst coming out, which I think is why he went for the double edge as well.
Yeah.
It won't be easy, especially now that the second Meepo comes out. And Whitemon has some very good creeps as well. The Harpy Stormcrafter and the Ghost.
Spooky.
Looks like they might actually be making the aggressive play first onto XXS.
I mean, they can try, but you're going to start building up these stacks and makes it very difficult to do so. Well, Pure does manage to dodge out both of those Shadow Poisons, so very nicely done. Yeah, I feel like Whitemon is going to become an issue now that he's got the Harpy as well as the Ghost, because if you're out of position at all, they can very easily just double root you down and stack up some of the damage. So Xinq's got to have very good positioning in this lane.
Yeah, we sometimes see Chen's roam more. 6 minutes is coming up, so curious to see if any supports want to make their way mid. Though Sniper's not someone as critical to secure the power runes for. But I think this time, making sure to spend a little bit of extra effort to give Meepo a good start makes a lot of sense for the Chen. Meepo is a hero who can just accelerate so quickly given the right start.
Yeah, it's going to be 50-50, and Thompson will win the rune, ends up going a haste. It's not the most terrifying rune for a Morphling to get early, but does allow him to play a little bit greedier or a little bit maybe aggressive if he knows he has like a way to get out. This is a farm fest for for pretty much every lane right now. Chen is just taken away in the jungle at this point. Like clearing the small camp, has double Harpy at this point, so he's just jungling.
If it continues this way, Tundra will definitely hit a stronger timing first with the Meepo and the Chen. They'll push for a lot. Got some good tools to delay it out. Sniper, one of the best high ground defenders. And the further you go, I do think Troll is one of those heroes who can kill Morphling, can kill Meepo, possibly both if they're next to each other and you got a Battle Fury. So I feel like Tundra needs to go for this mid-game push where they don't have to win right there, but they really need to set themselves up. Having said that, maybe they do need to win right there, because in their previous series, I think they did that and then lost afterwards. So perhaps you do simply need to win in the mid-game.
Interesting. We're seeing a null tally on Troll Warlord even. Top lane, Jin Q a little bit out of position as the wraparound from the Meepo, the blast off coming through from 9 class, and that kill will go the way of Whitemon. So not absolutely necessary that the Techies joins this one, but Pure is now off to a really good start in this lane. XXS with this, 3-point stomp, Veil of Discord, a little bit scary, but doesn't really have a ton of kill threat onto the Meepo without a +1, right? So we'll see how well he does. Rune will spawn top. 9 class takes it and amplify damage, interestingly enough. Oh, those illusions hurt. Never mind, Thompson's just going to go aggressive here onto Xingqiu. This would be at a fantastic second kill, but with the sniper popping shots from the high ground, you do not want to chase any further.
Can't wait to watch Morphling go all to agility and heal all the way up.
He doesn't have any bottle charges. He's got a base.
He's got Seeds of Serenity. He'll never go to base.
Oh, you're right. Oh, I didn't even notice.
Seeds of Serenity is literally a full heal on this hero. Look at this. He's going to be fine.
I didn't even notice.
Boy.
What an item.
Got 5 stick charges. That's practically a full heal on a Morphling.
He's off to a great start.
Yeah, top of the net worth. We weren't sure how this would go, but going well so far. Now, Sniper's not that far behind either. It's like 200 gold, 400 gold now after that, some farming there, but it's not like Morphling shut him down. So I'm curious to see when he decides to get active. We are at the point where I think it should be Phylactery, but I can never tell with tops, and I'm like half expecting a Meteor Hammer to come out.
Dude, that would be so hype, actually. It's a terrible item, but it would be hilarious.
Ah, keys up the Phylactery. Boo.
Dude, when was the last time you saw a Meteor Hammer?
My pub ODs still do it.
Yeah, I had someone build it in the pub lately.
No.
We lost that game for clarity if it wasn't obvious by the fact that my ally built a Meteor Hammer. But yeah, I haven't seen it in a pro game ever since the Kaya change, right? It's like, why would you ever go to Meteor Hammer with how long it takes to build now?
When you could not go Meteor Hammer.
And just play for late game. Play for 40 minutes later.
Xingqiu doing his own stack, actually. He was making the stack. I was just about to say, I wonder who's going to go take it. It's Xingqiu. I Shadow Demon, he's pretty good this game, so yeah, I did it. I get to farm it. It's a pretty good Shadow Demon game, I feel like, so if he gets farm, I think that is good for them.
It is true. I worry that they're already starting to fall pretty far behind because of the Chen effect, right? He just is an extra core when it comes to jungling. He's gone first item into drums. You don't build boots on this hero, so getting drums gives you a little bit of necessary movement speed, and then you go back for your Vlads. And at this point, yeah, Crystal Maiden comes to top lane. We'll take away the Centaur, but drums get popped. Trying to close the gap there with the Ghost, which will be able to. And DY has to get some assistance from the Centaur here to not die to these.
Yeah, if they can get a little space for Meepo, I think the drum Vlad timing of Chen should line up with like Aghanims, maybe Blink on the Meepo. I don't know what Thompson's gonna get after the Phylactery, but maybe you have Ags, Blade Mail Ags on the Kunkka, or it'll be close at that point. That sounds really strong.
Yeah. We haven't even talked about the fact that Toby on the Kunkka is now finally recovering. He had a little bit of a rough start. Obviously, he's into a Troll Warlord lane. Not the easiest, but double bracer, phase boots into Blade Mail will be his build as he's cleaning up a massive stack here in the triangle. As the other triangle will also be stacked.
XM's getting a Maelstrom, which fairly normal. Last series we covered, we did see Quinn get a Shadow Blade here, but I do think Sniper's job this game is going to have to be help kill off creep waves while Chen pushes, while your Troll farms. So he needs the wave clear from the Maelstrom. Curious if he'll go for Aghanims after that. I feel like the payoff for Ags is a bit slow, and I think that's like the time he'd be farming the Ags is when Tundra could be pushing. So kind of think something else might be better. We'll have to see how the next few minutes go, because right now it's still just a very peaceful farming game. Only 2-2 at 12 minutes right now.
Yeah, I don't foresee really either of these teams stopping their current trajectory. You might find some pickoffs on the supports here and there, right? Like DY coming in to try and maybe contest some camps, but you don't really have a lot of kill threat on any one of the cores, right? It's just these supports that, you know, are susceptible to ganks. So they trade 1-for-1 across the map, and Troll Warlord's just gonna stay in the bottom lane, continue farming. XM playing around his triangle in mid lane, which that mid lane tower will go down off of this push with the Chen and the Meepo. So this is huge, at least potentially giving him an avenue to threaten the triangle, which is something they need to do. But the good news for Extreme is they got the triangle clear before the tower falls.
It's true. Centaur's taking the top tower as well, so you're not losing too much map space. You can move into the enemy's half. Which this will be a bit of a slow start, like we were saying, but it'll speed up really quickly. Like once they get going, they're going to get going, and they'll take the buildings really quickly if they win any fights on the side of Tundra.
Jinq with the disruption.
But until then,
I mean, the disruption is a lot of damage if Topson doesn't have like waveform to get away, just because his illusions hit so dang hard. But there's not like a standard follow-up outside of the Centaur Blink Stomp. So if you don't have him nearby, I don't really see like anyone being under too much threat. We see a smoke out here from Tundra. Now that the mid lane tower is gone, we can just walk onto the high ground here and see what we find. And XM would be the best possible find. The chase continues. Sticky Bomb off the mark. There's going to be a nice Stampede. 9 class still connects on that blast off, but a beautiful freezing field from DY. Will get themselves their first kill. Thompson will be able to just walk away. They do force a rotation while Pure is farming, so it's really not that bad for Tundra here. All you do is lose the techies. You get Stampede, some rotations, and more farm for your Meepo. Like, these are perfectly fine.
yeah, he even takes the tower. He's getting very close to his Aghanims. And his teammates, what do we have? Blade Mail on Kunkka. He does have the Aghanims queued up, no surprise there. Topson looks like he's gonna go for a Manta.
All right, Blake reveal from XXS. They get on top of Toby. Shadow Demon has got plenty of follow-up there, so kill goes away. The sniper, really good usage of the first blink, and that is something they have to start playing around. Dude, Meepo is so close to Ags. 150 gold.
Troll's got a good Battle Fury timing, though.
Is this Battle Fury up? Okay, it's been up. Yeah. I mean, it's interesting too, because
first hit root.
Yeah, love that. There's no way he gets out of this one. So very nice. I was gonna say it's a 15-minute Battle Fury going like full like wand, phase boot, and 2 of your starter items, Wraithband and Null Talisman. So realistically, I mean, that's a very good time Battle Fury with all of those early items. I thought the Null Talisman might slow him down, and I'm like, Troll doesn't need that much mana regen once you have the Battle Fury, but didn't really. I mean, it ends up paying off.
Yeah, I mean, it's in any other game, he'd be top of net worth. Being not that far behind a Meepo is pretty good, all things considered.
Yeah.
I think it's like Alk, Meepo. They're some of the fastest farmers in the game.
Yeah, this Troll's never going to have mana issues because of the CM aura as well. And this is only level 1 aura, right? So he could just spam his axes on cooldown, and he's just going to be able to farm with those. Ag's done on the Meepo. He's just queuing up the Blink Dagger. How is that lining up with the Chen items? Because you were talking about this, like maybe Ag's Blink. He's got the Vlads. Okay. Yeah, ready to go.
He's even going for drum boots. He's richer than I thought.
Oh, God.
The issue here, well, I don't know how much of an issue, but the part that's not quite lining up is that Kunkka did have a bit of a slower start, so this Aghanims is still a good ways off. I don't know if they'll want to wait for it or still start making plays. I kind of think you have enough to make small plays at least. Maybe you're not forcing the full 5-on-5s all the time, but...
Big wraparound. They know that this is coming. The blink, the stomp. They've got Thompson at first to start this one off, but the follow-up damage is not there. Stampede canceled thanks to the stomp out from Thompson himself. The X, the pullback, but a great disruption from XinQ. You're going to sacrifice your Centaur here most likely, as I don't think he has any way out of this one. Very nice kill. Very good play there from Thompson.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Troll is farming in the meantime. I really do think this will come down to the big push of Tundra. And if you fail on that, you're going to have some Troll sniper problems.
Yeah, Trollard is one of the few heroes in the late game that doesn't struggle too much against Meepo. Once Mega Meepo is out, you can just press your ult and kill the Mega Meepo. The thing is it's kind of like a game of chicken, which is why I wish he had the chicken cosmetic. It would have been even better. But it is a game of chicken where it's first person to press ult loses. So DY will get sniped here. Good placement from Thompson. I think he had an invis rune there. Was it? Or it was, I don't know. Maybe it was just smoked. Couldn't tell. But either way, it's, yeah, the first person to press ult loses, right? If Troll presses ult, Meepo can just pop the Mega Meepo and walk away. But if Mega Meepo's already been spent, Troll just pops the Battle Trance and will lock him down and kill him. Oh, Torrent doesn't guess correctly. Bottom lane, though. We're seeing a fight here as 9 class gets isolated. And, wow, XM actually gets out of this. He barely dodges this one out as a Stampede comes through as well. I think that's like a safety measure Stampede of like, we really don't want our sniper to die.
Yeah, Toby had to guess which way Sniper walked with the blind torrent. And then actually cool use. XM used his courier to see where Kunkka was going just to make sure he could make sure he walks in the best direction. He does lose his courier, but certainly much better than dying.
Oh, yeah.
And checking in on the Sniper's build, looks like he is, in fact, going to get the Mjolnir first. So similar read to what we said earlier. He wants to make sure he is strong at the time that Tundra's pushing in, not still working on an Aghanims, which Aghanims alone isn't even like the strong part, right? You still need to build a Conda after that. So it is a really long build up for that build to really get going. And I think this will have a much smoother transition. Some Tormentors coming up.
Very nice timing. Just here
Crystal
right
Clone
away.
would be pretty good.
Yeah, they do have some very good shard pickups. What?
Oh, Shadow Demon already bought his.
I was like, one of them has it, I guess. Okay, yeah, Shadow Demon bought his immediately. All right,
one of the sports bought it, or we're in a very bad spot.
Yeah, true. He's got himself a money orb as well, so he'll be able to get a little bit more income here on this 4-position Shadow Demon. Try and keep up with Whitemon, but it's a very tall order. Catching a Chen is just not easy. First row should go the way of Tundra here. Uncontested, it seems.
I don't think you're ready to fight this. You want them to come to your high ground where it's easiest for your sniper to be set up and not caught out. If the sniper gets killed right away, you're done. So you want them to push into your towers and you get sniper in a really safe spot. You put a Shadow Demon behind him, which I think is why XinQ bought this shard so early. It is really good versus all the Earthbinds from Meepo. So you can use it on sniper or the troll and you don't have to be worried about all this stuff coming in. Penitence, the slows and everything from Kunkka, all that stuff.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
All right, tier 2 tower to fall. I mean, they're building the pressure, right? They still don't have the greatest gold lead, but they are at least getting objectives. They've taken the first tier 2 tower. They've got Roshan on their back. And the thing with Meepo is like, as long as your primary Meepo is far enough away, the respawn is going to be at the primary Meepo's location. So he can accidentally die on the opposite side of the map, you know, if they gank the clones, and he's not too worried about it. One of the benefits of the Aegis on the Meepo.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Under smoking over. Might find XXS, but doesn't look like they're willing to cross over the towers like that. I will say the fact that it's only a 4K gold lead and you have multiple towers over the enemy, that bodes well for Extreme Gaming. I feel like they aren't falling that behind in farm versus this early pressure.
DY?
It means...
Yeah, there's no way out of this one. He was trying to just cut the wave here, kill some Chen creeps. He even denies it. All right, that's funny. Go ahead, though. What I was talking about was literally pointless, so.
No, I can't remember anymore. That means it also had to be pointless. Meepo's got Disperser.
That's a good one. Necessary against heroes like Troll Warlord. Speaking of Troll, has a BKB finished. Has a Satanic queued up with just a casual Yasha, so hasn't decided to either opt for the Manta or the SNY quite yet. Amplify damage, balled it up. Ooh, that was close. I like the early shard pickup here on
right away
XM.
off of that.
Dude, he's got a Mjolnir. He actually does a lot of damage.
Definitely. This is why it matters so much if you find him or not. He even has the Grove Bow to be as far back as possible. Moving top.
Just Manta. Ooh, they got him on the stomp. Double mines, but if Ame can stick on him, no, they can't. Not close enough on the Crystal Maiden to go for the root. And gets the waveform to safety. So a failed gank there might cost them a little bit.
All right, what are we waiting for? They have the Aegis for 2 more minutes. Is it just a farming Aegis? I guess they're close to Drum Boots and the Shard on Kunkka. Morphling has Manticonda. Maybe they'll make a push with this last minute of Aegis and those items. Because I don't know. I feel like if you wait for the second Aegis, I'm worried Troll's just gonna keep getting items.
Yeah, I think maybe they're feeling more faith in the Morphling as the ultimate late game carry. It is a very good matchup into heroes that Extreme are bringing, but it's not like they also don't have damage on Extreme, right? Like Sniper Troll is in a certain amount of damage, and he didn't get baited by like the Aghanim Scepter Conda build on Sniper. He is itemizing to be another carry.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Which is such a pub draft. Carry Meepo, carry Morphling. No wonder why position 3 Kunkka is so poor.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Just trying to put some damage here into Pure in the mid lane. Does get the dig off, very nicely done. So Pure will be able to just keep these guys alive. XXS has that Stampede available. Tanky as all hell, thanks to this Eternal Shroud, and he will come out, pop that now. Nice Taurus on the backside, manages to grab themselves the Shadow Demon as Thompson's trying to get aggressive, but he's just getting popped. Very nice heal though from the Chen, keeps them in this fight. XXS has not had any issues, and it's gonna be Pure losing the Aegis here under the freezing field. XXS has 5 stacks of his shard because of the Meepo, dude. He has 5,000 HP. He's got to be careful though. Finally isolated. They do manage to grab the kill. Very nice fight from Tundra.
The double-edged stacks must have expired because he was sitting at like 5,000 HP. Still had like 2,000 left, but as it faded, his health suddenly dropped, and they just finally finished the kill. All right, good fight for Tundra. To get some kills out of that. Sniper was doing a lot in that fight. He was pretty much freely attacking the entire time. We can see in this replay. But having to go target to target on the Meepo because you just dig one, then you dig the next, then you dig the next one, then it's Mega Meepo. So a lot of this damage doesn't actually net a kill for them. Xing Q gets picked off first, which I think it's important for him to stay alive. Like the Shadow Poison stacks throughout such a long fight, the vision you get from it, and then repeated disruption saves, it adds up. So I think it's a good kill from Tundra, which allows them to slowly get through this. It's a surprisingly slow fight, all things considered.
Yeah, I think the Centaur is going to actually be a substantial problem in the late game. I hadn't really considered the fact that, you know, yeah, we're going to be lacking, you might be lacking a little bit of damage compared to something like Morphling and the Meepo, but Centaur will bring an immense amount of damage because of the fact he's playing into a Meepo. DY will get picked off here. Nice catch between the Morphling and the Techies, but they're also looking for Ame. They don't grab him, so nice TP on out. we've seen Centaurs scale incredibly well. If he gets like Kaya-san, Shivas into maybe even a Havoc Hammer, like this guy will eventually do work, and he's going Octarine.
I think it was literally XXS that we saw.
Is that Bloodstone? Hold up.
Yes.
Oh, that's a sick item. In comes Thompson, super aggressive. BKB out from Ame. If he gets the root, he can pop the Battle Trance, and he does. But Sniper's dead. He does have to follow up the shard, doing work from Ame on this Troll Warlord, but it's not enough. Pure on the backside gets so much work done as now the chain roots are there, and they get themselves a massive kill.
These are absolutely the fights Tundra has been looking for. Finally pays off. I think Sniper hurt himself on the Blade Mail, got caught by a Torrent, and Meepo walked around the edge, blinked onto the Sniper, and just finished it off in half a second. Yeah, we get the replay here. So they got sight of where Sniper was thanks to the Morphling just going in. They launched the bow in that area. You see Pure wrap around the side and kill Sniper just off the screen, but it's instantaneous. Troll lives for a bit up here, but just kind of controlled up, can't actually finish off a kill. In that first fight we watched, Sniper lived the entire time just attacking and added in so much damage, which is what held Tundra in check. But with him being picked off, Tundra felt free to just go in for everyone else after that.
Yeah, Pure is incredibly strong. He is level 21 now with a Scotty done. So if he finds the Sniper, he will just kill him. Top lane, Toby will grab the Crystal Maiden. Pops a Glimmer Cape, but the jump in here from Pure with the root will reveal her.
Yeah, they're going to wait Roche for second Roche, and now we're at suddenly a 16k lead. It was so close for so long, but with a couple good fights going their way, cleaning up all these towers, they're in a pretty good spot to end the game here. You've got the Scotty on Meepo. He has something else on the way too. Oh, just teleport scrolls. He will get the next Roche. You'll have a creep banner as well. The true difference maker.
Yes, honestly, Roshan's banner, the best item in Dota 2 right now.
It's still Sniper high ground. There's always a chance to throw.
Yeah, I think they're going to be patient and wait for Roshan, which it's up now. So if they scout this, they can take it very quickly, as they have to know it's available. Dude, the Bloodstone build here from the Centaur is actually so sick.
He will get a lot of healing, but he's quite far from it.
Yeah, he is very
I wonder if just the Shivas would help more, because it would have the heal reduction versus Chen, Meepo, Morphling. That's a lot, along with the armor to help keep him alive. He does have it queued up after. Well, I guess he hasn't bought anything yet. It could just be like a casual voodoo mask along the way. I guess we'll see. If they make it to that point, for example, Tundra goofs on one of the high ground throws, or high ground Freudian slip there. They get the Aegis and they throw that fight. That probably does buy enough time to get these items, at which point I think Centaur becomes a massive problem for you, but they are primed to win before that is an issue.
Yeah, and they've scouted the Roshan with the Chen creep, so they're going to make their way over. DY did get Crystal Clone here, so it will allow the Crystal Maiden to kind of split push a little bit more effectively, maybe farm some items. The Roche, though, is the big problem. So Aegis into the hands of Pure. It will be Whitemon that grabs the Roshan's banner. And he plants it
tanky
mid.
Meepo.
Okay.
This is a farmed Meepo, and now he's got the Ancient Granite Golem aura. Very tanky.
Dude, Granite Golem with a Meepo is ridiculous. It is so much health.
Morphling 2 actually on the team. Konka's pretty tanky as well, so you need a lot of damage into this.
That blast off was so close. Dude, 9 class has been on it this game. All right, Satanic done on the Troll. Very strong for him. I think he still needs a Manta. Yeah, he's got it queued up next, so He'll have 3 forms of Dispel, which is great. And any ultra late game, you can even play for an Aghanim Scepter, which is also really nice. But that is not his priority right now. That's like his 7th item type of scenario. Sniper with a full done BKB, not gonna go down like he did in the last fight. Hopefully, I mean that's the idea behind buying it.
We're reaching that point. The fork in every Dota game. Is it a 30-40 minute game? Or is it a 60-minute game?
Sick TP out there.
This Meepo can't get much more farmed. Like, this is the timing. They have to do it here. I guess your Morphling can scale up, but...
Yeah, you can. You can scale on the Morphling. I think that's the big thing. But yeah, I feel like you definitely want to try and get Elena Barracks with this 2nd Aegis.
I think you need 2. I think just 1. I guess if you get 1 super cleanly, maybe that's okay, but I don't think Extreme Gaming cares that much about 1 set. Placed Roshan's banner mid, by the way. I wasn't paying attention to that.
Yeah. Shadowblade for snipers. So we saw this actually coming out from Quinn earlier as a way to kind of guarantee your positioning in the fights.
Yeah. It helps you move around the map. I think when he's actually defending the base, it shouldn't be as big of a deal because he's probably just sitting like near the tier 4s. So you know where he is, but it's just really hard to get to him. But you don't want to live your entire life in the base, of course. So having the Shadowblade to move around the map and for fights that occur out of your base will be good. Is the break going to be a big deal here? It's like not bad versus Meepo, but I don't think he really needs that far.
Trying to see like Meepo's HP just when he's casually near the Chen and the Granite Golem. Like he's sitting at 30, almost 3,400 right now, but look at all of the auras. This guy, look at the auras, man. That is ridiculous.
It's Chen Gaming. Chen Gaming. Yeah, it's a really tanky lineup. And we kind of saw it in that very first fight earlier where Sniper was hitting, but just couldn't do enough damage. We'll see which scaling is better. All the auras and health of Tundra or the damage output from Sniper.
Double Wisdom Rune. Very nice.
If Troll's allowed to attack, he also does a lot of damage. He just has a much harder time actually getting to do that.
I like DY here on this Crystal Maiden. He knows he wants to cut creeps, but it's so easy for them to just pick him off if he gets caught.
He might run into Thompson and just die.
He doesn't even feel safe about this. They like know that this Crystal Maiden is around here somewhere.
He sees the campus farm and he's like, oh no, someone's in the area.
Yeah, DY is gonna grab him. Crystal Clone comes out. The X back into the freezing field. He's like, this will kill the wave. I got it, guys. Don't worry. Creep wave down. An immediate smoke
he is
from
just trying to
Extreme.
buy time.
They're about to walk through so many mines. Look at the map. There are red dots littered everywhere. 9 class has been busy.
They need to try to use the disruption illusions to clear them out. Ooh. See Whitemon.
Oh, man.
Yeah, this doesn't feel safe. They're just gonna get out.
Yeah, they knew it that as soon as they hear those bongo boots, it's because they're under vision when this smoke breaks. So it's no longer a fight for them to take. Link and Sphere on tops, and this is really nice.
The second Aegis, and the net worth lead didn't climb that much. Another 5,000.
All right, Manta's done on Ame, but here's the big pickup. Meepo gets himself a Scythe of Ice and a Mind Breaker of all items. So this is really scary now. DY, careful, buddy. There's a lot of mines.
Maybe one
He's
more
like,
for
all
the
right, I'm
vote."
out. Glimmer Cape, walk back. I'm done. No more of this. I mean, when your support's job is to just destroy Techie's mines that are covering your jungle, that feels pretty bad.
No, he's got the morphing illusion. Send them in. Send them in one at a time so you get more mines.
Yeah,
that's the idea. I'll tell you what, the morphing illusions are pretty good when you copy them.
Yeah, absolutely. The bonus base damage, dude, they hit hard.
Even Meepo illusions aren't too bad.
Well, with no Aegis left, it's back to farming we go. A 23,000 gold advantage as Meepo hits level 25, grabs his extra clone as he's closing in on his Ag Synth. Which I'm curious what he's planning on replacing if he does actually buy out the Ag Synth.
Who, the Meepo?
Yeah.
I think he's got an Abyssal queued up for now.
Okay, he does.
Something we
he's gonna
see too
Hex
often on
Diffuse-
Meepos.
or Hex Abyssal. That's kind of cool.
Playing some Minesweeper right now. Using Centaur illusions through the jungle. He cleared out like 10 mines or more.
Smoke up. DY will pop the smoke. They get the D ward immediately as they chase aggressively. Pure with a really nice jump in, but he needs to be careful. Well, stay turn it around. Ame needs to be careful. He pops the BKB, trying to just focus down these Meepo clones, but there it is. He didn't get the main one. The Mega Meepo's out. Now turning attention over to Toby. This boat buff is ridiculous. 9 class nearly dying here just to cleave, but here comes Thompson. Sniper from the low ground, trying to do what damage he can, but the chain stuns are there. The Hex out onto Ame's Troll Warlord. Another stun comes through, and Ame will go down. Triple kill for Thompson. XXX will be next on the chopping block, as it will be a freezing field to try and hold them at bay. But 4 for 0 outside the high ground.
Oh my god.
Oh, that was so
almost got him.
close.
That was a blind net. I mean,
no
think
buybacks.
you've just
That's
lost.
just game, right? You have
I
one
think
fort.
you're done, yeah. Okay, they need these creeps to come in just a little bit further for the back door. I'm kind of surprised. Usually Extreme Gaming, one of their strengths is very clean team fights, especially in the late game, but I think that one they got caught up in it a little bit with Centaur and Crystal Maiden being found. They thought they could take it, but Sniper was not there. It forced him out into a weird spot. He's attacking from the low ground. I feel like they should just sack the support and then sit high ground. And that mistake looks like it's going to cost them this best of 1.
Yeah, and I mean, Pure played it perfectly, right? He's only scouting with his 4 main Meepos, and he's just playing that back on his primary Meepo with the Swift Blink, knowing that if they try to go on him, he has the Mega Meepo option. Jump in here from XXS. Nice damage with that Veil, but the throne's exposed, and Tundra objective achieved. They get the game 1, or I guess the best of 1. They get revenge, man. They get revenge.
Can't beat our Chen 3 times in a row. They had a good change to the draft. They took away the Enchantress. I think she matches what the Chen does a lot better. One, you steal the creeps from him, but you're also someone who is a very strong laner who can then match the movements. The supports they ended up with, Shadow Demon, Crystal Maiden, they just don't quite do that. So Tundra was able to take an early lead. It was a little slow at first. It looked like Extreme Gaming had a good shot, but I feel like Tundra was eventually able to find a couple good fights for themselves that they then get a huge net worth lead. They were very careful with it. And I kind of get it. I think they could have pushed sooner, but this is a rare situation. Tiebreakers for upper bracket or elimination, right?
It's true.
And technically, this best of 1 did not determine anything because we just started, right? But at the end of the day, every win will matter. So Maybe they also understood, if we throw once, that might be it for us. It's kind of what happened to us in the last 2 games we played versus Extreme Gaming. Let's take it very carefully, and it pays off for them. They finally find the fight they want, and they literally end the game off of that.
Yeah, it was a slow and patient victory here for Tundra, and I agree with you. It makes sense. Don't risk it. Just guarantee your win. Extreme is just not a team that you want to push into the ultra late. These guys play exceptionally well, but yeah, this is the final fight here, like you were talking about, where Sniper is just not in a good position to do anything. Ame pops the initial battle trance on the non-Mega Meepo, and they're just sitting back waiting, like letting Toby tank everything until Thompson and Pure can just reinitiate.
Yeah, I mean, Sniper took like 5 to 10 seconds to actually join this fight. We finally see it. Like, by the time he's finally here hitting, 3 of his heroes are dead, right? So just a bit off the mark on that final fight. And unfortunately, Meepo Chen lineup, that's that. You only get 1 mistake.
Yeah, it was very nice. Now, we're going to have to find out what's going on with these other games, of course, because it is a 4-way tiebreaker. I'm not sure even what the next series is going to be for us. We'll have to double check with our production in a little bit here, but gosh, there's so many games that still need to be played. So it's okay. So we got it. It's going to be Tundra and Spirit in our next game. So we're going to be here. Tundra will be back on this stream, and they're going to be joined by Spirit. Which should be a very interesting game. Spirit, just unfortunately for them, dropped against Heroic, so a must-win game if they want to keep themselves in the tournament. As of right now, we're going to go to a short break, everyone, and we'll be back with our next best of 1 in these tiebreakers. We'll see you then.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right wear and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Let coming back for more.
Treasure, been longing for someone to call my treasure. Measure, no one in this world could ever measure. Oh, back in time with you. Always going back in time with you. Always on the run. I see pleasure in your eyes. Treasure in the skies. Rain and diamonds from the skies. I see pleasure in your eyes. Precious, you're the only one, you are my precious. Oh, luscious, there's no other word I can describe you.
We're on to our next series here in these best of one tiebreakers. Tundra managed to secure their first game. However, their opponents, Team Spirit, drop in their first series. So a lot on the line for them. We'll see which one is going to be advancing further in this tournament, because this is, again, not only are you fighting for upper brackets, but also elimination from the playoffs. A 4-way tie in the groups. We don't see that very often, but it's going to be a pretty fun to watch how this plays out.
Yeah, we're trying to do the mental math on it, on what do teams need to make it in or not. At the end of the day, the players, they don't need to think that hard. You just got to get a win, right? This is where we're at so far with the first games being played. Each team will end up playing 3 times. So if you get 3 wins, fantastic. You're definitely qualified, and you're also in that upper bracket. But I think there's a realm where 2 wins, 1 loss, you could either have 3 teams with that score or 2 teams with that score, and then the other 2 teams are like 1 and 2, in which case maybe we have to do another best of 1 to like determine upper versus lower, and then like lower versus eliminated. If it's 3 teams tied, I don't know, maybe we're just like repeating the round robin again, or maybe we'll do like some other scores. But again, for now, you just got to try to get the wins.
Yeah, it's very possible to tie on second and third like pretty easily, right? So we'll see what happens, because at the end of the day, there has to be a clear first position in order to determine which of them are going to the upper bracket. So if we have like a tie at the top, like 1 and 2, but like 4th place is eliminated, we still got to do another tiebreaker, best of 1 to which team goes to the upper bracket. So this is gonna be so complex, like, to see. I don't think I've seen like a 16 round robin with a 4-way tie, so this might be a first for me, but maybe a first for the teams and the players as well. It's gonna be very interesting.
Yeah, but for the players, what's the same? Coach telling them, just go win your game. Don't worry about it.
Dota.
Don't think further than that. Just go play your Dota. Draft your same heroes again. We'll start with taking a look at Tundra. We just saw them play. They repeated the Chen draft, 3rd time in a row, but they adjusted their draft a little bit. So I think Extreme Gaming, they felt they knew how to beat the Chen, but they had certain tools to do so. And without those tools, it was much harder for them. We also got a surprise Meepo pick, mid-Morphling, definitely caught us off guard, and it worked out. Tundra took it nice and slow, very patient play, and didn't really slip up anywhere, I feel like, which was pretty good. From what we could catch in their previous series, some mistakes is what cost them the earlier games versus Extreme Gaming. So cleaning up as the day goes. And we got Whitemon here playing that Chen to a very high degree in all 3 series, or all 3 games.
Yeah, and I think it's something that if you're Team Spirit coming into this, you're probably not going to risk giving them the Chen. It is definitely a comfort for them. They, especially after playing 3 games in a row with a Chen, you're already warmed up. You kind of know what your timings are going to be. You're good at playing around it. So we probably will be seeing Whitemon on a different hero, but you know, it's yet to be seen. We haven't really hit the draft quite yet. We can take a look at their opponents, which is of course going to be Team Spirit. And these guys, they've looked really good. We've had some pretty fun interviews with Yutaro and Mira so far in the tournament as they kind of shine some light on the team. Obviously, very good at LAN. They feel better on LAN than they do in some of the remote tournaments, but they still haven't really felt like they're hitting their peak yet. And so we'll see if they can kind of keep themselves going, as a first game loss in this tiebreaker is very difficult for them.
Yeah, this definitely reaching that point where they've got to win a game. We can take a look at Miposhka to compare over. He has a very similar hero pool to Whitemon. I feel like they tend to play strong laners to set up their carries. Both teams having very good carry players that you want to give that strong start to. So we see a lot of like Chen's and Enchantress type heroes. So I kind of expect both of those to get banned. I don't know. I feel like each team needs to respect the other player, like Whitemon and Miposhka. You know these guys can perform on those heroes.
Yeah, I would say if either team gets the Chen, they're going to be happy. I don't imagine that's going to be the case, but there are still a lot of other heroes that they feel comfortable about. The Disruptor being the primary one for Spirit if they get it. So we'll have to find out. First pick will be given to Tundra, and Dire side will go to Team Spirit. So as we're going to jump into the draft, we'll see if that manages to make any major changes. And here we go. The Magnus, overall first ban. Every single time against Team Spirit, they respond with the Chen Monkey King, which, you know, not unsurprising. We've seen those exact bans.
5 seconds remaining. Team Spirit's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining.
Trying to see where they want to go next on this, because most banned hero, the Disruptor, Chen, Pango, nothing surprising there. Those heroes seem very broken. Last bans, I mean, I don't really matter too much about that. I'm curious what it's going to be the openers, because we haven't really seen Io pop back up all that much recently, but I know both these teams can play it.
Both teams have really enjoyed Brewmaster and Sniper as well. Or I should say Brewmaster more for Tundra. Sniper, both teams really like. Currently not banned out. There's that Disruptor you were talking about. Who has first pick again? Tundra. I don't think they're going to first pick the Sniper. It's usually the response pick.
Yeah. Man, 100% of contested drafts. Disruptor and Pango. I'm not surprised. There you are. You are correct. The early Brewmaster pick.
The Brew?
Very nice hero. Doesn't have the Batrider to play around in the lane, but there are still a lot of heroes you can pair it up with, and it does give you a lot of team fight and kind of just a steady lane. Now, do you try to counter this directly with a lane hero? You know, go for something like the Weaver? Or do you just pick a support that you're comfortable on?
Could go for the Io, which is still in the pool. Last time these two teams played, Tundra and Spirit, I believe they responded with a Kunkka. Looks like they're going to go for a different approach. They're going to grab the Luna really early, reveal the carry, but she should do fine in this lane. And thanks to the Glaives and the Shard, you deal decently with the Brewlings in the late game. It's not... There's like some heroes that are better at it, but it's a tool you have against it, which is nice. It's also a very stable carry, so even if it's counter-picked, still kind of do what you do, right? Strong laning stage, farm up, hit that critical mass.
I like the Mars ban here quite a bit. Just great team fight to play around. One thing I will have to say, I feel like Spirit are going to have to ban the Morphling going into the next phase. Like, it is one of those heroes that just seems impossible to play against as a Luna. So, especially with how Pure has been playing on it too, right? He's had some very, very good performances on it. So, the fact that you can play it on Pure or even tops into the mid lane and, you know, in those niche scenarios, but it is just not a fun Luna matchup. So, I'd imagine that will be their ban.
Be up for that. I don't think who else there is.
Shadow Demon ban.
They're gonna ban the Shadow Demon.
Very good.
That does pair
Brewmaster.
well with Luna. I think both teams are going to be looking for supports coming out here. There is still that Io.
5 seconds.
Tiny is still in the pool, which both teams really like.
Man, if you do not ban the Morphling here, I'm going to be so confused. I feel like you have to do it. I'm trying to figure out what other heroes you're worried about. Like, there is a Sniper, of course, which is a little bit annoying, but you still have heroes that you can pick for your mid lane to potentially deal with the Sniper, right? DK is still in the pool. You could go for the Storm or the Earth Spirit as well. Like, there are options.
Maybe they have a plan for Morphling. Maybe they're willing to bait it in. I'm trying to think what that would be. Doom, maybe. Good versus Brew and Morphling.
Yeah, you could go for a Doom. That's true. It just... Okay, they actually do ban the Sniper. Wow.
I wonder if they're going to pick a mid-hero weak to Sniper then here. Well, I feel like you gotta pick a support.
You gotta pick a support, right?
You want to reveal, you reveal your carry and your mid in your first 2 picks. That's kind of scary.
You could just pick a 4. I think something flexible. That maybe something the Brewmaster would like to play with as well, without picking like a Crystal Maiden, because you don't really. You could go Crystal Maiden, but then it reveals your full safe lane duo, and you might be able to get punished by something a little bit scarier. So go for the Clockwork. There's your 5, I guess. So
7-0.
Yeah, this hero has been owning this tournament. And it's almost always been paired with the Luna, I think. It's almost always been paired with the Luna safe lane.
Yeah, the flex is technically possible, so you do protect it a little bit, but it is very good versus the Brewmaster, good with the Luna, and it's also a steal because Whitemon is a very good Clockwork player.
True, true. It's annoying against Brew, but he did get the Void Panda stance, which for those of you who maybe haven't played Brewmaster too much, like you obviously remember the old school counter of Clockwork of he prevents you from being able to ult. If you're in Void Panda stance, the status resistance actually reduces the stun enough to get the cast point off for your ult. So
do you need to be brewed up for that, or is it just the passive?
I think it's just the passive as long as it's a high enough level. They grab themselves the Rubik. Okay, well, there's your lanes. So,
I mean, that's a good duo together. And you can telekinesis lift away the Clockwork. If you ever get trapped in the cogs, just toss them out. And otherwise, you throw the Cinder Brew, throw the Fade Bolt. Good harass.
Oh, yeah. That is what I was going to say. I think you save your Morphling pick for 18. Excuse me. And then pick a support that you either want to take away or you want to play around. So, they get their Elder Titan 5. Morphling still available for Tundra if they want it.
5 seconds remaining.
As he brings a lot to the table.
Think someone who can jump the back. So you're going to have to reveal something here, mid or off lane. I feel like something that can jump the back line will be good, because you've got Rubik and ET. You don't want them just free reign, constantly stomping, stealing stuff in the back. Plus the Brewmaster, right? You need to be able to jump him, stop him from splitting. That's the easiest way to deal with him. So potentially a mid or an off laner who initiates like that. I guess a 4 support could work if we're assuming this Clockwork is 5. But since they're going to have to reveal something here, I feel like you might as well go for something like that. That's pretty straightforward, right? You're the initiator. Maybe Collapse's hero. We've seen them play a lot of Snapfire. Okay, no, they're going to go for the Dark Willow and...
No Mars to pair it with this time, which is something that they've done in the past. I mean, Collapse has oaths on the Mars.
Yeah, though I think with the draft, I think if you take Mars, they instantly take Morphling, which we've already... We were already like, why aren't they taking Morphling? I mean, they're going to get it here at the end if they want. So I think you need an offlaner who will also be fine versus the Morphling or a mid, because then that just furthers the whole thing I'm saying. I think you need a mid who can jump these heroes early. That includes the Morphling while he's weak. Dragonite, flex pick, so could put a mid or off lane. And he can buy a Blink Dagger early, so I'm up for that. There are some good steals from the Rubik.
I agree. I think that's kind of the idea here. He also doesn't struggle too much to Elder Titan. If you do decide to go for a Mage Slayer, which the item has fallen off a lot, I'd actually just prefer him go for like an Eternal Shroud eventually. But with all of the bonus magic resistance and armor, he's not affected too much by the natural order. But yeah, I think the fact that he's a flex between mid and off lane helps out quite a bit with the draft here. I still feel like Morphling is the best hero, but Pure does have a lot of options.
What about Terror Blade? Because I'm thinking like if you can create illusions, it's really good.
Oh, that we've seen this before. The Elder Titan Zeus. You just throw the spirit out, and then you just get insta lightning bolt and Thunder God's Wrath, and it just kills every hero.
Yeah, I'm looking at these heroes. Like, who wants to build a pipe? Glimmer, sure. Oh, actually, I always forget. Cogs now gives you a magic barrier, so I guess that helps a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, this you don't. It's the last game we saw like the Chen auras, right? He had the Centaur Courser providing some magic resist. He was happy to buy a pipe, right? You don't really have that this game, so that is going to be a pretty scary combo. And not just the Zeus, Rubik and Brewmaster also throw in tons of magic damage. Okay, we do get the Morph Ban. We've been saying that looks really good, really scary. I think you can just run Dragonite into the Zeus and you'll feel okay. You do get last pick, so you get to see everything before you have to commit to that.
Yeah.
But I think you can feel okay with that and maybe pick an offlaner to counter the carry.
Terribly. Or no, wait, what? I'm sorry.
It does look, it still looks good to me. I don't know. Bedlam's a little scary, I guess.
Yeah.
To an early Terrorblade, but I think you can get through it. 1 or 2 deaths. You know, it happens, whatever. And then you scale up, you get tanky enough, you don't worry about that anymore.
I mean, I don't hate the matchup of Terrorblade into a Luna. It just depends on what the lane and could be that you're worried about, right? Like, it doesn't have to be DK into the off lane.
Mm-hmm. That's true. You need someone who's relatively neutral, but good versus what you see. I'm not sure who's left. If you're thinking of any melee heroes, you might have to consider banning the Slardar right here. We've seen that be able to turn around quite a few matchups.
Puckman makes a lot of sense. One of the few heroes that Zeus really struggles to play around from the mid lane. And there's no way you go Meepo twice, right?
Oh, that's what you'd think.
They have the Elder Titan already, so... I mean, is there anything that you could pick if they go for a Meepo?
Timber?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's still a Timber Saw. It's a very good point.
Doom still looks kind of okay to me. Although, actually, going back to our original point of Astral Spirit, Anti-Mage, do it. Offlane Anti-Mage, do it. Do it. Get wild, Team Spirit.
It's
I don't think that's Collapse's kind of thing, but...
It's kind of sick.
An Aura Builder could also work, like Darkseer, who can then build the resistances we were talking about that you're currently lacking. Come on, get wild here. Do the Anti-Mage.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't think I've ever seen Collapse play it.
No, I don't think so either. I feel like it's either the Darkseer because of the fact that you need to be able to create illusions of the Medusa, or yeah, pick the Anti-Mage and run it and see what happens. It's a best of one though, so they might just resort to comfort here.
TA.
Okay,
TA mid, I
offlane
guess,
Dragon
versus
Knight.
Zeus.
Yeah. So Lara will take TA mid. This is weird in my opinion because TA does absolutely nothing to Medusa.
unless you're really farmed.
I mean, yeah, unless you're really farmed, but the whole thing about Medusa is she doesn't care about magic resistance or armor. Like, she completely counters any sort of minus armor type heroes because her mana barrier does not factor in her resistances.
It is just a high amount of damage though, which can eat through the mana pool. The trap silence is going to be sick this game versus these heroes. If TA can get pretty farmed, you can play around it.
Dude, I would have been so hyped for an axe pick for Collapse. That would have been so nasty.
It could have been cool.
But yeah, I guess they want more damage. They want additional scaling.
Feels pretty all or nothing. I feel like if you can gank Laurel on the TA a couple times, you're in such a good spot on Tundra.
This is going to be an interesting one. I'm not 100% sure how I feel about the TA mid, but it should lane fairly well into the Zeus, and I think that's kind of the idea. They're going to have 2 scaling cores here. Collapse probably playing more of an initiator / support role, you know, without having to go for, you know, not being able to maybe rush like a Manta and all these things. So it's going to be an interesting game. Spirit, I feel like they need to get this win. They're not mathematically out, I believe, but it puts them on the chopping block potentially for being eliminated from this group stage if they do not get the win here.
Mm-hmm. You definitely want to aim for at least the 2-1. We've seen some Brewmasters. Lately, we've seen... It goes like either way. At first, when we first saw Brewmaster games, he was winning almost every lane, I feel like. I think teams are starting to get used to it. They're starting to address it better. And lately, I think we see them struggle in the lane. Which... Just what I've been if this Brewmaster's behind... I mean, who are you playing around? Medusa, Zeus, ET... Rubik. And it's like, I don't know how you make a play with that, you know? So maybe if you can shut down the Brewmaster, even with a good game, oftentimes they farm for Radiant. So that's kind of the awkward part of Tundra's game for me. And maybe that's what Spirit is gunning for, which TA comes online really quickly, depending on her build. Dragonite comes online pretty quickly. And maybe you can punish Tundra when they don't really have someone to be playing around. But if you don't succeed and the game goes late, I think Tundra's draft will come together at that point. Initiation will still be awkward for them a bit, though. But you can just like stand behind your Medusa. Stand behind the Medusa, send her in, back her up.
They actually have a ward on the high ground that's scouting Spirit completely. They made this smoke rotation in. Now, obviously, getting into the high ground there, not great, but you are going to be playing with an Elder Titan who could potentially get a multi-hero Spirit. Thompson, of course, on this... Zeus does a lot of damage, and here we go. Collapse. He thought he was safe, but no, they were ready and waiting. The high ground ward, they'll know about it now. One more zap for Thompson, and that is first blood for your mid lane Zeus. Mira doing what damage he can. Thompson, I don't think cares all that much if he dies here. He just comes back with full HP and mana. They will find a second kill now onto this Dark Willow, and that is a fantastic start here for Tundra. Do they get the D ward? I actually have no idea if they got the D ward or not. No, both teams still have their ward there, so.
Early bottle for Zeus.
Is that what he's going for?
Yeah, he's already bought it. He just straight up got it off that first blood.
Okay, why not?
I'm curious to see. So we've heard some mid laners in our interviews say like, I used to get first blood by a bottle. And then I take dumb trades because I think I've got the bottle, and then I throw it away. You know, we'll see if Thompson falls to that. If he'll regret not buying stats. But Zeus is a great hero to make use of a fast bottle. Spam out your spells, bottle up, get that 2-minute water rune, repeat.
I mean, this is definitely comfort for Lara. Like, he loves his Templar Assassin. Now, whether or not he's going to be able to keep up with the Zeus, we'll have to see. Ooh, 9 Class almost got pushed into the tower there. That might have been a death if he did. It's a really nice attempt there from Aposhka. But the thing with Zeus is, like, he can stack and clear stacks pretty easily. All right. Are all off to a great start. Nice deny there from Thompson, though.
I am curious if we'll... So, I know the teams will stack. What I'm interested to see is that I think if Spirit steals those stacks, they're in a really good spot. Because I do think Tundra is going through this period where we're all just going to farm, try to do it as quickly as possible, reach your timings, and then go. So if you know they're going to stack and you can steal those stacks, that is a big swing in your favor.
I'm a little bit curious as to how this Medusa is going to play out, because it is one of those heroes that it needs its space. It has to get to farm. Oh my gosh, Whitemon. I think we've seen Whitemon play this Elder Titan a couple times, and I think it was into a Dark Willow previously, where he just ran around the lane, just hitting her with the staple gun. Oh, collapse. Nice stun there into the Bramble Maze. Pure will take a decent chunk of damage, but has Stick and a Mango to fall back on, so he'll be all right. Just needs to close in on his mana boots. Ooh, the side blades, they hurt. Careful. Nah, he's just pushing the wave. He wants to go steal the enemy bounty rune. Makes sense. Whitemon will grab the Lotus on the bottom side, and top side, the Rubik will get the other. Mira needs to be a little bit careful here, but does have a wave and the Bramble. Collapse tried to drag this wave, but really nice movement here to pull it back together, and instead, they're going to make an aggressive movement onto the Medusa. Shadow Realm forced once again, thanks to this Elder Titan.
Got 2 stick charges. She's out of mana. So she'll have to be a little bit careful. I don't know if she has a Mango or something on the way.
Her mana boots, I think, are on the way. Are they? Oh, no. She just has the recipe, but has the boots. Oh!
Clarity canceled.
That is unlucky. He's just buying clarities and mangoes. Like, all right, I'll force feed you, Medusa. I'm sorry. 9 Class top lane getting ran down here by Maposhka, but Toby nearby. Pretty scary. He does have 10 stick charges at the ready as well, so he is doing a little baiting of himself. Very close lanes, right? The one thing that is incredibly surprising, I'm not sure if you noticed, 9 Class has 15 last hits because he's just hitting the cogs every time Maposhka comes in, and they're going to turn it around. Nice stick turn of his own, and the battery assault. Is it enough to bring down Toby? He had a stick. Now it's 9 Class's turn. Trying to finish him off. He does with the Fade Bolt. Will he get the deny? He does!
Deny!
And now it's Toby going in, has that Cinder Brew active on Yatoro. Is it going to be enough to burn? No. He's got his own stick. And we'll turn it around. Very close engagement, but it ends up being Tundra coming out ahead there.
That deny's pretty painful. I think if you trade, it's relatively fine. But the fact that he does not die, gonna hurt. Now, Clock does bring in a salve for Yatoro, so gonna be able to just go straight back to laning.
Can't believe he has 15 last hits on Rubik. That is wild.
Cogs are worth money. I think it's like 15 gold, something around there.
Yeah, it's like not. It's less than
higher.
20. I know that much. But oh, Pure getting very low. Blood Grenade. I think it missed. Very lucky, and the boots might give him enough space to disengage. Meanwhile, Whitemon, with the Astral Spirit expiring, has to back away. Another cogs attempt here. 9 Class gets himself 19 gold. Wow. Huge.
Hell yeah. Zeus is 6 now.
He's going to see the courier. That is the mana boots of the Medusa.
Ooh, this is a good kill.
Massive.
Radiant's courier.
Oh,
Very
man, that
nice.
hurts so bad.
Radiant's
How long is that on
top
cooldown?
is
Like
under
80
attack.
seconds now, the courier? Can't remember what the level 1 courier or the early courier
Just
deaths add up
about.
to.
Yeah, I think it's just about 80 seconds. I think it's like 6 seconds per level, and then 1 minute is the default. So I think it's like minute 24, something like that.
Okay. Yeah, still dead for another 60, so yeah, that's rough. He did get the Lotus at least, so Pure has that to fall back on, and of course the stick. Plus Whitemon, of course, has just been ferrying Clarities out to give them to him, so they're doing their best to keep the Medusa alive. And she's
Sometimes all you gotta do.
okay, it's not great. Like, you're into a Dragon Knight, it's kind of expected the lane's gonna be a little bit difficult. Maposhka going. Oh, he's going for the load or the Wisdom Rune, and unless you bring Brewmaster as well, yeah, there's no way to do this.
This is a little close, actually. I think he should be able to lift him in time.
Yeah, he can now. Nice wraparound. And Maposhka, no TP, so he's going to eventually die here. It is a little bit of space. He'll be able to drop Cogs one more time, and he will just kind of go wait it out.
It's actually a good waste of time.
Yeah.
I don't know if
they had to click him. They know he has no
TP?
TP. Yeah, they had to. Yeah, here he goes. Very nice
He
kill.
did miss about a wave to the tower because of that. So maybe not the end of the world.
Did they get their... They got their own Wisdom Rune, right, on Spirit?
Yeah, so it was still a 1-for-1.
Okay. Yeah.
Instant D-ward over here, too. And now Whitemon might be in a bit of trouble. Some body blocks coming in from Mira. Got a Dragon Tail stun. Oh, gets that in front of them, actually. Can he get the Stomp?
Oh, so close.
Rocket Flare.
That Stomp
Rocket Flare
might
with
have
the vision.
saved them, but yeah. 8 minutes. Power Rune. Zeus like really wants this, but he can't hold off long enough. 9 class will deny the haste away, which is fantastic, but Maposhka trying to gap close here on the top, so won't be able to do it. Instead, they will turn their attention to grab a kill onto the Rubik. So nice find there. Good rotations into the mid lane. We'll see a bottle refill coming through. This is the thing when you're playing against a TA, you have to get sentries into your mid lane. And Laurel has actually put a bunch of really good traps in kind of non-standard places for these.
Yeah, we're at the point where it's pretty tough for Zeus because, sure, he's got Arc Lightning, but it costs mana. TA is literally just freely attacking, shoving in the wave, and you have to mash that with Arc Lightning spam, and you don't even get the harass back because she just pops Refraction. So you repeat that for a couple waves, and now suddenly you're out of mana, and you're at risk of being dove. So he's going to need a little help keeping his bottle filled because he needs mana to stay safe to just keep shoving the wave back out. You see they're putting the pressure on. So he's actually just going to have to go home now, and they'll get in some early tower damage on the mid lane.
Yeah. This is such a smart play. Stomp? Oh, wait a minute. The Brewmaster's coming through. He has the split. The telekinesis pulling back. If they can finish off Laurel, and it looks like there's no way out of this one. That is a very good stomp into rotation. And Toby now looking for Mira, trying to get the Cyclone, but nice little fog there on the tree in top lane. Thompson trying to find Maposhka, will not be able to.
That was a really nice rotation by Tundra. That's a big kill on Laurel.
Yeah. I was definitely not expecting it, but yeah, Brewmaster in his split, quite good against TA right now.
Yeah, like just got caught by the Stomp. If he gets out of the Stomp, that doesn't happen, but Stomp into the lift gave tons of time for the Brewmaster rotation. Yatoro is getting space. He's going to start accelerating. He's got his Mask of Madness. He'll be able to clear out through stacks real fast now.
I forgot there was a Luna in this game. I'll be
She's been having a peaceful time. She's just chilling.
It's like we've been seeing, like, you know, Maposhka try and get a bunch of stuff done, but yeah, Yatoro is just straight farming on the Luna.
Smoke up in the bottom lane. They see Mira.
Not the kill that they want, but maybe the one that they have to take. Gotta hold the bolt for the TP. So I think eventually they will be able to find this kill with a rotation for the Medusa as well. Whitemon
takes it.
He's like, this one's mine, guys. Sorry. Top lane. Great grab there from Collapse coming in the finish off 9 class.
Collapse is going for a Blink Dagger. I like this a lot. I do think you want to get active.
Absolutely.
Let Yatoro keep farming. Let's see, what's Laurel getting?
Probably Dragon
Laurel
Lance,
has finished
right?
a Dragon Lance and is also going to go for a Blink. So yeah, you're going to be able to make plays around this while you're still waiting for the Brewmaster Radiance, which I think you maybe do want to look to kill the Brewmaster once or twice if possible, since he's at 1,400 gold. Still a while from the Relic and the Radiance as a whole, but the longer you can delay that, the better.
Odd TP to the bottom lane there. I think he was expecting a stomp onto Collapse, and Thompson will just walk back towards the mid lane as a result.
Dire are scanning.
One thing I don't know if Phylactery counts as a second instance of damage for the TA, but mid lane, great hook shot from Aposhka. Telekinesis to buy a little bit of space, but he's just right on back. Good jump up to the high ground. And Maposhka, he's just gonna die instead. Very good patience there from Thompson and a very nice save from both supports on the side of Tundra.
Yeah, I think that lift really made a difference because Clockwork was trying to get in position to get the perfect cogs to push Zeus away without letting him just leap away. But being picked up and then tossed away, he just had to throw out the cogs quickly to try to hold Zeus, and because of that, he does get that leap away. Seen this from 9 class. He's a high skill player. In the series we saw from him earlier, he also had some very quick fingers, very fast reactions on the lifts, the steals. You can trust 9 class to make the plays on the Rubik.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think right now we're gonna need to see Toby start to get a little bit more involved with his next brew split, because he is struggling on the net worth, right? You have... Well, hold on. We have a rotation to the mid lane. 9 class actually steals hook shot, tries to get away, but does not connect. And here comes Thompson once again, trying to just chase down Maposhka. Might go for it. Nice terrorize from Mira. So I was gonna say the Brewmaster I feel like needs to get more active, because you're getting a lot of farm on both the TA and the Luna now. They are being left completely alone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is the weak point of the Tundra draft. It's 2k lead for Spirit. I think they gotta push it even further. There is a Blink Dagger on the way for Collapse, who might be being ganked right now, but yeah, you don't really have the initiation that we talked about. Ooh, good on Collapse. He turned his courier around so that Spirit does not see the Blink Dagger.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
4-point Cinderbrew in this game as opposed to maxing the passive, which we see some people go for, but when you go for an urn, it usually means you're going to max the Cinderbrew. Mid lane tower goes down to Laurel, opening up more of the map, giving him more access to that triangle, which there is a massive ancient stack in here. And if Spirit are able to take it away in mid lane, that's the blink reveal from Laurel to get the kill. And right into the ancients they go. 5
exactly
stacked
what we
of
were
ancients.
hoping to see for Spirit. And this is the part you just have to survive. You can try, but you don't got the heroes to contest.
Yeah, 9 class just picked off, trying to walk in here. Medusa is on the high ground, or on the top side. You've got Toby and the Brewmaster. Elder Titan trying to come in, block some heroes off. I mean, Terrorize connects onto the Brewmaster. He's feared. They got to finish him off before he can ult. Toby, he does end up dying. They're going to buy back on the Rubik. Pure just stone gazing to try and get some farm, but they are plenty healthy here on Spirit. They are punishing you, and heavily. Nice grab onto Yatoro. Thompson's going to finish him off, but 9 class is going to die back there on the other side. They continue the chase here. The Spirit plus that aura from the Elder Titan doing a lot of work, but again, Laurel with another find onto this Zeus as they turn around onto Pure, falling incredibly low, almost no mana. As one more auto attack is going to do it. Collapse grabs it. A 3-hero stomp from Whitemon as they're eventually respawning. Toby will pop the Primal Split, try and maybe bring down Laurel. It would be nice, but Laurel does a lot of damage. He's just going to turn it around, try and finish off these Brewlings. Oh man, what a disaster for Tundra.
He had a couple return kills, but in the end, I think that's about 2,000 to 3,000 going the way of Spirit. Yeah, it's a pretty long fight, actually. Starts over here. Really great series of chain stuns, cogs, clockwork, battery assault, fear to prevent the Brewmaster split. I think this fight looks pretty different if he gets it off in this initial stage. With that kill, they steal most of the stack at that point, pick off Yatoro, but off of that, I think they felt pressure to get more after that, so they extend further, but that actually just leads to a Zeus kill into the Medusa kill.
Yeah, I don't think realized just how strong Laurel is right now. This fight went on for almost a full minute, and he is nearly 10,000 net worth at this point. So he is 10,000 net worth here at 17 minutes into the game, and it's just gonna get more and more difficult. Like, he does not mind. Dude, is this just a solo kill from Aposhka? It is. Oh, okay. I mean, a little bit of an assist there from Mira, but that is a very nice find. His clockwork has been owning this game.
Absolutely. Laurel has an amplified damage rune too. He's going for the Deso next.
Radiant's bottom tower.
They could pick up a pretty quick Aegis if they want. Okay, what can Tundra do? You just have to delay this game as much as possible. Radiance is about 1,000 off. I think with Radiance you become stronger, especially the TA. A lot of her survivability is coming from Refraction, so Radiance gives you a chance to kill her, and if you can get a kill, that's pretty big.
9 class. Big amount of damage there from Laurel. They'll finish him off with the Bramble Maze. Maposhka runs in thinking that was going to be more of an engagement, but the TP rotations will just mean a 1-for-1 trade.
That's kind of a win for Tundra at this point.
Yeah, you take those for sure.
It's worth a little bit more. You are going to lose your top tower. Well, Pure's here to defend it. Dragon form in 2 seconds, though.
They're looking for Thompson. Oh, he got him on the root into the Terrorize, and Laurel's just got so much damage to follow it up. They are hunting this guy down, and it's just 300 gold from that Deso at this point, which, at the rate he's going, he's going to pick up those stacks in no time. Manta completed now for Yatoro if he wants to buy it out.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh boy. Oh. Dude, I mean, they just own your triangle. The TA traps make it so difficult, especially since you went for an early shard and now has the Desolator complete. He is so farmed, dude.
Gonna get next. BKB or Hurricane Pike, maybe?
Probably just BKB, I'd imagine, right?
I'm up for that. I never know. Don't get much pub experience seeing cores build it, you know, so I just no idea where you fit that item in. I mean, things are looking good. I'd say Collapse is working on a Manta, and TA is strong enough that you could probably have her poke the high ground, but if you want to take it safe, which we've been seeing, we saw Tundra do something similar last game, taking it a very slow pace since you don't want to throw. And you just send the Manta illusions in, right? I don't think you really have the tools to stop it. You might find Pure here.
They get a nice kill on the bottom side of the map, but Pure, it's like a little bit too scary to go for the dive. They don't know what the TP, you know, situation is like for Tundra. I mean, they committed Thunder God's Wrath for the Clockwork kill. They definitely are just playing for scraps at this point. Like, any kill that they can get, they're gonna go for, because they do not want to risk fighting Spirit heads up right now. Which is surprising because you have the Zeus and the Brewmaster, right? Those are typically the heroes that, like, right now, this is your dream. You've got Radiance. Zeus is just a ridiculous amount of damage. You want to be grouped up, taking fights, but you are so far behind right now.
It goes back to your initiation, right? These heroes are strong, but how do you actually start the fight when you have Rubik, ET? Eventually, if you had a blink on Rubik, maybe he starts things. But up to this point, it's just been really hard. Now with the Radiance on Brewmaster, maybe it's a little easier. You send him in first and probably won't die before he gets the Brew split off. So maybe you can do something around this. With that being said, Spirit's pretty farm, so maybe they will kill him before he can get Brew split off. Starting with a hook shot.
They do manage to get on top of the Brew, but your Laurel is in trouble as well. Telekinesis, but there is the Terrorize again. He turns around, does a little bit of damage, but a great stomp from Whitemon. That is the best case scenario, but Collapse with that. Nice wraparound on the backside. They get Thompson. High ground miss, not quite there. Toby with the split, gets on top of Collapse, pulls him back into his team. Now Yatoro gonna try and enter the fight. It's a 2v1, or it's a 2-for-1 at the moment. Toby, oh, he's so close. He does manage to get on out. Rubik in trouble. Dude, Whitemon again with a massive stomp. Yatoro trying to TP on out. He's gonna make it, but it costs you 4 heroes. I cannot stress enough how much work this Elder Titan did. Oh my lord.
That was such a good fight for Tundra, starting with Laurel being picked off first. Laurel is so much of the damage right now. Once he was out of the picture, we saw them like continue the fight, but it's so slow to kill anyone at that point. And like you said, ET just putting in the work throughout that entire fight. We'll get the replay here. Yeah, so they find Laurel first, manage to break the refraction, and then that's where TA's build, she is tanky through refraction, but her actual health pool is quite low. So if you break refraction, you can get the kill. The Brew split comes off just in time, which then gives them enough damage to pick up the Dragonite kill. Whitemon just punching people with the staple.
Yeah,
Rubik stole traps in that too.
Yeah,
it's a
you
really
got
good
that
steal.
first stomp to kill TA, and then here comes the second one, right? 3 heroes grouped up, perfect stomp. Oh, and then finally Pure just walks up, cleans it. It's, yeah, the natural order plus the Spirit is so good because they actually have a lot of magic damage that they can dump into these engagements, right? So that is best case scenario for Tundra. They're still 6,000 behind. It's not like, you know, they're ahead by any means, but this helps out a ton.
Another good stomp to get Toby to safety.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Dude, another amazing kill. You have lightning hands online, which I like to refer to as the spicy fingers, but that's a great way of dealing with the refraction charges.
That's true. The extra Manta hits as well. Now the first is gonna fall. Things are really crumbling for Spirit here.
Thompson is online. Is basically what it is. Like this was what I was wondering. Like if the Zeus is gonna hit this mid game power spike, and he is finally. How many points in natural order do we have? Because I think that's another like it is maxed. Okay, so you are definitely online. Yeah, Manta done with the shard. 4 points natural order. The Zeus is incredibly scary.
What we said they would need. You needed to drag this out. I think it came on even faster than we thought, thanks to that series of events, starting with that Laurel kill into like the rest of the team. I think if you had managed to hold the same pace on Spirit till you get BKBs up on TA, which is in the work, if you had hit that point without losing a fight, be looking.
He gets the blink away.
In the game.
Can they chase Collapse here is the question. The stomp not going to connect. They managed to stop the TP out from Mira. Okay. So they get something. Don't manage to find Collapse, but the Zeus is tanky. Like we can see right there, they go in with DK. It's not enough to find the kill thanks to the Manta Phylactery and now almost to his Octarine. So this guy's sitting at 2,600 HP.
Look at his 6-pack. You know he's ripped. This guy's
That's true. He is a god.
Stud.
It does make sense.
Dire's middle tower has been denied.
All right, well, with that, 2K is nothing. So Tundra, which we kind of favor their draft going into this mid to late game. They're looking to be in a pretty good spot here. Yeah, she's top net worth.
It's very difficult to actually get on top of the Medusa at this point since she does I mean, except for Clockwork, of course, but she does have the Disperser Manta. So for heroes like Luna and TA, she can play very, very fast in these fights. And then you can always rely on Stone Gaze. So it's not an easy avenue to actually killing the Medusa at this point.
And they need to kill everyone else pretty much. You got to start with Zeus, ET, Rubik, kill off the other heroes, and then you can focus on the Medusa. If you try to focus Medusa, that's what they want. They're going to throw the Spirit in, and everyone's going to dump their magic damage in and nuke you down. That's how you've been losing the last few fights on Team Spirit.
Yeah, and like I was saying in the draft, the TA does not have a great matchup into Medusa. Your minus armor, your Deso, your like the Meld Deso does literally nothing to this hero. So all you're doing is trying to burn mana with the raw damage, but most of TA's damage comes from the minus armor, like the fact that it amplifies the rest of her kit. So it's not great. I think it requires the Luna to be on top of the Medusa, like with the shard spinning, maybe an Eclipse as well. They do have a sick ward here deep in the enemy triangle. We'll give them vision of this Medusa for now. But a hard hero to get jump on.
Yeah, they have double BKB on Spirit, and Ags is almost done on the Dragon Knight and level 18. So that could be their next power spike, where with the BKBs up, you ignore all the magic damage we've been talking about. And maybe you can fight. The issue is you can't ignore it and still go on the Medusa, because Medusa will just pop Stone Gaze. So you still kind of have to kill the back line, but at least you can kind of ignore them, the stomps, the lifts, all of that. They're going to need to win a fight there. Otherwise, this has been slipping out of control. The last couple of minutes, it does seem they reined it in. They haven't been dying around the map like they were just before this.
I like the defensive build from Mira here, knowing that he has to tank up, so he's gotten Guardian Greaves and is queuing up the pipe. I think you kind of need one of these this game. Is anyone building like an Eternal Shroud? I doubt it, unless it's the DK, but...
He's probably going to depend on the magic resistance from the 18. Yeah, he takes the Wisdom Rune. One more creep. He'll have 18. I think this is time. Time to get together.
I mean, they flare this. They know what's up, and Miposhka coming from the correct direction. Whitemon knows this is where he has to be coming from, and it's gonna be a Thunder God's Wrath to scout out everybody, and I think at this point they know, all right, there's no one else coming. So they will finish up.
Whitemon's doing work this game.
He is. He's playing very well.
Glad we highlighted him at the start.
Agreed. He's a gamer, dude. So
AC's pretty close on the Brewmaster. That's going to help a lot versus physical damage.
Yeah, he needs it. Like his Brewlings, right? Until he gets his health talent, all of those are susceptible to just getting side-bladed down from a TA if she's not controlled. So, or just the Luna shard. I don't know how many times I've seen like Brewmaster pop split on top of a Luna, and she just presses the glaives and they just die immediately. So, Conda on the way ended up going for I guess the earlier BKB slows the Conda. Sometimes you see the Conda before the BKB, but he is.
I think with how much magic damage coming out. Oh, hook shot blocked.
It's all right. They didn't hear it. They didn't see it. It was in smoke.
That's true. They don't know. Just pretend.
That might have been good for Spirit, honestly, because I think if he went in there, they were not ready. Like, they didn't see that Tundra was all together.
That's kind of a good point, actually.
Like, Tundra was as 5 ready to fight behind a Medusa with Aegis.
Yeah, you'd be sieging up a high ground into that. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's good that missed.
Yeah, I think that's one of those scenarios where, like, Miposhka hooks in, they see everyone, and the rest of the team's like, bye. Thanks for scouting, sir.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Tundra's gonna go for their own smoke.
Are they taking Tormentor? No, they're not. Yeah, they might be able to with the TA.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Interesting. Medusa's not there, so maybe they're gonna look to defend top tier 2. Medusa will TP in. This wraparound's gonna catch Mira.
Do they see Mira?
No, she's tapping the outpost.
Ooh, telekinesis, quick pick off there, and they are now looking for more. They saw Laurel. They know the clockwork's there as well, but he gets the blink, and of course the 4-staff out, so he should be fine. I mean, lose the tower though. Toby's chasing.
Toby is so fast.
Yeah, he has no way to stop this. Okay, so we're in for, I believe, the long haul here, as it is a Medusa versus TA Luna. So the scaling is we have to start talking about Does the Medusa have the ability to fight up into both of these cores, or is Yatoro just going to eventually be the big carry this game?
In the direct fight, I think TA and Luna would win. But the thing is, like, when you try to focus Medusa, everyone else is going to be throwing in tons of damage. And I think that if they can find tops into these trees.
Oh, that's big. He gets to jump out. Dude, it's going to be the hook shot, though, from Poshka. Great 4-stab from 9 class. He gets the Manta off. They turn around, try to just finish off this clockwork, but here comes Pure. He's looking for him. Off the mark there with the Terrorize. The Stone Gaze stuns up Laurel. His BKB wasted. They get the clockwork at the end of the day. Mira trying to TP on out now. Or other way, rather, but not going to be a possibility. 3 kills going for Tundra as Toby is still hunting. He wants the Cyclone onto Yatoro. Thunder God's Wrath scouts for more. They've got him on the Cyclone. He could BKB TP. He's going to do exactly that. You shouldn't have the damage to finish this one off, but they do at least force the BKB as they can now look for the tier 2 tower.
Yeah, that was like pixels away from working out. I'm surprised the Dragon Knight did not have vision of him. I feel like he flew right by, but it must have been something with the trees that just blocked the vision enough that Zeus manages to get out of there, which would have been a fantastic pickoff and maybe could lead to a future team fight, but they chase really hard on that Zeus, puts them all out of position. And off of that, they're actually taking some tier 3 damage now. They just need this lane to get here. Okay, there we go.
I mean, they have 30 seconds still on the Aegis. You do not have Bruise Split or Stone Gaze, so it's going to be a moment. So they will just chip the tower and walk away. Now looking for the mid tier 2 instead, as there is no more waves coming in the bottom side, cut by Collapse.
What happened to that hook shot? I heard it like hit a creep or something. I thought it went further. I was surprised he hook shot it to begin with, but
Zeus is going Ags. I like it this game. I don't think Topson wants to be too close to these heroes, like right-clicking them. So having the Nimbus now gives him another kind of global threat to not only like find the Dark Willow, which at this point he is so close to being able to just solo. But when you factor this in with the the spirit from the Elder Titan, it's a lot of damage. See, this is when you wish you had Thunder God's Wrath. Oh, he's got a ward. Oh, Mira. He's like, I'll TP out the other way.
that was close. Yeah, I agree with the Astral Spirit. The Ags is pretty worth it. I also think, so I said earlier, Tundra does not have great initiation, and it's still true. But at this point, you don't need to initiate jump the enemies. You just send the Medusa in, and that is now your focal point of the fight. They have to go through the Medusa to get to the rest of you, as long as you like position correctly and all that. So the Ags works out where as they come into the Medusa, it's another spell to just throw into that choke point that is gonna do the mini stuns, gonna prevent the enemy from smoothly moving in. They have to pay attention to it or walk around it. I think it helps a lot in that regard.
It really does, and you have the gem pickup now on the Brewmaster, so you can play aggressively knowing that there's no TA traps around you that you have to worry about. You can take away the enemy vision and just park your team safely behind the Medusa, and that is super important. Yatoro is going to just rat this one out, though. It goes bottom
Fake
here with his
Manta
illusion. Yeah, they think it's a Manta, but one of those is definitely a real.
Once they see the damage. Also, something I think 9 class was going for, when you try to do the steal on illusions, it just won't work. But you can identify real heroes if you can cast steal. So, just a quick check.
9 class is like trying to get to the Dragon Knight. They know he's there. Thunder God's Wrath to prevent the blink. Do they get him with the Nimbus? They do. Topson's just trying to lock this guy in place. He tries to pop the Ogre Seal Totem, but just pulled right back in. Beautifully done. He will know about that ward now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The Stolen Lucent Beam's actually pretty good too.
Yeah, good.
4.5 second cooldown. It's like 400 damage, and it's so long range on a Rubik.
Dude, yeah, he also has the cap What is the tiara? That's what it's called. I don't know what this thing is. Psychic
headband.
Yeah, you know, I've played Dota once or twice.
The core players don't usually need the psychic headband. That's why you don't know it.
Dude, I play int cores. That thing owns.
All right, you just don't know it then.
Yeah, I just couldn't remember the name of it at all. Oh, hook shot on the backside. They find the Rubik. Nicely done. They'll be able to finish this one off. Toby going straight for the Bruce Blade. Gonna try and focus up on Maposhka here, as well as the other support. Mira needs to find his way out of here. Nimbus will reveal him. He cannot hide in this camp, as it's just a matter of time before they finish the job. Toby, he's actually close to dying, but has the ability to cancel that split at any moment. So ends up being a 2 for 1, both supports for the Rubik. Because you don't have the Dragonite, I think they feel fairly confident just letting that fight rip, right?
Yeah, at the same time, Thompson found Laurel and forced the BKB TP out, which is also a pretty big win for them.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Roche just, the spawn has passed. It's still actually, you're still waiting, but that could have lined up really well where no BKBs, you just got some kills. I think BKBs will, I think that they're just up as Roche is spawning, so Spirit can at least fight over that.
Something that's interesting is Collapse actually opted to skip BKB this game. He's gone for an Octarine, and now he's going back for a Halberd. And maybe Bloodthorn, I think, is usually the 6th item we see a lot of the time on the Dragon Knight, but there's a lot of magic damage this game, as we saw him going down to kind of the Zeus rotation last time, but he is very tanky, at least HP-wise. See the Zeus itemized for a refresher next, just wants to have that overwhelming burst potential, and he just finds an arcane rune casually in the river. So that's go time for Tundra. We'll see what they find. Laurel would be huge. Thunder God's Wrath comes down, but he gets the blink, trying to reveal the rest of the heroes. Maposhka throwing these flares, looking for anything.
Willow is not with them.
Dude,
right
the spirit
now.
The spirit, it's gonna pincer them. Pure's going in with the stone gaze, forcing them to do one thing or the other. Hookshot backs to the other side. Collapse. They're just stuck in the corner. The Earth Splitter will divide them once again. Laurel with an aggressive blink forward, trying to get on top of the Zeus, but he just leaps away. And it's going to be Collapse is the first casualty, but you do trade. You manage to find the Zeus. Great Stomp putting the Luna to sleep. Laurel pinned back away as well. Pure needs to rejoin his team. Toby pops the split. The Nimbus is down. They've isolated the Luna. She's got a BKB and a Satanic, but they just chain stun her instead. The stolen Dragon Tail Dragon form from the Rubik? What is this? He's just role-playing Dragon Knight.
Dang, I didn't even see that.
Whitemon's gonna get the stomp. Laurel. Oh no! He's stuck on the top side. They get the DK on a dieback. Pure finishes the job, and Laurel can't get out of here. Trying to get away for the moment here on Whitemon. Mira will finish him up. But Toby gets himself a nice pick off. 9 class is just, dude, he's just Dragon Knight. What is this? Oh my God. He had level 3 dragon form stolen, so you can't walk away from him, and Dragon Tail. That is ridiculous.
And if you ever do get away, he just picks you up and pulls you back in.
Oh no, Maposhka.
They're not even done yet? Finding Maposhka, 9 class. Blink and 1.
Does not guess.
Goes the wrong way.
Nice movement. I mean, 4 dead. They could go Roche, but they just want to try and force buyback, right?
Yeah, you don't even need to go Roche at this point. Look, Medusa, perfectly healthy. You Stone Gaze so early in that fight, it's back up. They're gonna have to fortify. They'll lose 1 set here, I think. They'll have the second fortify, but the TA time is quite long. Oh, did they just poke in tier 4s?
I mean, they're just calling it the bluff. Like, does Spirit have buyback?
I didn't even see Medusa bought a Divine. No wonder why she's shredding these buildings.
Oh, dang.
She just got that, I think.
Pure is kind of unkillable. And he's just calling the bluff. He's like, yeah, I'll hit your tier 4s. Where's your buybacks, guys? You need 16 seconds.
1 more fortify.
On this TA, DK up in 10. But the whole team is here. Toby on the Bruce Split, just gonna look for an opening to go for the Cyclone. Yutoro pops the BKB. They're gonna go ahead and immediately turn onto Maposhka as he cannot escape. His buyback will be there, but you have no BKB on Pure. He's gonna get cycloned up. You've gotta find this Medusa. They jump in, they get the dragon tail. Oh no! Laurel, can he finish him off? They do! But now they've gotta get out. Divine, it's on the, do they have to get out? Never mind, the damage from Thompson is just overwhelming. They die on everybody and it's just GG. What in the world was that?
All right, really well done by Tundra. I am quite impressed by the way they took their fights there. I think starting with that Roche fight, I think they realized that Dark Willow was not there and they could force the issue. Even with their awkward engage, they actually just ran the Medusa in. I think they played around that Medusa very well. And off that winning fight, I like the killer move. Just go Divine, just run it down. Maybe that was the plan anyways. They were going to get it anyhow. But it's scary to get the Divine, right? Because you lose it, you feel terrible. But it is a great item for ending the game extremely quickly if you think you have a window for it.
I just like, I'm trying to like replay this final fight in my head. And it's just, again, Whitemon standing in the middle of 4 heroes while Bruce Split and Zeus just go to town. And like 9 class has his stolen spells. He played incredible on this Rubik, but yeah, you get the Medusa. You finally did it. You committed everything. You got the Medusa. You take the Divine Rapier away, but there are still 4 other heroes with a lot of damage to follow it up. What a sick game from Tundra. And I mean, really cool call to just buy the Divine Rapier and force the game. You know, they're just gonna tell Team Spirit, if you do not fight us, we will end it.
Yeah, so here we have, like in this replay, you've got the Zeus Axe giving vision and the Spirit from Elder Titan just scouting everything out so you can run in here. And they just don't have the full team, so they're trying to back up, like wait for everyone to get here. But it's just putting them in such an awkward spot. And Medusa's just slowly whittling people down, stealing everything on the Rubik.
The fact that Rubik has stolen Dragon Tail and Dragon Form in this fight is ridiculous because he just gets to stun up anybody he wants. And once the BKBs are down on these core heroes from Spirit, you can just see like no one is safe. And this TP cancel that comes out in a moment here from the Elder Titan is probably game winning, right? Like, cause you're so close to like maybe cutting your losses and getting out of this one, but you die back on Collapse and Laurel's TP gets canceled. And then that's, you know, you just threw like so much gold into the hands of Tundra and so much control, and you just don't have buybacks.
And that gold you threw into them goes straight to the Divine Rapier.
It's true, yeah, it did. It's just when he's like, I'm buying Divine. What are they gonna do? Dude, so sick. And here we see, yeah, right? Like Elder Titan just walks up. He doesn't care. Huge Earth Splitter to line them up. And yeah, the Manta illusions were still up even after the Medusa died, so they're just making quick work of them as well. So this was such a cool draft from Tundra. The last pick, Templar Assassin, you got the tempo you wanted early on, but it just did not follow through. You did not have an answer for the Medusa. And as a result, the win goes the way of Tundra, now feeling very happy about their chances here in these tiebreakers.
I think with 2 wins, they should at least be qualified. I don't know if upper bracket or not. Not fully sure how the other games have gone yet either, but I think with 2 wins, they should feel pretty safe. Spirit going to be kicking themselves a little bit. I think they had like a 9K, almost 10K lead in that game around 25 minutes. Just getting caught out a little bit, and then it really snowballed. I think they just need to cut the losses, reset, but I believe actually it even started with another Elder Titan stomp, right? On the TA, sets it up for the TA kill. Laurel got killed a couple times in a row off of that. No flame. It's, you know, just what happened, guys. Just laying it out. But a lot of it starts with the ET stomps, the scouting from Spirit. Like MVP for me. This guy is Elder Titan. There's a reason they keep picking it. He is so good at this hero. He just beats the crap out of you in the laning stage. We've seen him harass so much to give space to Pure in so many of these games, and then he just gets the absolute maximum out of this hero in these team fights.
The pairing with Zeus is also just ridiculous. Like looking at the damage numbers, like this Zeus does more damage than all 3 actually almost 4 of the 5 heroes on Team Spirit combined. And a lot of that is just because of natural order. Like, he is basically pure damage, magic damage into all of them. And you didn't have like a pipe early enough, right? It is being built on your 4 position Dark Willow. You don't have like Eternal Shrouds, you know, to try and reduce some of this. It's just, yeah, free reign for Zeus to do whatever he wants. So we do have the rankings now, as we see that Extreme Gaming have won their next series over Heroic. So they are now tied with Heroic in the middle. So 2-0-1-1s and then 0-2. Double checking, but our next series, which should be up in a moment here, should be Tundra versus Heroic, if I'm not mistaken. So that's going to be a very exciting. We'll see if Tundra, maybe they get the sweep, maybe they get the 3-0, and they are straight through to the upper bracket. If Heroic get the win, they're, you know, likely through, I think, to the playoffs, but we'd have some potentially more tiebreakers to unfold who gets the actual upper bracket slot. But man, this is going to be an exciting series.
Yeah, if Tundra lose, we end up in more tiebreakers, I think. But if they win, it should clean itself out relatively straightforward from there.
All right. So let's go and again, get ready for this next series. Heroic versus Tundra Esports. Tundra on a roll right now. We'll see if they can keep that going, or if they're going to lock us here into an eternity of tiebreakers. We'll be going to a break, and we'll be back with our next series. Everyone stay tuned for more here at ESL 1 Birmingham. We'll see you then.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right wear and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Another round of tiebreakers getting ready to go, as it is going to be Heroic taking on the side of Tundra Esports. Both of these teams, you know, definitely need the win. Tundra, if they get their third victory here, are directly through to the upper bracket of those playoffs. Heroic stuck in the middle. They do not want to risk another loss here and be on the chopping block for elimination, but with the way Tundra's playing right now, that is a tall order.
They're looking pretty good, and I kind of have a feeling Heroic, a team willing to let the Chen through, that's going to be a fatal mistake, I feel like. Whitemon is on today. We saw him with the ET in that last series. Prior to that, when they were playing Extreme Gaming, played Chen 3 times in a row. This man's Chen is warmed up. I think if the Chen goes through, you're done.
Yeah, I feel like right now Heroic are definitely have to step it up for this series. They looked a little bit rough in their earlier games, and for them, like, to go from potentially being upper bracket of their, like, they were tied at the top of their group this morning, to potentially get eliminated at the end of the day would be a tragic story for them, and it would be really frustrating. So we'll see what happens if they can kind of bounce back, but this is going to be a definitely a must-win game for them. They do not want to fall to 1 and 2.
Definitely. On the other side, Extreme Gaming, who started off the group stage 0-4, this would be a big win for them, right? Going from there into the tiebreakers to then, actually, they could have a shot at upper bracket, actually. If Tundra loses this match and Extreme Gaming wins theirs, they could then play each other potentially for the upper bracket slot. So yeah, we're really in the tiebreaker shenanigans here. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I hope, for the sake of Heroic, they ban out the Chen. I don't know. I know they've beaten Chen. I know they have. But I don't know. Actually, maybe for us, this is going late. There's a lot of Dota play. Maybe Chen entering the game, ending it fast is good.
That is true. We'll take a look at Heroic roster here. K1, KJ, Analog, Schofield, and of course, Davai Alama. Now, these guys, we spoke to Quinn earlier after the series, right? Their 2-0 win over Heroic. He was like, I don't know why they gave us Chen. But we know that Heroic is a team that lets it through. It's a team that, you know, usually feels pretty confident playing into the Chen, but it did not work out for them. So I would imagine they're not letting the Chen through at this point. They're going to try and do something a little bit more reliable.
I hope so. They, in their last couple series, they've been prioritizing their mid pick pretty early. I don't know if you want to do that versus Thompson. This guy's he's got the weird heroes to counter you. I think going for maybe a support pick, a little bit of a safer opening. Yeah, here we got the Tundra boys, Toby, 9 class, Pure, Whitemon, Thompson, the guy I was just talking about. I don't need to tell you guys about him. The viewers know him, fan favorite. He brings the wacky stuff into the mid lane. Or does he see that? Look, he's so relaxed.
He's just chilling,
it looks
sipping
like they got some
tea.
Yeah, tea or coffee. It's a good amount of games today because of this tiebreaker. So, and not a lot of breaks. So maybe we'll see some exhaustion start coming into play here. These are Dota 2 players, so this amount of games not, you know, maybe that crazy to them, but there is the added pressure of competition, right? You're not in the comfort of your home. It's a little different, but Tundra was looking pretty good in that last series.
It also just the downtime between games always adds up, right? When you're chain queuing at home and you've cranked like 10 games out and you're like, oh, that was a long
one
day.
Does.
You know, yeah, of course, not me. But you know, when you're at an event and you're prepping between games, there's downtime, you have to be there early as well. Yeah, they've probably been there for 8 to 10 hours at this point. So it's been a long day, and they are gonna have to, you know, pull it together for this potentially final series. It may not even be their last series. That's the most terrifying part.
If they win, it will be.
Yes.
It's not possible for more than one team to get 3-0 score out of these tiebreakers. So simply win this game and qualify for the upper bracket. It's that easy.
Of course. Why not? I don't know why I didn't think of that.
Yeah, that's why I'm the analyst, Ricky.
It's true. It is true. But we now have a draft underway for these two teams, and excited to see where they end up taking this. It is going to be, I would say, probably the standard bans for the most part. I'm curious if Sniper is going to make it through. But Pango has been a must-pick, must-ban hero for a lot of teams. There will be the Monkey King, of course.
10 seconds.
How do you feel about first pick being Heroic versus second pick?
5 seconds remaining.
I know they're not going to take Chen. They don't play it really.
Yeah.
I feel like they'll probably... We'll see what makes it through. Let's see. Disruptor is one that they sometimes first pick, so that's out. They like their Gyrocopter pretty early, which can be decent versus the Chen as well, preemptively. They have been picking their mid heroes quite a lot, so heroes like Coddle, Primal Beast, Kunkka could be up for consideration as well. Sniper ban out. Okay, there's that Primal Beast that they like to first phase on Heroic. They get to pick one more.
10 seconds remaining. Team back.
Enchantress. Okay, yeah.
They do play the Enchantress.
Yeah, they do. And that hero has looked very good this tournament. So they have an option of like Shadow Demon and Bat Rider here if they want to go for a support first phase.
5 seconds remaining.
Chen, do it.
There's the Shadow Demon ban. Okay.
All right, they're letting it through.
They go for the first overall Lesh. I like it. This hero does kind of have the ability to match the tempo of a Chen. And they're not a team that I've really seen play IO, but I know they could run the IO Lesh if they really wanted. For Tundra, it's gonna be a Zeus overall first year for Thompson. All right, very cool.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, actually. We were talking about Chen. Tundra realizes Heroic is not going to ban Chen. So why pick it now in the first phase? Pick it later. This is your response pick to the Leshrac. This will probably just be a farming lane. Both heroes using lightning spells that'll bounce around, hit the other. The bottle, heal up, get the mana, more lightning spells. They'll both probably just be trading back and forth. We'll have to see what the 4 supports, the 5 supports get picked. Those are the ones that are going to rotate, make the difference, and actually let you kill the other hero. Though with runes, I'd say Leshrac has a higher chance of killing Zeus because like Edict is so good. If you get like a haste rune or something,
yeah,
or you get a stun out of place, you can kill him really quickly before he can react. But otherwise, probably just a farming trade-off in the mid lane here.
I like the Luna ban. That hero has looked exceptionally good. The fact that it's like the 3rd most picked hero of the event and has an incredible win rate just does kind of show that the hero is just too safe to pick right now. To get rid of the Morphling as well. So really targeting Pure's kind of 2 most played heroes there.
Remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I'm curious what the support duo is going to be for Heroic because they could go for the Rubik. You have to very much consider that Elder Titan could be coming out here as another pick for Tundra. We just saw them run this Elder Titan Zeus, which looked very good. And
I think Rubik or ET sounds very nice for the for Tundra. They're going to pick here after banning one more. Because if you pick Rubik, you've already got some great steals from the Leshrac. And ET, I mean, if you saw that last game, we don't even need to explain why ET would be a great pick for them.
Yeah. It also does block the potential Enigma pick for the Violama, which they fall back on sometimes. So
that's true.
Picking up Rubik would be nice. They got the Lifestealer ban, so maybe they go for their Brewmaster.
That's true. Still in the pool.
They do go back for the ET. I'm so for this. This is a sick opener.
It does mean no Chen this game probably, but ET has looked really good.
Yeah.
For
I think with
Tundra.
the Zeus, ET is definitely better.
That's fair. Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
At least when it's in the hands of Whitemon, right? I will say it's a combination I watched Topson a lot in that game, and he was making sure not to really throw any of his big spells until the Spirit was on top of a hero that he wanted to kill. So he was holding his Lightning Bolt, he was holding the ult, he was holding his just Arc Lightning until he saw an opening. Which makes a big difference of this combo actually succeeding or not.
Yeah, I mean, when you take away the base magic resistance and anything you get from the stats, probably somewhere between 30 plus magic resistance reduction gone. So like you said, practically going to pure damage in most cases. That's a big difference. So very value on saving the spells there. They're going to go for the Clockwork, which we actually saw Spirit try. It was having some success to start. I wouldn't say it was the issue there at all. It is a hero that can be good at finding the Zeus in the backline, and it helps provide some early initiation, which Leshrac has a stun, but he's not really the hero who walks in and stuns to initiate. So much rather the follow-up stun off the hook shot. So I do like this, and you could move it 4 or 5. I have a feeling they're going to pick their other support here, though, so you'll probably know after that.
It could also be the 4 position Clockwork, because I know Schofield plays a mean clock, and I think it is. Yep, so they go for the Gyrocopter, which typically played by KJ on position 5, but you could potentially flex this to the 1 if you need it, and now there is some real case to be made for a potential IO.
10 seconds remaining.
Ooh, that would be cool.
5 seconds remaining.
When's the last time Schofield played IO? Or I guess KJ played IO.
Yeah, it's like I haven't seen it often. It's not a team that I see really go for the IO, but this is a game where you have like 2 great heroes to play around. They will go for the Kunkka. I like that.
Dire team pick.
And it
doesn't feel like Schofield's type of hero either. He like goes out there. It looks like feeding. It's all space making for the carry, right? If he's IO, he's with the carry. You can't feed at that point. I mean, space make at that point, So like, it's not the right style.
I mean, the other thing too is K1 just wants to be off on his own farming and building his lead. Like that's something we see a lot. And even when he's on a Gyrocopter, he's just going to go for that early Chrysalis and just go jungle. Kunkka Techies is a quite strong offlane here, team here, which is also a lot of magic damage to amplify this Elder Titan. So I'm trying to think what you could pick up potentially to deal with this. And it is just going to be a Faceless Void for K1. Okay. There's a lot of burst potential, but it does give you some fantastic team fight, especially when you factor in like Call Down, Lesh's spells. You could make some stuff happen with that.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, definitely. It is a little scary. I feel like there are some responses into Chrono until you get your BKB at least. Like you could Torrent Boat it, you could Astral Spirit Stomp, Earth Splitter, Techie's Disarm. So won't be the easiest Faceless Void game, but he is generally a pretty good carry.
Yeah.
So what can you pick against it? Because you do have the last pick here for Pure on Tundra. You're going to see the off lane too.
I don't hate going for something like a CK, just because it gives you a lot of like physical burst damage, which can also play around the Elder Titan. He is fairly tanky. You go ahead and ban out the Drow. I think what other like big carry heroes that I'm forgetting. Wraith King, I guess, would be the other, right? A hero that you kind of don't mind playing around the Chronospheres.
5 seconds remaining.
It's a safe offlaner they could pick. I guess they could go. Oh, never mind. I was about to say Brewmaster. Brewmaster could have been safe, but no more. Take it out. Okay.
I mean, Divide Llama's Timbersaw is still available. It is one of those games where you are going to deal with potentially a lot of burst damage. So he would have to go for more of a tanky build early as opposed to going like the Blink Kaya build, because Zeus will punish you very heavily that early in the game. But you could opt for it. Alternatives are still things like the Enigma. You're a real wombo combo if you're going for that. Elder Titan's Earth Splitter does cancel Black Hole. It just takes a while, right? Is the problem?
I believe so, yeah. And the other problem is that you don't have last pick, so you could go
exactly.
Enigma, but they could pick a carry that will be fine there. Usually you want it the other way around.
Dude, what if Meepo is the pick for Pure?
Ooh.
Because they ran Meepo earlier, and it is one of the better counters to a Faceless Void. So I think you have to be very careful. You either pick an offlaner that can easily shut down the Meepo, or you have to ban it.
Could be a possibility. If Faceless Void has a good enough game, then usually it's fine because you can chrono it, all the Meepos. But it's true, like if you keep the main Meepo out, you can actually suck them out, which doesn't really make much sense. The Mega Meepo. And Pure is definitely a good enough player to do that. Well, they banned the Enigma anyways. Maybe thinking of a carry that is weak to Enigma.
5 seconds remaining.
And like you said, they don't have the best cancels at this point.
Yeah, I feel like Meepo does not do great into the Enigma lane. I feel like that's actually like a potential. I think neither Wraith King or Meepo deal well with it. And those are like the two heroes right now I think that you're probably most leaning towards. Final ban here. It is the Meepo. Okay. That would have been, I think, pretty much a disaster for Heroic, depending on what they wanted to go for here for Divine Llama.
He's thinking hard. He is focused. You can see on the camera there.
10 seconds remaining.
It's.
I wouldn't mind general initiation either.
It's gotta be. It is. Oh, okay. Darkseer. There it is. And we were saying it is going to be Schofield on the clockwork, and now way scarier with a Darkseer pick. He does bring the auras that we were talking about, that were desperately needed in the last game against the Elder Titan. You will have a pipe. You will have an early Guardian Greaves coming out from the off lane, which should help mitigate the timing Tundra is aiming for. Now, you can't pick things like a Medusa into the Darkseer. You can't go from where it does. You know, what options do you have here? There's definitely a pure hero I'm missing. Oh, okay. They just go back for the troll. Interesting.
Okay. So I was thinking troll into Darkseer is fine. You can usually handle that. But the Faceless Void is usually very annoying for you and your ultimate. But if you trust your team to deal with that, you can kill the Faceless Void pretty quickly if you're the one that gets to him. I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, the hero does well into the Darkseer lane. I think the idea here is you need to give Pure a good lane, regardless if the matchup is against Faceless Void is not ideal, just because you do have a tempo that you need to hit with this, you know, Zeus and Kunkka, right? Like they do scale very well. But yeah, I think for the most part, you have to have a good lane. Taking ultra late against the Faceless Void never feels good, you know?
That's true. When you get that refresher out, it's just so hard to deal with it. You don't have great responses to it. I guess you'll have Earth Splitter. If you Earth Splitter the first chrono and the second one comes out, you're finally going to connect. Do that one at that point.
All right.
Let's see how well lanes go, I guess, for this one.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if Pure played Troll in either of these last two games. They've been blurring. There's been a lot of Dota. No, so the last Troll game he played didn't turn out so hot. That was the one earlier against, where was it? Where is that game? I don't remember.
It was Extreme Gaming.
It was versus O. Was it? Okay. Yeah.
Wasn't it?
You're right.
I think that's one of the ones they lost.
56-minute game. Yeah. I was looking at the wrong day. Yeah, that game did not go super hot for his Troll Warlord. So he's probably learned, been like, okay, just fix up a few things and we won't have those issues.
I think he was pretty farmed in that game, but there was some execution stuff.
Huge.
So. Yeah, and he's got the setup for it, at least in the lane, but this is a good combo, Darkseer, Clockwork, so a little bit of mispositioning could easily get you killed and get this lane rolling against you, at which point then you're gonna have some problems.
Absolutely.
I don't know, Whitemon, I think he'll help protect you.
We'll see how it goes. The Elder Titan has looked very good. For those of you that are just joining us, if you came over from the mainstream, welcome. You're in good hands. We've got ourselves a very hype series here of Tundra versus Heroic. Tundra currently sitting at the top of these tiebreakers at 2-0. If they get this win, they are directly through to the upper bracket. However, if they lose, we might have ourselves another set of tiebreakers. So we'll see what happens as we see these teams kind of move their way out onto the map. Wait. Okay, never mind.
What's up?
I thought I saw something, but no. We're good.
They hid their smoke in the back in the trees. They're doing a late smoke on Heroic. We've talked about this. They do a lot of late smokes on this team to try to find the first bloods. I like the mind games. They don't know if they're in vision or not, which actually turns out I don't think they were. But they walked out in case they're spotted. You click them, you think, oh, they don't have a smoke. It's fine. They're not doing their thing, guys. Oh, we are. But looks like it'll be dodged out for now. Maybe they'll run into Whitemon as he comes back in the lane. Ooh,
this is the goal. He knows that he knows. He knows. Here, right? These two are hella
He knows. Whitemon, don't do it. Turn around, Whitemon.
Yeah, it's going to be Pure scouting them out. And Pure's going to have to take the long route to the lane, right? If you run into Gyrocopter, Clockwork, you are dead. There, he has to TP. Yeah, this is smart moves from Tundra. Not giving them an option here.
Divide Llama's body blocking creeps. Can he get just... Oh, yeah, just enough body blocks to keep the creeps out. It's one of the things you see Darkseers do a lot. Try to affect your lane.
I think Whitemon like came in immediately to go for that block, right? Off his TP, so saw that coming.
Yeah, both of them. Good response from Tundra in the bottom lane.
Dude, they're just beating each other. That's good stuff. Oh, look at that spray. Skriok fans, unite. I'm telling you, man. I don't know the lore yet. I have not progressed enough of Crownfall, but I have a gut feeling that the Flightless are gonna get some stuff done.
They're gonna do it.
They're gonna do it. At least I hope so. I do like a good underdog story.
Are there birds?
Under bird story? I don't know.
Right, top lane should mostly be trading back and forth. I guess they have some burst potential with the Techies blast off, but I feel like they'll be farming just like mid. I think bottom's where we'll see the fun action. Some creep dragon, beating each other up. Ion shell, battery assault.
It's hard to
see the Ion Shell on this Clockwork, actually.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons it's really annoying because the Ion Shell is tiny. I would say the level 2 out of Heroic is kind of scary, but Pure just going to chase for Divine Llama. He does have the Surge option. Yeah, he's going to go for it. So we'll be able to make it away. One more root there, and he probably dies. Mid lane, pretty even. Going well for Tundra, though. Thompson just played a couple of games, or has played a couple games recently on the Zeus. Has felt pretty good. Dude, I'm like looking at the CS. It's pretty even, but Divine Llama definitely struggling so far on this Darkseer. I think that's usually kind of the case. He mostly just focuses up on getting his XP early, but
I think they
still have kill
Ion
threat,
Shell.
I feel like, yeah.
Yeah, the second point in Ion Shell is what changes a lot. The pros are just too good. They're used to the Ion Shell tick damage, and they can deny so much from the Darkseer. But once you get enough levels, it becomes much easier to fight, to creep cut, and to just kill the creeps faster. So, yeah, this is pretty normal, but it needs to change at some point. Is the thing. We'll see if they can do that.
Yeah, they are doing
That's what they
very
do at the
well
lane,
all three
pushing in
lanes
for now.
CS-wise. Schofield's like, I
Don't
need to
let
get the
him farm
creeps
it.
through. Deny him. Yeah. I'm really curious to see what Whitemon's going to get done on the Elder Titan this game, because we've seen him have incredible performances on the ET. So, nice little cogs there, and we'll just farm up these cogs.
Some back and forth farming in the mid lane. Zeus is doing pretty well right now. He does have better base damage. I don't know if he should have this many denies, but I'm not super familiar with playing this matchup myself.
Yeah, I think in general, Zeus, just a very strong lane hero now. It's one of the reasons a lot of teams are starting to ban it out, but it squeaks through because Pango is just so absurd. Bottom lane, great cogs from Schofield. They're trying to just chase down Pure, but he's got a nice stick. Keep himself topped off. But this is, again, the threat. Like you said, the level 2 of Ion Shell is kind of the game changer for the lane. They do put a lot of damage into the gyro top as well, but for now, ooh, we paused.
This can't be good.
Something happened there. Not really sure what. Keyboard. Oh, unlucky.
This can't be good.
Hunter getting a small lead right now in terms of last hits across the board. Some of it is killing cogs, but not too many, and especially in that top and mid lane where Clockwork is not. They are just getting early lead. Trying to think of how they'll change that.
Exactly.
Is it
It's like
Schofield moving around?
I don't know if you can. Maybe when Devilama gets to like level 5 and you have like 1 point Vac and 3 points Ion Shell, you can probably leave him here alone. And Schofield can start rotating. But I think you actually have kill threat onto the Troll Warlord with the 2 of these heroes. He's just not being slowed down is the issue, right? Like all of Tundra's heroes are farming super well. Oh, here we go. Unpause, going right back into the game. Schofield's just gonna try for the dive, but might be getting heavily punished here inside the cogs. It will give him the moment to survive, and they do. Toggle that aggro from the tower, and now Pure on the run. Blood grenade out from Schofield. He throws the whirling axes, gets a fairy fire, and ring around the rosy, says Devi. Gets himself 2 kills in this bottom lane.
Well, there you go. That's kind of what we were talking about. You got to be careful of that level change. And you don't draw creep aggro because you don't have to attack. You just stand there with battery assault, Ion Shell, and you stand under the tower with your creeps and do an insane amount of damage. Thompson is rotating over, so he should be able to kill Devilama here.
Oh,
Ooh,
stomp.
nice.
Is he? There's no ways out, right?
Should
Thompson a
have
little
it.
bit too
He's
quick.
got a stick.
Yeah, they get the kill.
Top lane, looks like they also grabbed KJ.
Oh, he denied himself.
Oh, no, actually, he denied himself. Okay.
K1's in trouble here, actually. He's going to take a decent chunk of damage. The blast off. Can time walk off good amount, though. Okay. Well, definitely a good way for Heroic to try and pull back some of the momentum in the bottom lane. You still need to address the CS issue. Dude, this Kunga is just completely free. 9 class, however. Potentially a free kill. Doesn't have blast off quite yet, as KJ will just run him down. And Analog's just gonna take the stacks. Okay, that's one way to deal with it. XD, what? Okay. They're gonna look for Toby. Like, they just rotated through the triangle. They're bringing both supports, and these guys have immense kill threat. He's gonna go for the Torrent. He has got 16 stick charges, but a good cogs to hold him in place. They're just gonna hold the missile, make sure he has no way to TP, as it will come out now. And that will be handed on over to K1. Thunder God's Wrath gets to Vilama, almost KJ as well. That would have been very nice.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Toby just staying up a little too far after that rotation in the triangle.
Scan comes out. Schofield trying to make his way down here. Whitemon coming through as well. He will just drop the cogs, blocks them off. Can they get it? He does. He steals it away. All right, Schofield's Clockwork. He's getting it done. He's going to cost him his life for this. As Toby TP's back up the top side, X into the torrent. He's looking for the deny, goes for the cogs, a little bit of help, but no, Toby grabs the last hit. Mid lane, Analog just diving Thompson behind the tower. He gets the kill. Did he have a power? It was just Surge Ion Shell, right? Oh my goodness.
And it's a lot of extra damage. It's level 3 Ion Shell now, 70 per second. And the game's really speeding up all of a sudden. It was pretty slow to start. Non-stop kills, K1 and a little bit of pressure. Should be okay with time walk up in a second here.
Is he just doing it again? He just gets the kill, now looking for Whitemon. The missile's gonna connect. No, doesn't even need it. 4 points Edict, he's level 7. That Pulse Nova running. Analog's game is looking way better than it was just even a minute ago. He finds a regen. Okay, you can't make this up.
That rune's actually broken on both these mid heroes.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the rune's broken just flat out, but on these two specifically, it is ridiculous.
Yeah. Any spell flash farming hero, the early regen rune is insane.
Radiant are scanning.
Man, this is the SA team special. I feel like so often you'll see South American teams find so many good fights. It's the style they like to play, so they know exactly what to go for.
They're rapping, man.
And then
they're
just
rapping.
Go.
They are looking for 9 class. Missile is out. He's gonna try to go for the blast off, but I think he's gonna go for the disarm first. Analog nearby, does not connect. Up bump onto the high ground, needs a bash. Doesn't get it, doesn't need the bash. That voice line is the weirdest thing in the world, I'll be honest. Looking for Thompson. Schofield not quite level 6, so does not have that
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
hook shot available. I mean, the game is still slightly advantaged for Tundra. They have a slight gold lead, slight XP lead, but in general, Heroic did a really good job of recovering some of these lanes that were starting to struggle, right? Of course, K1 as well as Divine Llama. We're not having the best start.
Yeah, I'd say the biggest winner from this last series of events is finding the clock.
Okay. They get the clockwork. Looks like he made an attempt into the mid lane. Thunder God's Wrath comes out. Nice help from the techies there.
I was gonna say the big winner right now is Leshrac, and he is a very powerful hero to play around. So if they can get some stuff going around him, they can easily pick up some towers. Rotation bottom. Fiora went pretty far for this
ult
kill.
right now.
Body blocks from Divine Llama. Should be an easy kill.
He can pop the ult. Yeah, it's like he throws the point in there, but it's just going to delay the inevitable. Beautiful stun from Analog. Divine Llama with an offensive tip. Bros, calm down. You're still very early in this game. But the mental game definitely matters.
Did something to them in a previous series or something.
Yeah, I wonder, dude.
Did we miss it?
Analog's just gonna pop that Edict in the trees there, crush this tower. They'll pop the fortification, not much of an option. Top lane, looking for K1. He does have a chrono, he lets it rip. He's gonna get caught from the X though to pull him back in a moment. It's the rest of the team though. Schofield comes in with a great hook shot. The boat is there, they get K1. Beautifully done from Toby and Thompson, but Schofield now will join him, so getting to the top lane, they get K1, but it ends up costing him 2. So a relatively even trade. Can you get more though? Pure is up here now as well. Call down coming through. Divine Llama, no ult available. 9 class as well. Dude, he's doing a lot of damage on this gyro with those call downs, but he is all alone on this dark series. He's gonna need some help and fast. Looks like it's a TP back to the top lane here from the Faceless Void.
Analog did take the bottom tower in that time, which I think in the end, I don't know, like you've been saying, it's pretty even. There's a lot of stuff going everywhere. It's the initial chrono to set up, but doesn't quite have that much damage on his own. Does set up for the hook shot. The ion shells come in. They have such a burst combo here. He's pretty close. If he gets the time walk off, this fight looks a lot better for Heroic, because he would heal like all his health right there. Then he can help fight here.
That's honestly, again, Whitemon is the only reason they get the kill. He sends the Spirit in with 1 point natural order and gets it right on top of the Faceless Void before the boat and the big burst damage comes out from the Zeus. It's like those are the little things that makes a difference for this team every time they pick this ET. Here going for the Maelstrom. Not usually what we see all that often on this hero. A lot of people, you know, kind of like the Battle Fury, but it's not a bad Maelstrom game at all. Where are we at on KJ? He's going Mana Boots, Glimmer Cape. Okay, kind of just standard support items. He's very poor. Despite being involved in some kills, he has very low net worth.
I think he might be maybe just dying a little bit too soon before it, or I don't know what's going on. Maybe just dying in exchange, but he is getting some stacks. When someone eventually clears those stacks, he'll get some money back.
Maelstrom done on both of the carries now, right? K1 and Troll grab him pretty much at the same time. Analog, an immediate Eternal Shroud. I can't stress enough how much you need the item in this game. Last game we saw how much damage this Zeus Elder Titan combo could do, and there just was no real magic resist picked up on any of the cores, and it made a huge difference in these fights. So Analog grabbing an immediate Eternal Shroud will go back for a more aggression after that, so the Kaya, the Blink Dagger, but it gives him the ability to survive for now. We see a good smoke come through from the side of Heroic. See what they can find. I mean, the Zeus would be absolute best case scenario. The hook shot's in from Schofield. It will block his ability to get to the low ground. He's going to try and zip the other way, but the missile's there to follow, and they will burn him down. Kill goes away to Vailama. Now 9 class in trouble. Chase here through the trees. Missile after missile. K1 almost just dies to the mines. He needs to be careful. Time walks away. Analog will go in to finish the kill, as the mech will heal them up. Oh, you got to be careful of this Techies, dude. He almost just solo killed the Faceless Void.
Perfect find, well executed. Nice place by them, and the towers being down gives them even more space to work with. Troll is not going to feel super comfortable because they don't have any tier 1s on Tundra. So he doesn't really feel that comfortable pushing that far out. I think they're going to need to make a movement together to try to get a tower to fix that. Might start with finding Schofield. This is just a Schofield classic, though. He doesn't care.
It's just, I mean, it's a very nice pick either way. It's, if you're getting something somewhere else, it'd be, you know, fine for Heroic, but they're farming 3 lanes. That's the difference at that point. And it's going to be an early pipe from Divide Llama, kind of as expected, right?
Yeah, I think they're addressing the ET a lot better than what we saw in the last game. The question will be is, now that if we're putting too much focus on ET, are the other heroes free reign? But
It's like
it's not too far of a commitment. Yeah.
The whole team
will
is
help
magic
you
damage.
survive these fights.
If you think about the fact that Troll's also gone Maelstrom, right? It's like...
That's true.
You have Boat, the whole Kunkka kit, Boat, Techie, Zeus. Like, it is a magic lineup. If you can reduce that, it's massive. Schofield comes in, he gets his eyes onto the Zeus. Great hookshot block, though, from the Techies. The Earth Splitter is gonna destroy them. But a heal comes out at the last second from Divine Llama. It's a 1-for-1. As the wall dropped up on the high ground, giving them some vision to play around. Analog thinking of chasing, but they will back away. That was so close.
Can't believe for a 4-on-4, only the 4 positions die.
Sag support life.
I think probably both teams are okay with that. Although I think that was a heroic smoke. I don't think Tundra.
They both smoked. Tundra did too, yeah.
Oh, were they? Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, relatively even, I suppose. But I have to imagine you still feel pretty good going late with the Faceless Void. So I guess any fight that is relatively even and does not cost the Void his life, you're probably happy with. Well, they found Kunkka.
He's under a ward.
He's tanky, but maybe with Ion Shell you can do it, especially if Gyrocopter joins in.
Yeah. I think right now, you also have to... We've seen Leshrac become an absolute monster in late game scenarios as well, so I think that's something you also have to consider is it is Faceless Void in the late game, but it's also Lesh. Top lane, the damage from this Techies nearly finishes off Schofield. Analog gets a solo on the wraparound, finding that Elder Titan, and now 9 class. He might just be getting punished for this one. No blast off, no TP. There's the call down, perfectly placed for the double missile. And the kill will go to Analog once again. The Leshrac, dude, his game ever since those 2 kills into the mid lane has been so sick.
Radiant's top tower.
Yeah, he's looking really strong, and Chrono is only going to help you do even more damage later. You can just be at the edge of the Chronosphere. It's not like you'll see Leshrac even jump into the Chronosphere, like activate all your spells and then just jump in, let the damage go. I don't think he'll have to do it this game. K1 usually pretty good with the Chronos. I'm sure he'll get the people at the edge.
Very close game though. Like this still can go either way, right? Like we've got really good combinations coming out from the side of Tundra. We're closing in on the BKB for the Troll Warlord. Thompson almost to his Manta, has his shard done now.
The Kunkka Ags might be able to do a good amount of work as well. It's still about 800 gold off, but no one is working on a BKB right now on the side of Heroic. They've been opting for straight up resistances, partially just because they're good, but partially to deal with the ET. It does mean you're susceptible to the crowd control of Stomp and Water Park stuff, so we'll see if Tundra can use that as a turning point.
They want to fight with this BKB that's done on Troll, but they definitely need like the one other item, whether that's the Aghanim Scepter from the Kunkka or like your Zeus Manta or something. Devi Lama has a pipe. It's done. He's going to deliver it off screen so they don't know about this.
I think they might have seen the courier though. It went to the tower first. If they're clicking around, that's not the kind of thing you're usually looking for though, so it might have gone unnoticed.
He walked under a ward now, so it's, you know, if they click the portrait up top, they'll know about it. Blink Dagger for Lesh. Items coming out for both teams. Both teams just farming up, and it's hard to say which of these teams it really benefits the most because you do have great scaling supports on both sides, right? Gyro and Techies can do a ridiculous amount of damage. Elder Titan and Clockwork can bring a ton of control and kind of utility. There's gonna be a smoke though from Heroic as they head to the top side of the map. Look for, I mean, smoke out from Tundra as well. The mine's gonna pop. They don't quite see who it is. The vision comes out. He gets a hook shot onto Dobson, sends it back in. The wall, the vacuum, it cancels his leap away. Thompson's stuck there, but they've got the help. They're coming in. The call down's there. The missile. Can Pure do it? Analog trying to finish off the Zeus. He's gonna get it, but he's stuck. The Earth Splitter to come through, and Pure ripping through the side of Heroic. 3 dead as K1 was nowhere in this engagement. You had no Chronosphere available, and Thompson surviving as long as he did. Incredible. Sets up now for a kill onto KJ. A 4-4-1. Beautiful win from Tundra. That's the early BKB effect.
Patience rewarded. They were taking it nice and slow, and I think Heroic overextended there, but also in the heat of the moment split targets. So they made it to the high ground. They suddenly see targets on the right while originally chasing the Zeus. Clockwork goes for the Zeus. Leshrac goes to the right here. So splitting up the damage means you don't actually kill anyone right away. So Thompson lives for quite a while. Eventually you get him, but it's taken so long that Tundra, yeah, they get to set up all the rest of their spells, finish it off.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just a straight 4v5, right? Like, you do not have your carry getting involved, and that's definitely the difference between something like a Troll Warlord versus a Faceless Void at this point. You can get Chronos, but Troll Warlord will stand his ground and just kill a hero. So, very well done.
I wouldn't have minded if they brought Faceless either, because he had the Chrono. Yeah, they have a shard on Schofield Clockwork now.
Okay, yeah, I was like, he has a lot more net worth than he did a moment ago, so yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, they got to be way more careful on the side of Heroic. If they're going to make that fight, it's fine to try and dive for the Zeus, but you have to be able to get him much faster, I think, right? If you're going to go for that play, if he dies quick and you're able to get out, that's best case scenario, but did not have the burst damage. And Zeus is tanky nowadays.
Whitemun got the shard from Tundra. See, maybe Techies is a little bit better this game.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I love this. He's gone for the Eternal Shroud on Pure as well. So BKB into Eternal Shroud. Give himself a lot of survivability against the Leshrac, as well as just the extra magic damage coming out from the Gyrocopter.
Radiant are scanning.
So both teams.
I wonder if this is part of why he chose Maelstrom over Battle Fury. Because Battle Fury, you need other damage items to make the cleave more valuable in fights as well. But if you're playing to get Eternal Shroud, which doesn't offer damage, Maelstrom procs, and then now the Mjolnir, which he has queued up, like those don't really, the damage you get from that is not dependent on your other items.
K1's almost to his BKB, which he will definitely need. He's gonna have a hard time keeping up with the Troll Warlord is the main thing. Like at this point, he is so farmed, and Pure will be able to just continue to farm a little bit more aggressive thanks to the Eternal Shroud BKB he's picked up. As he's going back for a Mjolnir, then a Basher. Wondering if he's gonna pick up an early Shard on the Troll. Because the Troll Warlord Shard is pretty sick with the Mjolnir.
Working down the tier 1.
So,
you can go do Roche maybe off of that.
With the BKB done here on Heroic, are we expecting them to group back up and look for a fight? Because, like you said, Roshan is an objective, and they are already getting started on it. It's a Troll Warlord, too. It's so fast.
You got to get here quickly, though, and Gyrocopter looks like he's still top. So maybe they're just going to give this one up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thunder God's Wrath, the Scout. You're seeing Schofield go for the play, but I don't know if he's going to make it. They're trying to body block him off, and they do. So Schofield's just going to lose his life for this one, as Roshan will go into the hands of the Troll Warlord. Very good movement from Tundra, taking a 2,000 gold advantage now. And it's been very close gold-wise this whole game.
That's true. It is slowly moving the way of Tundra. They felt in control for the last maybe 5 minutes or so. Previous to that, Heroic had some pretty good plays, and I think that overextension in the enemy triangle. Actually, I won't even call it an overextension. I think that kind of play is fine. I think it's the prioritization that split them up and then led to such a bad fight. But yeah, that one mistake has given the control back to Tundra, and Pure's looking in a good spot to carry this.
Absolutely.
Like you do something very similar to the Medusa, maybe a little more carefully, because Troll's he's not quite as tanky in the same way as the Medusa, but I think you'll send him forward and you have to go on Troll, but that means the Astral Spirit is free to be on your hero scouting you out. You throw in all the Zeus spells, the Torrents, the Techies bombs, stuff like that. I think the execution will be very similar to the last game, even though you've switched out Troll for Medusa, and like the off laners are a little different. You got a bit more control this time, but you'll still be throwing in the boat, the Torrent Storm. Just like last time, it was like the Brew split in there.
That does make a lot of sense, actually. Pure gonna make quick work of this top tier 2 tower. Got his level 20 talent as well, which is a nice pickup. I believe just the extra armor in melee form. So if he gets chronoed in melee, he's super tanky. Schofield gonna fly up high here. Does get some vision thanks to the deep ward, but does get immediately dewarded. As he's gonna walk under the Watcher. Yeah, Schofield, he's doing his best to try and make some sort of play here, but his team's wrapping around onto the backside. They find Pure, but they want more. They want Thompson. They do get their eyes on top. He's trying to zip away for now as KJ opening up some of this fight, but Troll just deletes this, deletes the Darkseer. Chrono is out, but What are you getting out of this? There's just nothing. K1's put to sleep on the backside and Analog's all by himself. You're gonna lose so much. Analog gets pulled back in from Toby. He's dead. K1 is dead. Again, what are you targeting for?
These fights are... And the thing is, I'm not even fully sure who he chronos. I think it has to be Zeus. Like, I don't think you're killing Kunkka. I don't think you're killing Troll. So I think he was looking for Zeus, but they couldn't find Zeus. Zeus still killing KJ right now. Actually, this fight's not even done, but they're just cleaning up on Tundra. Couldn't find the Zeus, so he's kind of looking, and then eventually felt like he had to chrono. But by that point, Divine Llama had been killed. Throws out the wall, but Troll is still BKB'd, so he like barely cares. They do get the chrono on the Troll, but Leshrac was in it. You know, he's like, they just don't quite have enough at that point. So it felt like they felt forced to fight there, I think. Thought they could find something good, but that area of the map is just hard to navigate because of all the trees and the cliffs.
In here, but your Faceless Void is by the Roche pit because he was chasing
he went to the
Toby at
left.
time. So he's nowhere near to close the gap onto Thompson, and he's trying, right? He's looking like this is the target I have to get on, but instead it's just Whitemon again holding him back. And yeah, I mean, once Troll's on his hero, once he finds someone to stick on, there's no escaping.
Yeah, because they approached, he essentially took like a 50-50 guess. The way they approached into that area, they saw the Troll first, and it's either like the rest of the heroes on the left or the right. So Faceless went left as they like found the Zeus on the right. At that point, it's like, oh, I don't have time walk. I can't get over there. So yeah, the way these fights matter a lot.
Yeah, they're in a much better position right now on Tundra because of just the ability to, like you said, sit behind this Troll Warlord who feels almost invincible up on the front line. And if you don't find the Zeus, your game is real rough. KJ is gonna get found bottom here, coming through the portal. Gets the D ward. Oh, he just gets the sentry. He doesn't even get the ward. Okay, yeah, that feels real bad. 2 supports dead across the map now. It's a 9,000 gold lead for Tundra, starting to build even more of a lead here. Aegis will expire there on Pure. K1 knowing he has no way to fight into this Troll. Dude, he's got the Shard and BKB with a finished Mjolnir, or Shard Basher with a finished Mjolnir now. He is absurdly strong.
I think for here, I guess you could go, seems like the safe play to wait for Roche. I think that's a big part of why it works. Without the Aegis, I think maybe you can just chrono the Troll and try to kill him in time. It's tough, but you can try. But with the Aegis, you really don't want to have to do that anymore. And we go back into the position that we had earlier, which is what allowed Tundra to win such a clean fight earlier. So, what's it, 2 more minutes till Roche? They just keep killing supports around in the meantime.
Very funny plays here from Schofield, doing his best to get away.
It to the low ground?
He gets bashed over the cliff. Unlucky there for him.
Can Heroic finish any big items before the next Aegis? A Shard on Gyro, maybe. It's got a Lincoln's queued up.
He needs to finish
his Mjolnir? Did it die? His courier.
No, he just doesn't.
Oh, maybe his
have,
courier was on the way. I see.
I think right now, like, you're getting to a point where Troll is going to become. He's already a massive problem, but it's gonna get to a point where he has to make a big mistake to like really lose a fight, and that's not really the position you want to be in against a Troll Warlord.
They need Battle Trance to drag him into the fountain.
Yeah, you know, something along those lines, like right, not having BKB when you pop Battle Trance or well, hook shot on in. They do find 9 class. Stomp to follow. He's got no way to escape. All right, so they get themselves at least a pick off of some kind. They will see KJ trying to get out into the cover of Glimmer, but Thompson nearby.
K1's X.
K1 is caught, and he's dead. Okay, just the chain stuns from the torrents, and that's a much better find. That is... How many deaths is this now in the Faceless Void? 3. Yeah. Not ideal.
Yeah, they're gonna make their word bottom. Fun little trick Tundra's doing. You can't see inside the pit anymore with couriers, but you can put your gem in there, and then you can see. Of course, the danger is the enemy comes and steals your gem, but they feel pretty in control of the area, so you can take that risk.
Schofield, I think we've seen this one before. Toby and Pure gonna surround the clockwork, hold him down long enough, goes for the hook shot. He's just, again, trying to get some vision, and this is a 5-second Roche spawn. It spawns immediately. So this will be Aegis and the Roshan's banner even before K1 comes back.
And now you just get the gem back. Who put it? Whitemon.
It was Whitemon, yeah.
All right, with this, I think you just do what we saw earlier. You give this to Pure. You let him just walk up. They've already taken all the tier 2, so whatever high ground they want. Bottom is already missing about 1/3 of its health, so just walk that way, send the troll in the front. Just be ready behind him. Throw in the spirits. Get the water parks, got refresher ready.
Does he have refresher already too?
Yeah. I mean, they've been winning so many of these fights and pickoffs. He's so rich suddenly. He was having a slow start.
Yeah, dealing with the Kunkka refresher is going to be a massive issue. Thunder God's Wrath comes out. They will scout them back behind the Tormentor. The problem is like, who can you even go on, right? You have no like no BKBs on Analog, of course, because it is a Leshrac. He doesn't typically build one. And he needs to get damaged with how the rest of this game is going. Like, he is the primary damage dealer at this point by a landslide.
Yeah. He's going Wind Waker. I kind of want him to have a shard just because I feel like you need some desperate high ground defense and maybe get lucky with some repeated stuns. I don't really know what your other options are. I understand why he wants a Wind Waker, though. It's a very good item for Leshrac. But I don't know. Standard play. You mentioned it earlier. It feels like you need Tundra to make a mistake for Heroic to get back into this.
Yeah. The shard goes the way of Toby, so now Tidal Wave online. So it's actually just more difficult to see or to defend your high ground as you can just get quickly pulled down. As they will wait for the 35-minute Wisdom Rune to take that away. K1, he was like in potentially a position here to snipe it, but the XTP back, I believe. Was it an XTP back? Yeah, it doesn't look like it. He's just here in the bottom lane.
I guess for Heroic.
Oh, no. Oh. He's just going to finish the tower. He doesn't even get it. He just has to BKB TP. That is Chrono down. Mid lane, they find Analog as well. It is Thompson with a shield run, so he's quite tanky. And Techie's here offering a lot of supplemental damage. Tries to get the split earth, but Pure now closing the gap, and Spirit is here from Whitemon. Analog surviving for a damn long time, but eventually will be brought down. Divine Llama on the run, trying to just drag Pure. He gets the range bash. Does have a surge in a second, but a great Nimbus. And there's going to be the X to pull back into the Abyssal Blade. 2 now dead. As KJ is going to try and cut the mid wave. But with no Lesh and no Darkseer, your high ground is looking real rough. Nice fort. And you can see Thompson's coming back. He's like, not happening. You do not get this for free. Does have a
all right, maybe you get this for free.
Oh no, Thompson's not satisfied. Okay, he's gonna let it go.
He will get the amplified damage rune though.
All right, one full lane at Barracks, not wanting to buy back here. I feel like if you buy back, you're pretty much, your game is over. You didn't commit anything on this Kunkka yet. You have still double Torrent Storm, double Boat. Pure has BKB. They have everything available to play with.
Yeah, I mean, they still don't have Chronosphere, even if they buy back. They need to wait for Chrono, but think you might be losing all your barracks. Yeah, like he
K1?
jumps in, but then what?
He has to BKB. He has no choice. He's doing absolutely no damage to Toby. As Thompson wants to chase. But yeah, that's BKB. Chrono's still on cooldown. Pure finishes off the second lane of barracks. And Heroic struggling to find anything here in this game.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, Pure can just sit so aggressive on the high ground. 50 seconds on this Aegis. The Split Earth is at least doing some work. They pull him back, get a couple bashes here, but he just turns around and pops the Battle Trance. Chronosphere will hold K1, but the Earth Splitter, it doesn't hit. You get the Chronosphere just for the Battle Trance BKB. You still have Aegis for 30 seconds. Pure wants to finish this one up. They get a great hook shot on the top, send the push back. The Stomp comes in. Look at the Torrent Storm just throwing him into the skies. K1 chasing after Thompson through the trees as Analog will finish off 9 class. Now looking for Whitemon as well, but they've got their eyes set on this Zeus. They want this kill and they will get it. But Pure, he's got his eyes set on the prize. It is Mega Creeps as he will TP, and they don't cancel it. He gets out for free.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Unfortunate. Yeah, from here, should be in a great spot on Tundra. Miraculously, somehow this is only a 19k lead. I'm amazed, but yeah, you see here, so pretty cool vacuum over the wall to like get him, or over the barracks to get him extra far back, but so tanky, and he's already level 25 that he gets to pop his ult. Without that 25, maybe you get something there.
Yeah.
But with it, he heals up after being initiated on, and then just starts working away at the barracks. Even if you lose this fight, you would still get megas on the side of Tundra. You'd feel really good going forward. But guess what? You don't even lose the fight because you're 23,000 in the lead. Look how far they have to chase. It takes so long to get any kills at this point.
Like you get a ton of gold for the couple kills that you do get, right? You end up somehow coming out 5,000 gold ahead of that fight, despite getting Mega Creeps, which is definitely kind of talking about the state of the game here. Great tidal wave pullback here from Toby the X. Will get dodged. Torrent Storm is out. Schofield hoping for the RNG, but it's going to be a boat drop as well. K1's coming in, takes a double mine.
Big mind blast.
Oh my goodness. Nice. Rocket will connect the disarm. K1's just dead. Pure just walks up, hits him on the Abyssal Blade, gets the kill. Hook shot out from Schofield, holds him into the cogs, but Pure is just running train. It's all on Analog now. He's got to get a big fight going his way, but they just walk. They don't care. Torrent connects again as Pure will stand right on top of this Leshrac. KJ falling on the backside. Tidal wave to pull him back in. They cannot escape. Analog, he's doing his best. Playing inside the Split Earths. The nullifier. Wait a minute. The damage? Can he get it? So close to 30 HP. Ultra kill for Pure. A potential dream scenario for them, but it just barely falls short. This is, again, another fight of your Faceless Void walking in and dying. He did 300 damage.
That feels pretty bad. Feels pretty bad. Man, imagine not being 20k behind and that Leshrac gets that fight. He almost killed everyone, which I know it's looking bad now, right? To go back.
Schofield? Sick hook shot. They're going to buy back on the Lash. They're looking for the Zeus. They want him really bad, and they're going to get him. Analog with a nice finds Violama there as well. The throne taking a beating from these creeps, but they've got the Kunkka trapped down here as well. Toby will die. Ends up being a couple nice kills. Costs you 3 buybacks. But at this point...
Great Bosch Leshrac.
Yeah, you kind of have to. You cannot afford to just let them walk up to your high ground. Lesh is scary.
Leshrac was set up for a good game, right? They rotated for him. They got all that. It really was that one overextension that gave up so much back to Tundra. And I feel like we're getting glimpses here of like what could have been with how good of a game that Leshrac was having if they take a cleaner fight earlier. It was like 20 minutes ago or something.
Yeah.
But from there, like that BKBs come out, stuff like that. It's just they never managed to come back. Like at this point, you're kind of online with the items you have, but you've been mega. So
yeah,
what can you even do now? I guess, I mean, you're gonna play on, right? It's tiebreakers. It matters. Every win matters. So it could actually be your tournament life. I don't know how the other game's going. So they're gonna play it out forever. How to win this? I don't know. You just keep dragging long enough to get refresher on Faceless Void, and you have to get some kind of huge double refresher play. Run it down.
Pure's
you gotta
just
do that
gonna
like 3
kill
times.
him here, I think. He's looking for just a blink into Abyssal. K1 able to dodge it out for now. Oh, he does have a Lincoln Sphere. Okay, thank you, Observer. Nullifier, though. So he has a couple options. It's 50 seconds on Roshan.
And he's got the ninja gear on Troll as well, so he can just keep looking for that critical kill. I'd say any kill on Faceless Void or Leshrac probably sets you up.
Here's the thing is like, you have late game Lesh, you have late game Faceless Void, two of the best heroes in Dota now at the moment for that type of stuff. But being this far behind and against Mega Creeps is a borderline impossible task. So, like you said, if that 1 overextension didn't happen, it could have been a completely different game. It's still not completely over for Heroic, right? They can try and crawl their way back into this. It's just going to be incredibly difficult as Roshan respawning here in just a moment. The flare, I think, might stick around long enough. It does, so they will see it. So they know Rosha's up. As Pure is going to get to work for his 3rd Aegis. That'll also be a refresher shard, which you do not want to give to a Troll Warlord. Double BKB, double Battle Trance on top of having an Aegis is just far too much. Schofield with another flare, trying to get some vision here. Torrent Storm is out. He's under the cover of smoke. Will he make it in time? Thunder God's Wrath, hookshot in. He steals he steals Refresher and the banner. No Aegis though. Does have buyback. Is it worth it? Maybe because he has buyback. That's nice. He gets the refresher for someone. That's double chrono potentially.
Faceless, probably, yeah. But actually, to highlight Tundra's good itemization here, both supports going for Wind Waker. 9 class already has his. Whitemon getting there. It's a pretty expensive item. It'll still take him a little bit, but yeah, that's your response to the double chrono. You're gonna Wind Waker people, and I don't think there's a nullifier. Yeah, they don't have a nullifier on the side of Heroic or anything to deal with that. So good steal. You're gonna need to keep making plays like that. And I think Aegis is the most important part on the Troll, right? Because that's another chrono counter. Oh my god, he might just find Cable in here.
That's a double Nimbus
setup. Oh my god.
Oh, that is all he needs. It's just a split-second stun, and he will rip through this hero. Faceless Void dead for 90 and no buyback. They don't know that necessarily, but he is just 2,000 gold short. He just bought out Pure up onto the high ground nullifier. Chasing down this Darkseer Glimmer Cape, buying him a glimmer of hope, but oh, sick blink. Devi actually might be out, but Pure wants to turn his attention onto the throne. The wall gets dropped. Pure's got to clean up these clones. They do a decent amount of damage. The Hex is out. The Chain Stuns are there. The Split Earth's doing work. The Kunkka just throwing them into the skies over and over. And his Analog's trying his best. A huge vacuum. Can they do this? The fortification comes out. Thompson, he's out of mana now. The Splitters are there. KJ's back into the game. Divine Llama's going to go down, but Pure high five. He says, I'm going to finish this one. Onto the throne. I want to end it, but a nice cogs. There's the Nullifier. The Abyssal Blade is out, but Analog finally claims the first life. Thompson on the backside will get finished off by both of these supports, but Pure blink over to the other side, and that's going to do it. Tundra sweep the tiebreakers, and they will be on their way to the upper bracket.
Pretty impressive showing from Tundra here. I mean, we literally came into tiebreaker, so technically all these teams were even, right? But feels like Tundra really hitting their stride here at the end of the group stage going into these tiebreakers. I'd say their first series maybe looked, or first game here versus Extreme looked the closest, but it looked like they were in really good shape for all three.
Yeah, I will say it's
to come online, but
they had a rough start to the day, you know, but ends up being all right. You know, they managed to get themselves straight back into the upper bracket. I mean, they started the day at the top of the groups, you know, 5-3. They dropped the O2 series this morning to Extreme, and then they get their win against each of these teams left today. So very well deserved. Tundra looking fantastic. Really excited to see what they're going to do in the playoffs. But we're not done. I think we still got to wait on the results of some of these other games to kind of see exactly what's going to happen. It looks like Extreme beats Spirit. Wait, what does that mean? Oh, God, hold on. Everything's done. Whoa! Extreme beats Spirit. So Spirit goes 0-3. They are out. Oh, super unfortunate for them. They drew every series this whole event. They went 1-1 in all 5 of their group stage games. But when it came down to the tiebreakers, they don't manage to pull through. Well, we'll get to that later as we look at some of the highlights of this game. Again, this was really, it did feel like a 4v5. This Faceless Void did not have hardly any impact, and it really is just on Analog to carry the game on this Lesh. This was almost the perfect fight. If you are not, like you said, 20,000 gold behind, Analog sweeps through this and comes out a massive winner. But that's how the game goes.
yeah, and I think so. Just to reiterate, Heroic is not out. They're still in. They're just going to the lower. They're just going to the lower bracket now. So I feel like we did see some good stuff, right? Towards the end, it looked pretty miserable, so it's easy to forget. But the lane started rough, and then they found a bunch of really good fights back to back. And I think that's one of their strengths. But at some point, you kind of slip up, and that's what happened. They eventually took a bad fight, threw it all back to Tundra. Tundra took control from there. So for Heroic's sake, hopefully going forward, they learn from that. They figure out like what was working for us, what was not working for us, because they are still playing. Tundra looking pretty good. Keep doing what you guys are doing on Tundra, because previously in some of the losses that we managed to catch from them, it felt like typically put themselves in a pretty good spot, but then there's some execution mistakes, again, just from what we managed to see. But this time for the games we got to catch, it looked pretty clean all the way through.
Yeah, it did. Every game from Tundra today that we got to cast through these tiebreakers were amazing. So very well deserved. They're going to be joining OG in the upper bracket. I don't know if we have the graphics for all of the groups now, but we might before we head into playoffs. But in general, the 4 upper bracket teams are going to be Team Falcons, Bet Boom, OG, and Tundra. Very well deserved. The 4 lower bracket teams are going to be Team Liquid, G2IG, Heroic, and Extreme Gaming. So a very hype playoff bracket. We'll be seeing those games. I think tomorrow. Yeah, it starts off tomorrow, right?
There's 2 upper bracket games. Yep.
Yeah. So those are going to be super hype. Can't wait to see how those are going to end up unfolding. But for you and me, Zach, it's been a ride, but I think we're done, man.
Yeah, been having a good time. Thanks to ESL. Thanks to everyone watching. Hope you guys had fun with us. We got to see a lot of good games and a lot of bonus games we didn't
bonus
expect.
Games. Yeah, it's been a
Dota
great
was
time.
just too exciting.
Yeah. Well, as always, everyone, I want to say thank you all so much for tuning in. Thank you for watching the stream. We will hopefully see you all very soon. Have a wonderful night. We'll see you then.
Laying on the floor again, watching all the stars rolling. The grass is staining. Met you at the park with your friends, waiting till the sun went down. Smoke came out and you turned thin. Call me when it's 10:30. Sneak out of your window again. Burning rubber on the pavement. Bottom of the bottle again. Thinking of where you went. Laying on the floor together. Never say never. Back on tour again, wishing I was in your bed. You know it pains me. Your every face I see in the end. You're in the crowd, you're in my head. My dreams you chase if you want it. I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting for you, babe. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. It's alright if you call me. It's the summer, we were 18. It's easy come, it's easy go. We should be together, never say never. If you want it, I'll be calling. The one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting. If you want me, I'll be waiting. You're the one that's still debating. If you want this, yeah. Woo!
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
I'm on a speedway. I'm in the rat race. I've got the G-force on a steel horse. Pedal to the metal, gonna leave you in the dust. Pedal to the metal, but my metal never rusts. I'm on a speedway. Hey, hey, hey. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. I'm on a speedway. Got no brakes. Got no brakes. It's all fantastic. I'm aerodynamic on a speedway. The melting